Why do you know this? Why do you know this? Like you know all the lyrics. Wow. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah, no. Yeah. I think I can't remember anything about it at all, except that it is in fact animated, right? Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Some of it is animated. So you guys ready to go live? Because we're live, by the way. Hello. And we're gonna get a couple more people in here in a few minutes because they're lazy and they're not here to defend themselves. So I can say that about them. Raiden is super quiet. Man, I turned him down because he was screaming at me earlier. Fine. Here we go. We'll turn him back up again. Turn him. He's always, dude, like, I started this phone call, right? And he's like, got the microphone down his throat and he's like, hey, everybody, how do you do? And I'm like, oh my God, I got to turn him down. But I knew it. I knew he would eventually start to just, see, you're screaming at me again. I knew it. I knew you would eventually do it. All right. So, hello. My name is Moriarty, and today we're going to talk about some extra credits. But we're going to do some other stuff first because somehow I feel like after extra credits, I'm just going to want to be done with the internet for a while. Yeah. Oh, look, now, look, I literally start and boom, hey, I'm ready to join. Good, and we got one more person coming in too. It's a best of. Everybody here was requested, so you know it's like a fan favorite apparently. And if you don't know who these people are, maybe you're just not a fan. Does it make sense? Yeah, yeah. I mean, are you not? No, I don't know. God damn it. Okay, so this automatic tweet thing is still going out and I don't know where it's coming from. I've disconnected I'm just going to delete it. Hello, my name is Moriarty. Today we're going to talk about some stuff. On my left I have Gray. Gray is here. He just muted himself immediately. So as soon as I say your name, you're just like mute. And Gray's been here before. He talked about something. What do you remember when you were here? Oh my goodness. Really? Hold on, 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 hold on. What is going on? Did we break something? Say something, Gray.
Hello?
Oh my goodness, I broke everything. It's
Oh
okay.
no.
It's
Oh my
fixed.
God.
It's fixed now. I fixed it.
Nice. No, so I was here for the what's his name?
Oh my
Don't worry.
god.
Can we go back? Because I got yelled at a little bit. Can we just walk this back around and everybody collectively yell at M for making this mistake?
M, what is wrong with you?
You got us on low volume. And you yelling at me.
I'm such a.
I was yelling at you.
I
Ev,
said,
this is the 12th one of these you've done. I thought you'd get your shit together by now.
no.
Wait, you're already on 12?
Yeah, this is number 12.
Ah, dude, that's
Oh
insane.
my god, I am so trash at streaming. Fuck. Okay, so let's start this over. Hi, I'm Em. To my left, I've got Gray. Gray, why don't you say hello to everybody?
Hello, my name is Gray. I hope you can hear me this time.
Yes.
Not that you missed out the first time, but no, I have been here before. I've been here for Flagpole Dude.
Oh
yeah.
And the guy who said gaming was worse than like cocaine.
That's been a couple. There's been a couple.
Yeah, no, I think that was probably the
I can't remember his name, but he sat in front of like a really expensive
like a high-rise.
overview.
Alan
like,
Becker. Alan Becker.
That guy, yeah, I can never remember his
Alex?
name.
Alex Becker. Alex Becker. That's right. Yeah. The motivational guy who's like, you should never play video games, and then immediately his next video was a bunch of video games.
Yeah, no, literally.
Yes. Oh my god. I'm glad I fucked up this stream in the first 8 minutes though. Boy,
I mean, it sets a tone. It sets a precedent.
Really, you know, it lets everyone know what to
exactly
expect.
what you're getting. I feel bad for people who like come in late and the stream's just working and they expect that. That would suck.
I think it really sets the tone where it completely relaxes the stream because you're like, oh, okay, the host can't even get this right, so we're fine.
Thanks. Yes, it is. Boy, I'm bad at streaming, and I'm sorry, but I'm not going to get any better until we make enough money that I can hire somebody else to do it, and then they'll do it, right? And I'll just be there because
he's going to hire someone to stream for him.
I have to. I can't do this apparently. I thought I could do this, but we've been doing this now for 3 months, and I'm still trying.
That's legitimately terrifying because I've always thought like you guys were like, oh, they know Twitch, they know how it works, and now it's like they don't even.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Hello everybody. So yeah, we have already had I haven't had a single stream yet, right? Not one that went without a hitch, right? There's been a problem every single time.
Pretty much like some specific thing goes wrong.
It
doesn't generally end up on fire. Like sometimes it does.
Oh yeah, no, we had one stream which was I want to say number 9, but it could have been number 8. Could have been number 6. I don't even remember. It was one stream where in the middle of it, everything crashed on my end. And I had to have Ryden take over the stream during the stream. So I had to explain to him,
stream, giving the instructions how to set up the stream.
Yeah, I had to explain to him like, here's how you use OBS. Here's all the overlays and everything. Set this here and put this there. Oh man. Well, that's okay. At least
We've overcame.
Yes.
We've
So
adapted.
you got Gray over there on the left. He's Gray. He's introduced himself. If you missed it, that sucks. And then next to me is what do you want to go by now? Because you've changed your brand a couple of times. I've been sort of wanting to refer to you as High Speed Idiocy.
Well, I mean, I don't even know if I have a solidified brand anymore. So I don't know. I just go by Brody.
Okay, so we got Brody over there, who used to the artist formerly known as RACROX.
RACROX.
Still known as that in some places, but not in some others. I don't know. I just diversified the portfolio, I'll say.
Yeah, you got into crypto. Got it.
Oh, no, not yet.
Oh no.
No? I mean,
Please don't get inside.
I haven't destroyed the environment just yet.
Should have gotten into that in January. Holy shit.
Should have gotten to that in 2017.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, if you're really going to say, yeah, you should have bought thousands of Bitcoin. Yeah, absolutely. You should have put your entire life savings into Bitcoin.
You should put your entire parents' life savings into Bitcoin.
And then we've got, what's his, Ryden? Hi, Ryden.
Rydo PP.
Am I saying that right?
I'm here to announce my new brand. What was it? Rydop.
Rydop, yeah. Which I think really works. I think it's a good name, and I think people will really respond.
How did you let him manipulate you into this? How did you?
No, don't worry, because I'm gonna be Rydixon like next week when we do the. It changes day to day. We're gonna. Don't worry about it.
It changes day to day.
I like how people are spelling it in the chat. You got Uber who is saying that it's ride OP, and then you got Clee who is like ride op, and then Speedy is like ride dope, and then Gray's Y top. Yes. So yeah, good. I think people really like that.
Yeah, we can rotate through all those. Like, perfect.
We're gonna have Wolf Chaos on here, but he has driven to Walmart and will be back because he thinks his cord is broken. So that's always fun. And then all the way on the far right there, we got the Dan, the Man Show.
Yes, it is I back again. I think I was on with DJ Automatica, and I'm definitely got that name wrong. I apologize if you're listening. And
he is almost certainly not.
Yeah, it's definitely not it. I apologize. And some investing tips for all you viewers out there. Bitcoin is dying, so invest smartly. Invest in Borders.
Invest in Dogecoin.
Invest in Borders?
Yes, Borders is probably coming back sometime.
You're giving investment advice.
And
yes,
this is not. I should know. Don't give investment advice and then say yes, it's investment. That is like a big no. Don't do that.
Okay, wait. How do I invest into Borders?
No, we're not having this discussion. This is not how we do this. I'm not going.
I'm
to
doing
be sued
it live
because somebody invests their life savings in fucking Borders, a bookstore that nobody even remembers.
Get M so fucking. Shit.
No.
You know, Amazon started off as a bookstore.
Yes, they did. They sure did.
Look at their stock price now. I don't know, man.
Yeah, you're right. You know, totally.
Wait, so that means if they started off as a bookstore, the next candidate's Barnes and Noble.
Barnes and Noble's never going to go under because they have a partnership with Starbucks, and Starbucks is never going to die.
Is this what M feels like when we talk about like Sonic or something? Because I have no. I'm so fucking lost.
Just like Target has a partnership with Pizza Hut.
Yes. This is not very clearly. This is not investment advice.
Okay, but on the topic of pizza, how do I get Costco to deliver me slices of pizza? Because they have the best, hands down.
Do you think so?
Do they not?
At least based off the big chains, and you have to keep in mind that I live literally in the middle of nowhere.
Well, yeah, but you're like surrounded by Mormons. Is there not like good Mormon pizza?
I mean, not that it's on a money laundering front, but that's a different story.
Wow. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna give investment advice and make libelous and scandalous claims against the entire Mormon church.
That's fine. There's a burrito place that I used to live near, a few blocks away, where I lived, and it was definitely a front for a steroid ring, but also they had like the best fucking burritos, so no one cared.
Mm-hmm.
Did the burritos have steroids?
No. So yeah, no, the burritos was legit. Like it might have been a front, but it was a fucking well-run, legit front. So
excellent. Well, we are going to talk about orcs there, Speedy, but we're going to watch a couple of trailers first because that's what I like to do, and this is what we do here. We do things I like to do first. So we're going to watch this thing. You guys all have the watch together?
Yep.
Yes, I'm in underneath Josh Smith.
Somebody's not here.
Someone's not.
That was me.
Oh, hey. You should get
Oopsies.
in there.
Oopsie daisies.
Hey, there we go.
I'm here now.
All right. So let's see what this is.
The art style already is really interesting.
Right.
Wait.
So
Wait, were they really like, all right, Capcom's not gonna do it, so we're just gonna fucking make Okami too?
Yes.
Okay, I think I know it. I remember this trailer, and I know some people are going to be surprised if they haven't seen it by the end of the trailer.
I haven't seen this yet. I haven't heard anything of this.
I had no idea what this is, and like I'm already excited because I'm like, I fucking want more Okami.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, it looks a lot like Yanako Honor and Blade, just immediately out the bat.
Also, this enemy is definitely like a chode, right? Like it's the what we're looking at.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know about that one.
It like clearly
a chode,
right? Look at it! Look at it!
I mean, I guess.
No, it just is.
It definitely could get you demonetized.
Uber says it's a giant penis head, so
that's what I'm saying.
It totally is. Oh my god!
Yeah,
we're not gonna. We're gonna move on. I'm assuming it's like some sort of Japanese monster, right? Like all of these appear to be.
Oh yeah,
like Japanese monsters.
Is that a giant enemy crab?
Japanese penis.
No, you can't type that into Google, Gray. Holy shit!
Japanese penis monster.
You can't type
going
that
up
into...
over that one, like please.
You cannot type. I can't show anything that you pull up. I can't do it. 'Cause you can't
I'm not
type that
having
into
you show
Google.
anything.
You
I'm
cannot go to Google and be
getting
like
your
Japanese
answer.
penis monster.
I'm on Bing.
Oh,
Yeah, like
well, okay. I mean, if you're on Bing, yeah, you're fine.
My
It's
apologies.
It's fine.
I've seen the penis monster show up in like other Japanese games. Like I think there's even one in like Persona. I think that like rides around on a chariot or some shit like that.
Shin Megami Tensei, and it's Mara. That's the name of the.
Yes, that does. I've never played a Persona game or a Shin Megami Tensei game, so I don't.
Oh, neither have I. I know my phallic-based monsters.
Oh, it's good. You're right. Well, that's
Wow.
good knowledge to have. That's a
Yeah.
good repertoire to come back to.
Yeah, no, totally. You should absolutely. Yeah.
So I guess the question is there a penis yokai?
Wow.
I found a festival around it, but I haven't found a yokai.
Because that's what I figured it would probably be, right? I guess maybe not, but
Well, no, that's what I thought too. That's why I just Googled it with no thought in a world.
penis
no,
yokai.
I found a festival around it, but I haven't found it like a yokai.
We are being told that yes, there is a penis yokai, which is words I never expected to say.
In that particular order.
Yeah, in my entire life. Yeah. So I guess it is a thing. And then you got a bull-headed spider crab. And there was like a Slender Man in there too. So, all sorts of stuff. Yeah, cool. Yeah. See, like they're showing you how they took these monsters out of artwork and whatever and turned them into stuff in the game.
Yeah, I mean the game looks. I don't know. I was sold on like the art style and it basically like very obviously being like Okami again. Like I was like, yeah, I'm already on board.
Like how did Okami play? Like I'm just trying to like figure out what the gameplay is from here. It looks very like hack and slashy.
So have you seen this trailer yet, or is this your first time seeing it too?
This is my first time seeing it.
All right. Okay, I've seen it before, so I'm not going to say anything until the end, just because.
Oh my!
There's something at the okay, interesting.
There's something at the end.
So Raiden, just for your info, Okami was a game. Yeah, it was a hack and slash Zelda game. You played as a dog that had magical paint powers, and
that sounds like I would hate it then.
well,
Because it's a dog. You get it?
I just didn't expect him to be the one to bring it up.
I threw myself into the furnace for
Like
that.
I really did not expect him to just really embrace it that hard. It's a little scary actually now, right?
Yeah, I normally don't embrace it until it like comes out naturally, but this is a clip show, so I figured everybody already knew.
It's like yeah, of course.
The best of.
Yeah, well, that's like you did hack and slash fighting sometimes, but like the main game was like the Zelda kind of portion of it. So this one looks maybe like it's more focused on the fighting portion. I do hope that there's still like Zelda stuff in there.
Oh, well, I guess we'll find out. Oh!
That's the word. Damn, that's it. You saved this for the end to hurt me in this way.
Oh!
I thought there was gonna be something like hype at the end that we were all gonna get excited about.
Nope. It's the most
my
depressing trailer just fucking ever, isn't it?
God.
Oh my god. This is priceless. I knew this was coming. I couldn't wait to hear how everyone
I'm glad
was
you
gonna
didn't,
react.
because it really does, like, it hits so much harder.
It does. It really does.
How do you feel about it now, Red?
You're so evil. Oh my god.
What do you guys think? You think it looks good still?
I mean, yeah, like it does though. It does still look good.
I mean, you guys have phones, right?
Yeah, now I do.
Oh, hey, and Speedy says it too. But you guys have phones, right?
Well, wait, what kind of phone do you have?
Oh yeah, may not work. May not work because I'm pretty. Yep, there you go.
Okay, well, at least I don't have to feel bad because now I just can't play it.
You can't play it. Yeah, you're gonna.
You can't even get disappointed that it's a mobile game because you can't play it at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was.
It's
really
not
good.
okay. Here's the thing: it's not only iOS only; it's Apple Arcade only, which means
is their
you have to pay
subscription.
the subscription service to get the game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Apple did really come out of the gates saying, "Oh yeah, you want to play Okami too? Fucking pay us."
Yep. Isn't
Like
that
I
great?
don't understand why you would release a trailer like this because like everybody interested at the end is gonna find out they can't play it. Like it's not even.
That's exactly why you do the trailer like that because if you open up with the fact that it's a mobile game, everyone's already tuned out.
Mm-hmm.
But then everyone's gonna dislike your trailer.
Yeah, but everyone's gonna see your trailer and watch the whole thing.
Was this a
I
very
guess
in-season April Fool's Day joke?
Right.
Actually, when did this trailer come out? Is it the perfect joke?
Now, see, here's the thing, right? Is I view this as
Oh, that was me. I did. You can yell at me. Everybody yell at me.
so I actually think that this is a little bit of a Hail Mary for them because the Apple Arcade has been canceling a lot of its deals with people for the past several months because it's not been making money. People they don't want to pay for mobile games, right? Like they don't want to pay whatever it is, $5 or $10 a month to play mobile games. They just don't want to do it. Subscription game services in general have not been a big hit, with the exception, of course, is like the console exclusive ones. So like PlayStation Plus and Now and all that kind of stuff, and then like Xbox Game Pass, which is now becoming much more prevalent. But like, boy, arcade is not popular. And,
So
yeah, it's got no games on it. Like the games it has on it are like Cut the Rope, the premium version of Cut the Rope. But like, you can just go play the free version. Yes.
Oh, so I'll say, I work in the phone industry, right? I sell phones for a living. This is the first I'm ever hearing of Apple Arcade.
Oh my god.
Oh,
So that tells you how well it's doing.
That's great. That's really funny. All right, so there you go. I just wanted to like, we started off the stream with a fuck up, and then we just hit Rad right in his heart.
You
know?
did that.
Yeah.
Like that's one of the most cruel things you've ever done to me.
I'm really glad. I'm really glad. Clee would like you to know, Ryden, that you fucked up by clicking play. You're a bad person, and I hope you never ever see a dog again.
Thank you, Kaylee. I did ask people to yell at me, and so she was the only one who was willing to do that.
And
Honestly, I know Nathan.
Tim asks, did we hear about the PS3? Yes, I think all of us are aware that the PS3, the digital store, is gone. It's just gone to the wind.
I don't.
Oh, yeah,
It's not gone yet. I don't think.
Pretty sure it's gone as of today. Yeah.
Well,
is it today? I thought we had a few more days.
No.
Are you talking about like the website or the store
The
itself?
store. The store's gone.
I thought the store is still up for it.
Is it still up? I don't think it's still up.
How much
it
money
is
would it
still
take to
up.
buy
It is,
all
it
of
is
the PS3
still up
store?
for another few weeks even.
Yeah.
But it's still going away. So like
Yeah.
if you wanted to play Ratchet and Clank, you better get it now. Because it's
Yeah.
gonna be gone.
Yeah, because they sure as shit aren't doing a fucking collection for some reason. I don't know why they aren't. They really should be.
Mm-hmm. What's interesting, I saw Mykonos talking about this. A friend of the show who he was tweeting about whether or not there are a bunch of digital only like items and stuff that are just gone forever.
Yeah, I mean that's sort of why it's like this is the question that I always think of when I like go to think of buying anything cosmetic, and then I don't do it because I'm like, one day it's not even gonna be like a shirt that's like torn in your it's like it's just gonna be gone. Like it's
Yes.
Yeah.
like I had an old Dr. Nefarious head I bought on PlayStation Home with the last 50 cents I had in my wallet remaining after Christmas, and I miss that Dr. Nefarious head so much to this day. I really do. I miss PlayStation Home, I think is what I'm actually saying, but I'm gonna hide behind that I miss the Nefarious head.
Everybody's yelling at me saying that I'm very quiet. Am I still quiet? I've now turned myself up with my fantastic mixer, which has all these cool features on it. So now it should be nice and
Wait,
and loud.
so Mixer is using an audio mixer and not streaming on Mixer.
Yeah, why aren't you streaming on Mixer, M? Where's the brand deal?
What? You do know Mixer doesn't exist anymore, right? It was bought out
Wait.
by Facebook.
I didn't know it didn't exist.
Yeah, no, they
I know,
transitioned everybody over to Facebook streaming.
Oh, I know it fucking died. I just did
Is it
not
Facebook,
know.
Facebook Gaming?
It is Facebook gaming, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
There is an up and coming quote unquote spiritual successor to Mixer though.
Oh yeah, what is it called?
Pickle me
It's
and
called Blemish.
Oh, you know what? They sent me a bunch of stuff, and I didn't even look at it. I just went on there and registered my username so no one else can steal it.
Basically what I did.
Whenever somebody sends me a thing and they're like, brand new platformer for streamers and video people, I'm like, ooh, I'm definitely gonna go there and register my username.
Yeah.
Because I don't want someone else to have it. Like, that's it. That's the only reason. Okay, so I got another video for you, and this one looks kind of... All right, here's the thing. I have one video that's terrible, which we just watched to hurt Brody, right? And then we've got a couple of trailers that actually look good. Then we're going to watch Space Jam. Then we're going to do extra credits. And boy, this extra credits video is so fucking bad. Okay, so I was just sitting there minding my own... I didn't want this. I didn't ask for it. And then suddenly somebody sent me this shitty video. So we're going to watch it.
I hate how accurate that impression is.
Isn't it good?
It is good. You have the cadence down. Like I don't know how else to describe it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like just perfect.
Yes. So we're going to do that. And boy, it's going to be... I'm so excited for you guys who don't know this stuff. Extra Credits is like a channel that I personally really fucking despise for a lot of reasons, right? I really don't like them. I don't like them a lot because, for one, you know, like they make bad content, but that's fine, you know, so do a lot of people. Life Noggin, for example, is like the worst YouTube channel you can possibly watch. It's just terrible content, but that's fine. But then you take it a step further, and Extra Credits is also hypocritical to an extreme, right? So during the whole Me Too movement, they were out there being like, believe all women, right? And then their guy, James Portnow, was accused, and they were like, except those women, of course. And they didn't say shit. They were just like, oh, it wasn't a thing. He's totally, no, it wasn't that at all. And on top of that, you've got a games channel, right? The whole concept of Extra Credits is we're going to teach you how to make better video games. We're going to go through and really kind of dig up at the various subjects of video games, right? We're going to pull up whatever it is, like monetization and how you should do this and how you should write a story and whatever. And they're going to do this based off of the expertise of James Portnow. Again, the accused abuser, James Portnow, right? We're going to do it off of him. And he's a game developer, and he consults with major game companies, blah, 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 blah. How many games do you think James Portnow has ever shipped? Because the answer is fucking 0. He's never shipped a game. Do you know how many games he's worked on? Pretty sure the answer's 2, and I'm pretty sure both of those were canceled, and I think he was a QA tester for one. So he didn't fucking work on it. He was there as a QA in the studio. On top of that, the only thing that he ever did eventually ship was a fucking mobile game by a company that, oh yeah, he owns. So like, bro. You know?
So after you mentioned that they do game development videos, I have watched one of their videos before, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I had.
I used to watch them like years ago, back when it was like not the guy they have now. I think it was the guy with the higher voice that they had doing it.
He left during the whole
named
James
Daniel.
Portnow being accused
They're
of
both
stuff.
named Daniel.
Yeah.
It's so confusing.
Yep.
But, I was neither an avid watcher, but I did watch some of their more infamous videos, like games. What was it called? Like games should be more than $60. I think that was what it was called.
Excuse me?
Yeah, all games should be because
Yeah, all games should be more than $60.
What?
Something about loot boxes being fine. You're just complaining or something like that. I forget. And I remember the James Portnow stuff coming out, and then I remember looking online, and a bunch of people. I don't know if this is true, but a lot of people brought this up. So I'm assuming either it's like an elaborate prank or this is actually true. A lot of people were saying how James Portnow used to teach game design at a college they went to, and how he was just like the worst game design teacher they've ever had.
I believe it.
He cannot be worse than my high school.
He could. He really sucks. He doesn't understand anything, and he just goes out there and he's one of those. He's a pontificator, right? So
wait, you say that like it's a bad thing.
Well, you know, but you know what I mean when I say that.
Don't let him ruin the image of pontificators. That's all we have.
It is too. That's the problem. It's all you have is your the image of a pontificator. That is what he is. And it's heart, and it really, really sucks to deal with him. So he makes these shitty videos every so often, and they're always just the worst, right? Just the fucking worst. And apparently he's not at Extra Credits anymore, but this is the history of Extra Credits. They were started by a charlatan who didn't understand game design and just kind of faked it till he made it, but he never fucking made it because he was eventually run out for abuses in his workplace. What a great legacy. Let's keep talking about those people. And then after all that shit ends up, they start off with, you didn't want this. Like, bro. You know? So we're going to talk about Extra Credits. It's a bad video. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna just hate it because he's talking about race, and boy, it's the stupidest shit.
I was really hoping we'd avoid a video that I hated.
It's so fucking terrible. It's so fucking terrible. It's gonna be good. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. But let's watch some trailers first. We'll get to that because whatever.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, I'm Ella Balinska. I am.
Hey everybody.
Hi, Ella.
Hey.
Hey,
You
That
didn't
just
say,
like took me right out of the trailer, but okay.
yeah, you didn't say hello.
Where is she in? Is she in the Game of Thrones room, like that room? I've never watched Game of Thrones. It's just like she's in a massive room that you'd see in like a
That's such a
mansion or
weird
castle or
question,
something.
Dan. Why would you? Oh my. Okay, so I need to break this down. Is that the Game of Thrones room?
The Game of Thrones?
Looks
Is
I
that
honestly-
the Game
I
of
agree with that.
Thrones?
What is it?
Exactly
What is the game?
like-
What is the Game
No,
of
no,
Thrones?
hold on.
I'm curious as
You know,
to
the
what the
room
Game
from
of
the Game of
Thrones is.
Hold
Thrones,
on.
the one
The
where
Throne.
the one
Just
where
hold on.
This is like Dr. Seuss's Game of Thrones. Like you sit upon the throne, for that is
Hold
what
on.
you do.
Just hold on, okay? So we're in the Game of is that the Game of Thrones room? I haven't seen it, but it looks like it would be a room that would be
You know
in a
what?
show
The one where
called
they-
Game of Thrones.
Look, I honestly think he's really close. That looks exactly like the throne room in Game of Thrones.
It looks nothing like it.
It looks exactly like there's a chair, there's like windows that are like blurry enough to maybe be stained glass.
No, it's
Ga-
the place
Game of
where
Thrones.
where they eat and talk.
Mi-
You know, the room.
No.
I can't.
Oh my god.
Game of Thrones or something. I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Well, medieval times is very famous for their lighting fixtures, so I think that's probably where you made the connection.
Wow. Hi, Ella.
Okay, wait. Okay, I have a question. Who is she and why is she important?
Well, she's
She's
about to tell you.
Presumably, she plays one of the.
I love
She's
it she didn't.
completely unconnected. To
Yeah,
this.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. She has nothing
Man,
to
I
do
hope-
with
I hope
anything.
They pulled me
She's
off
in
the
Riverdale.
street.
They just hired her to.
Yeah,
to
they
come
just
and-
hired this actress to come and talk about a game that she's never heard of, which
That's
is how
fair.
I would
That's
do
fair.
it. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
That's a good
that's what EA does every time they have someone come and talk about their Star Wars games.
What we need to do is we need to pay Selena Gomez to talk about this podcast
Oh.
because she's never heard of it before, and it'll be fantastic.
I mean, sure, go pay Selena Gomez.
See, that's what I'm saying.
I'll definitely reimburse you within 90 days.
Man,
Well,
that's not
you
too bad.
you heard it here. He gave his word.
Yeah.
It's a verbal
I
contract
heard
that's been formed.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I feel a witness to this.
So
I can hold him
excited to
accountable.
announce to you all that I play the lead character Frey.
There you go. She plays the lead character.
I think the
Oh,
Freys
cool.
are in Game of Thrones, right?
The phrase are in the Game of Thrones. The Game
Okay,
of
so yeah,
Thrones.
this is Game of Thrones.
Okay, somehow the wires got mixed up in my brain because I made that Star Wars joke and I started thinking we were looking at a Star Wars game,
Mhm.
and she said my name is Frey, and I'm like, wow, they were lazy. What they just put an F on. They just put an F right on Ray, and we're like, that's it, we did it.
Frey Blywalker.
The thing is that you couldn't be any lazier than Ray, so it makes sense actually that you would just throw an F on there.
Yeah.
Because Ray was pretty lazy, buddy.
Well, it's spelled with an EI, right? So it's different.
No, it's EY.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
EY.
Oh, well, that's even more different.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, this is not the Game of Thrones TV show.
This is Game of Thrones. It's a game
It's-
about Thrones.
It has nothing to do with thrones. There is no thrones
No, know that
involved.
yet. We haven't
Guys.
watched the trailer.
We have.
Fine.
As you may have heard, Square Enix and Luminous Productions revealed a sneak peek.
By the way, does anybody actually say Enix? Because it's Square Enix, yeah?
Some people
Yeah.
do, and I'm like, I don't know if you're the one saying it wrong or if I am, but I'm not gonna change.
Like, it's
Well,
Enix, though.
well, I
Some
just
people say Zenith. Some people say Zenith. I
No,
say
no,
Zenith.
it is Enix. It's Square
Yeah,
Enix.
Yeah, it is Square Enix.
I do say
So-
Enix.
Yeah.
I just say Squeenix and call it a day. Like
Sure.
no one questions you if you say
I
Squeenix.
thought they were just
Yeah.
called Square.
Unless it's Squenix, in which case I am screwed.
What about what about IDOS? Because a lot of people call that EDOS, and that feels weird to me too. Also, hey, we got a celebrity in the chat. It's Head Met Wall. He's the guy who writes all the little thing. You guys wouldn't. He's a celebrity to me. I know his name.
He's a celebrity to me.
He's a celebrity to me.
Hey, that's all that matters.
Yes, and Framinator says hello to the new Jay, which is Dan. Dan is new Jay.
Hi. Hello.
Hey.
And when I told him that last time, he was like, I know Jay. Wait, which Jay?
No, I asked who Jay was, then you told me, and then I said I knew who it was. Because I know who Jay is.
Uh-huh. It's just such a funny... I know Jay. Which Jay?
I know a lot of Jays, okay? I live a very fruitful life where I happen to know a lot of people and I'm friendly with a lot of people who are named Jay. All right?
Wow. Okay, so living a fruitful life means you have to come into contact with lots of Jays.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people whose names start with J. but I
Well,
don't know
apparently you
anybody
live a
named
very
J.
fruitful life, according to Dan.
I know at least two.
That counts.
Yes. All right. I don't remember where we're at, but we're gonna watch this thing.
We're watching the Star
Grand
Wars trailer.
Queen and announce the official title of the game. Forspoken. What?
Oh my god.
They actually did it. They did the whoa. Here, let
Wait,
me
I
go
think
again.
they're approaching a throne.
Yeah, but forget the fucking throne, okay?
Go into the throne room.
We're not talking about thrones anymore. We're listening to the
throne
boom.
ROM, right? Because it would be the.
We're not doing this joke. It's a bad joke. You're just constantly beating it. You're beating it. Leave it alone.
Well, because it wouldn't be the throne room. It would be
Oh my god!
the throne.
You're disinvited. You're disinvited.
I like it. I think it's hilarious.
But it's not.
This is just payback. Like this is just what this is. I'm just getting him back for the mobile game.
Oh, I see. You loved that mobile game until it was revealed it was a mobile game.
It's true. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, hey, if they put it on literally anything else, I'll fucking play it. But
No, it's on Apple Arcade, which is very popular. Lots of people are on there. Yes.
What?
Hide.
Is that a motherfucking dragon?
Whoa.
See, it's Game of Thrones.
She swore. Yeah, this is literally Game of Thrones.
She also
in the
started off
trailer.
with, "Is that a motherfucking dragon?" Which I think tells you what we're getting ourselves into with this one.
That's a strong start for a trailer.
I
Right?
like it.
It's not even a dragon. It's a motherfucking dragon. Oh my god.
I mean, how would you act if you saw a dragon? You wouldn't go, "That's a dragon." You'd go, "That's a motherfucking dragon right there, motherfucker."
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, but the point is that, like, I don't know that I necessarily think of that as, like, compelling writing, you know? Like, come on. You start off your trailer with just literally, "There's a motherfucking dragon!"
I mean, that gets me in. That tells. It's like, you know, I see the dragon. I go, "That's a motherfucking dragon." The character goes, "That's a motherfucking dragon." I'm like, we relate. We're connecting on a level, and
We're riding the same wave here.
Here's the thing,
Exactly.
right? Anytime somebody, like, I don't know, goes overboard and just kind of jumps into in these kind of media things, right? Whenever you get like motherfucker, fucking what, it always just reminds me of that Teen Titans trailer. Fuck Batman, you know? Like, it's just
I have not watched Titans.
I
Mostly,
haven't seen it. I just know the trailer
Neither
because
have I.
fuck Batman.
but like that. The thing is, I probably would not have given that show like even a second glance if it did not have the fuck back. Like that part makes me want to watch it because I want to see what other moments are in that
Oh my
show that
God.
are like fuck Batman. You know, like there's I want to. I don't know.
So
I don't know
easy
if
to
it's
please.
well. That's it's like I'm pleased with genuine curiosity and morbid curiosity. So like no matter what, I can always find something to enjoy typically, and that's
I'm with you
that's
there.
where I'd go in there.
Wow.
That's a lot of information right there. Why not?
She's not really hiding, is she?
No.
Like, that
No.
is not how I would
No,
hide.
that's not
Dragon
a great
100%
hiding spot.
sees
Her way of hiding is definitely like,
Well, she's treating it like a dinosaur, so it's like it
Also-
has
I was just gonna say
Wait,
if the dragon if she doesn't move, the dragon can't see her.
So I thought that this was taking place like during medieval times, but she kind of also looks like she's wearing stuff from the 21st century, like the current year.
oh, what do they call that when it's the isekai?
Yeah, isekai.
Yeah,
Or
maybe
ise-
that's what
yeah,
this is.
where it's like the person from the real world comes into the magic world or something. Yeah, I think that's what it's.
Yeah, because she's definitely wearing like clothing that I would see on the street. That's a pair of jeans right there.
Which
Yeah.
street?
Which one?
What the fuck does that even mean?
Which street? He
What
asked
does
you a
that
question.
even
Yeah,
mean?
which one specifically?
It's a
Because
very
you
simple. It's a
didn't
very
the
simple
street!
question. Which
What kind of
street?
question is this?
Which
you said
street?
street.
I don't understand what's wrong with your brain.
You said the street, and I just wanted
He
clarification.
wants to know which street. Why are you holding this information from us, Em? Like this is important. If you don't tell us, how can we ever know which street she looks like she's from?
You know
I don't
that
think you're getting a response at this point. This is
You know that
you've
kid-
reached the end of the conversation. Please
I-
insert another quarter if you want to keep talking to him.
you know the look I'm giving you, right?
No, I don't.
I don't. I could not. Like, my only visual of you is your guy, or like you in the shark head. So I have no fucking idea what look you're giving me.
He's looking
So
at
you know that
in
kid, the kid, he's the GIF, the reaction GIF, the kid who's just looking, right, and he slow blinks. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
I mean, you could be which
wait,
gift?
It's a school picture day kid, right? Yeah, that guy.
See,
So-
why was it so easy for you to tell us which GIF you were thinking and not which street?
Yeah, really. I mean,
Okay, so I'm gonna be honest. I
It's this
wasn't
one,
listening. So I have no idea where
Everybody,
it's coming
it's this
from.
one. This is the one I'm talking about. This is how I'm actually looking at my microphone right now, thanks to you.
I get why you do this, Em. I get why you do the leave them in silence thing. But now it's just funny to me. So now it's like a power I have over you. But you never did tell us which street.
So it's actually really a worst of episode if you think about it that way.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Is it gone?
Yes, and we should leave.
Is it gone?
I don't know. Is it?
Is
Well-
it gone?
she
She's
looked
about-
up
she's
like
about
a
to
second
find out.
after it left.
She watched it go away because she wasn't hiding. She was just like behind a tiny little wall, right? Is it gone? You fucking watched it go away. Yes.
I feel like the
Fail.
script for this and the voice acting were probably done before the animation.
That
or-
still looks. It's a motherfucking dragon. I'm gonna
Well,
hide by
or-
not hiding. Is it gone?
Maybe it wasn't. Maybe the blocking was done first, and that's why it ended
We're
up
not
the way.
getting
'Cause
into that.
it's weird that like it is definitely like an odd
Yes.
way to do that scene.
As Clee says, she sees it fly away. Is it gone? Yes, that's exactly it.
Maybe there's a second dragon she's talking about, and she wants to know if that one's gone.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
It could be.
This place as well.
With that thing out there. Forspoken is the first video game that I have been involved in, and is my first time doing performance capture. And
I wonder why they would put that on the trailer. Like, that's good for
why
you.
they would do that.
Like, that's awesome, but like, why would you advertise that as part of the announcement trailer?
I don't know. Is she super famous and we just don't know who she is?
Yeah.
What was her name again?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, she's
that's
sitting on the Game of Thrones, so like I don't.
Right, yeah, she must be very famous.
No, in the Game of Thrones.
Yes.
Right, she's in the Game of Thrones, sitting on the throne. Right.
I am loving every single second of it. Frey is a character I immediately connected with when this project was first brought to me. She's real, she's raw, she's a girl who both figuratively and literally has lost her way, and she's fighting for survival as she discovers where she fits in the world.
So apparently the actress was in Charlie's Angels.
Oh, that's it. That explains why nobody knows who she is.
The new one, right?
Yeah, the new 2019 movie.
Okay, good.
There's some other stuff I haven't really heard of too much. Back in 2017, 2018. She's a fairly new actress.
Yeah, no, I don't recognize anything on here other than Charlie's Angels.
Again, if she's in Charlie's Angels, that 100% explains why nobody knows who she is. We're all sitting here going, nope, never seen it. Oh, man, Charlie's Angels. Now, that's a bad franchise right there.
I don't think I've seen a single movie in the
Charlie's
franchise.
Angels Full Throttle is the worst film, maybe ever. Ever.
So
I would watch Zack Snyder's.
In general,
I would watch
that's a
Zack
big
Snyder's
statement.
4 hours again before I'd watch. I'd watch it several times before I would watch Full Throttle.
Mhm.
It's really bad. I'd
So
watch
when
the
are we
entire
watching?
DCEU back to back,
Oh my god.
Rightist.
like happily before I'd watch Full Throttle. It's trash. It's a terrible movie.
Man.
No redeeming qualities.
It's
It's not
worse
even
than Wonder
funny.
Woman 1984.
It's so much worse than Wonder Woman 84.
Interesting.
It's trash. It's just so.
Now I want to watch it.
No, I'm telling you, it's terrible. Why would you want to watch it?
Is it terrible in a like non-enjoyable way or an enjoyable way?
There is not. It is worse than Doom Annihilation, Uber. There's nothing good. There's nothing redeeming about this film. It's trash.
Wait, what movie was it?
Charlie's Angels Full Throttle.
Charlie's Angels Full Throttle. Cool.
Yes.
And what street was it?
Yeah, what street was it?
I mean, there's so
What
much
was the
more I want
street
to
in which
say,
they were
but
throttling
I'll
fully
save it for
down?
another time.
Or up?
See you all soon.
Well, this movie actually looks cool.
Yeah, as you say, this game. Yeah, like
That looks amazing.
This looks like
okay,
a
so-
3D
Yeah.
kind of like hyper light drifter, and I'm all for that with the
Yeah.
movement.
Yeah, it's like it sort of looks like they've done a thing where it's like a trick, right? Because you're not actually climbing up those rocks, and they're just giving you like Insomniac really fluid animations to make it look like you're doing cool stuff when you go up the wall, and that it probably makes the gameplay smoother, so it's probably a good thing. But it's like I immediately noticed it, where it's like they're not actually climbing. The animations are just really good, which I think is more impressive if you can sell that. Which I think it has so far. I don't know. I noticed it immediately. Maybe it didn't sell it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think you kind of have to do that to get movements like this. Like, there's no way you could control.
Well, yeah, I just mean like, yeah, but I mean, like, you don't have, like, you didn't have to go ham with these anime. Like, they were doing flips and shit a second ago, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And that's the part that like impresses me, like, because Insomniac does the same thing with like Spider-Man's animations. Like, they're so intricately designed for like every single frame of what you're doing, and it's like. But what you're actually doing, like, you're just scaling a wall, like, you're just translating upward is all your character is doing. But like the animations sell the entire thing.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, no.
Whereas, yeah, something like Assassin's Creed, you're like meticulously climbing every brick or whatever, which was always impressive. But I wasn't as into it as like in Infamous, where you could just like jump up and grab the bricks. Assassin's Creed always felt slow. I don't know where I'm going with this. Someone could just stop me at any time.
Like, I think, no, I agree with you. Like, I think the
I
animations.
don't know why you just
really
jumped in there. I was going to let him just sweat for a while.
If I always go back to Assassin's Creed 3, which is where I just feel was because I didn't play too many after that. But 3 was to me like the best feeling parkour of just like I used to love running over fences and just like doing the vaults over them just because of how smooth they had finally gotten it back to that point. And so like I totally agree that like there's nothing wrong with just one button smooth animations, and like I just think it feels like you're doing it. Like I have no problem with that.
Yeah, well, it all comes down to pacing too, because like Assassin's Creed, there's a funness to. I kind of like 1's almost a little bit better than 2's, because 2's it's like, this is really impressive what you've done with this engine. It's really cool that you've been able to do this. It is also a slower game because you have done this.
Well, a lot of what works about Assassin's Creed was the level design. Like they would design the layouts so that you could keep moving, because it is rather glitchy. If you run into a wall at the wrong angle, like you're not climbing it or you're jumping off it or whatever. So like it is like a lot of the level design facilitated that, where this probably won't have that advantage. Like this is more of an open world looking kind of thing.
Yeah,
I feel like
this looks more like a Zelda style. You can climb anything, and also we're gonna make it look good.
Yeah.
Also, with regards to the 3D Hyperlight Drifter thing, isn't that literally a thing now? Like, aren't the Hyperlight Drifter guys literally making a game in 3D?
Are they? I did not know that.
Yeah,
Now I'm very interested in that.
Solar Ash, I think it's called.
Oh yes, okay, I did know that. I
Yes.
did know that was a thing. I don't know why that slipped my mind. I've seen that trailer. It looks amazing. So now this game has nothing going for it for me. Specifically. Solar Ash is a thing. I forgot about that. So
this
thank you
is
for reminding me.
this is a game from Gary Whitta, who is the writer of the Book of Eli and Rogue One, and it is the development company that did Final Fantasy 15.
Now, actually, you say Final Fantasy, and immediately it's like, yep.
Yeah, no, like as soon as you hear Final Fantasy, it clicks.
Yep. Yes, no, this I don't know what it is about this aesthetic, because this aesthetic is just real and rocks right now that I'm looking at. And yet you say Final Fantasy 15 and I'm like, yeah, no, that's it.
I think it's the
100%,
character design, because I feel like the character design does look a little bit like the few Final Fantasy 15 that I have seen.
So
I haven't
what
played it, so.
it's very specific, but what I want to say, it's the style of rock itself. Like, I don't know how to describe. There is a style to this rock that is very distinctly like, I could point at this and go, yeah, that looks more like Final Fantasy 15 than like Metal Gear Solid 5, for instance, or whatever. Metal Gear Solid 5 has its own style of fucking terrain and rock, and it looks different. And like that looks different than like Death Stranding. It's weird. I've started to notice the differences. But what I think sells it more than anything, for some reason, the color grading is like
they
Final
have their
Fantasy
own
15.
special. Yeah, definitely, 100%. And as you watch this movement here, knowing that it's Final Fantasy, you'll definitely pick it up a lot more. It feels Final Fantasy-ish. You get like it hits real hard with the Final Fantasy. I don't know, vibes, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like and like very specifically 15.
Yes, specifically 15. But it is Square Enix, so I imagine they're using the same engine, because they own it, so it makes sense to do that. Why would you?
Yeah.
Why would you go ahead and just toss an engine after one game, Konami? Like, it doesn't.
I can't believe these words were almost about to come out of my mouth unironically.
Go ahead.
And I guess they still are, which is, in fairness to Konami,
Oh no.
which is not something I thought I would ever say.
Mm-hmm.
They did technically do a second game with the engine, and no one wanted it.
Are you talking about the most fantastic? I think they called it. I think they called it MGS, right? Like that's what it was. It
Yes,
was
Metal Gear Survive.
so good, so good. It was clearly the best game ever made.
Oh my god.
Okay,
I've never touched it. Don't plan to.
It's fantastic, and I think everybody should play it all the time. All the time. You should go play it right now.
I've heard it's
really
even-
good. It's
I've heard
really
even like on its own as a game, it's
Fantastic.
not even good.
It's so good. You should play it today.
Well, if you want to see what was the end? Is it the Fox engine?
Yes.
Is that what they called it? Yeah.
Yes, Fox.
Want to see the Fox engine in action? Although, because Kojima used Gorilla's engine Decima for Death Stranding, I think, and I don't know how he did it, but he got the stuff. He got the Horizon engine to look like what I think he wanted to do with the Fox engine. It's really weird, but I'm excited to see more from that.
So Speedy brings up that this game doesn't look very impressive because there's nothing else in it. And I do agree. They are not showing a whole lot other than movement and motherfucking dragons. So,
Yeah.
like,
Well, no, that rock has a hole in it.
I don't think
so-
there's a whole I don't think there's a whole lot that's like pulling me into this world here, but like the movement does look cool. I'm a big fan of movement in video games. If you get a way to like surf or, you know, bunny hop or whatever, like I'm gonna end up doing that.
But you hate when they telegraph it with yellow poles.
Oh my god.
Here's
Here's the thing, right? Like I don't interest in talking about it, but I don't understand how anybody can look at the initial trailer that they put out at QuakeCon in whatever it was 2018, how you could look at that and say, oh yeah, those bright ass yellow metal poles, they even changed them. They knew it fucking looked bad, right? Like I don't see how you could look at that and not go, oh, that looks really stupid. Like that's a bad design choice. And they knew it. They changed it. They made them all spiky. They made different, different poles for different areas. And they made them so that they were highlighted yellow instead of just fucking spray painted yellow. Everybody knew it was a bad decision. And then the whole world's like, oh, you hate poles. Why do you hate poles? Motherfucker, I do hate poles now. Yeah. How about that? Are you talking? Is he talking? Oh my goodness. How does this happen? How do I do this to my computer? I can't hear anything. Oh my God. How did I do it? How did I do it? Can you guys hear me in the chat? Oh my goodness. Every time. Every time. Every time!
What's going on?
There's a
Every time!
who is the one that cannot be heard though? I can't even figure that out.
I can hear you.
Yeah, no.
I think everyone can be heard.
I think we need to do like a roll call.
I don't know.
Roll call.
We're all here.
Great.
Everything's fine. I don't understand why I can't stream. I don't understand it. I don't know why. I'm just sitting here like being mad about polls, and the next thing I know, like I'm looking and nobody's saying anything, but then I look over and what do I see? I see Brody's little green thing is on, and I'm like, is he saying anything? And I said, are you saying anything? And that's where we are now. Welcome.
Welcome back.
I'm a really, I don't know. I got to figure out what's going on here because I'm just the worst at this. Like the actual worst at streaming.
Yeah, I agree with you.
It's true. Every stream, something terrible happens.
I wouldn't call you the worst because then I'd have to acknowledge that you're the best at the worst. And then that means I'd have to acknowledge that you're the best at something.
That's really rude of you.
I'm kidding. I love you. You're the best.
So he's just slightly above the worst. Not quite, but almost.
Wow.
And that is somehow worse.
Than being the worst.
So that
Because, well, no, think
Make
about this. If
them the
you're the worst, you still go down in history as the worst. Nobody talks about the second worst person. Everyone talks about the best and then
But-
maybe second and third and the worst, but no one talks about the second worst person.
Look,
then
the
isn't
only
the
places that
second
matter.
worst person the best at being the worst and not the worst person?
Speedy says it's Raiden's fault because he kicked Pokemon's dog.
That's fucked up, Ryan.
Wow.
God, that when you say it back in like that way, it does sound fucked up. Actually, I'm starting to understand how you guys are hearing it.
Just like killing the dog for the aesthetic.
I'm sorry. I was killing dogs, and now that someone has shown me from the other side, I think now I'm gonna hang up my dog killing.
You know what? I think there are actually two sides to this entire argument, and I was maybe a little bit blinded.
I can't believe this arc has gone from Raiden kills dogs to Raiden now morally cannot kill dogs. We've taken a plot twist. I don't know where it's going to go next,
that's
but I'm
an arc
excited.
that had to happen.
Well, had is a strong word, but needed, I think, is the right one.
Well, I can't believe there had to be a starting point with that. I can't believe that the ending point wasn't the only point.
Well, who says we're at the end? Raiden could relapse. He could go kill more dogs. We don't know.
This is the struggle I'll be dealing with my entire life.
Just to emphasize it again, Framinator says that he will not kill his dog for the aesthetic.
Well,
it was advice. It wasn't something you had to do. It was just I was asked my opinion. That's all there is. I'm not going to.
I really enjoy how this comes up every stream, organically.
How it comes up. You enjoy how it just organically comes up.
How it just
It's
comes
not
up.
forced.
I didn't bring anything up this time. Okay,
the one time.
Well, you get
man,
so mad.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch the episodes of this podcast that I'm not in, just so I can get the full Raiden kicking dog arc story.
Yeah, well, see, eventually you can hear he is slowly descending into madness. Okay.
Yeah, but he's just organically raised.
Yeah.
Hopefully for the aesthetic.
It's just something that comes up naturally in the conversation. Yeah.
It just keeps naturally coming up.
I just keep killing dogs. I just can't seem to stop.
Yeah.
Right on, are you a
Raiden.
vet? Is there context here? Are you a vet?
Are you?
He just hates
This is. Oh, he can't even bring himself to be a vet.
I can't even be a vet. I couldn't even do it.
Yeah, you cannot be one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to tell you.
Yeah, he doesn't get pleasure. He doesn't get Schadenfreude from killing the dog. It's not something he does for fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's something he does because he has to. His very being depends on it.
Yes. All right.
It's like a.
Okay, now I'm done talking to you. So this scene here, specifically, it feels so Final Fantasy 15. And I think you're right. I think it's the rocks.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
It's something I have not been able to explain to people. But when I played... This is going to sound fucking bananas. But when I played Metal Gear Solid 5, one of the things I came out of that, with the way that the rocks looked, especially in the Afghanistan map, I came out of that I don't know why, but I really want to take a bite of those rocks. It looks like I could chew. It looks like I could
No, that does sound crazy. Nobody's with you here.
They looked the MGS5 rocks. They were just designed in such a way where it's it looks like if I bit into that, it would be like a chewy cookie. The kind of
no,
you go to
it looks like
you go to
you get rock.
Go to Tim Hortons, get a nice warm cookie, not one of the ones that's been sitting out all day, a nice fresh one. You just bite into it and it just melts right.
I'm sorry.
That's what the rocks look like. But the reason I'm saying that is that these rocks here, I don't want to bite into them. These looks like sturdy ass rocks, and that I think is the difference. That's one of the differences. That's how you can tell the style of rock. Do you want to eat that rock?
Because
no.
the rocks look like rocks?
What?
Well.
Do you want to eat that rock or not? That's how you decide whether or not you like the art.
Because that's one of the questions you can ask yourself.
Such a chewy rock.
If someone asks you your opinion on rocks, one of the questions you can ask
you
is,
eat rocks
would I want to eat that rock?
Does a more delicious rock indicate a better game or a worse game?
Well, I don't think. I don't think that, it's about how you use the edible.
No. Answer the question.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I wasn't eating
Answer
any
the
rocks.
question.
I wasn't eating any rocks in MGS5, so I would not say that used its edible element to an extent that benefits the game. But if you showed me a game that looks like you could eat the rocks, and also you eat the rocks, it's like, well, that helps the art better.
Okay.
Right?
What if you can eat rocks?
this
in
means-
this?
Hold on. You're saying if the rocks look like you can eat them, and then you can eat them, that's good game design. Like, that's what you're saying.
Is that extra credit?
Okay.
You can eat any rock. What does that mean?
Can you explain this, please?
I'm
Man,
waiting,
let's just
man.
Questions here, like-
it's just sometimes you look at rocks and sometimes they don't look edible and sometimes they do.
I have never, in all of my
How is
years
this test
on this
useful?
earth,
In what
thought of that.
in what
At all.
context
What does he
is that
get wrong?
useful? Distinguishing.
Okay.
I don't.
Wait. What makes the rock look edible?
No, we're
Well,
not
it's-
having that. No, because he's
I-
going to go off about like, well, it's going to have a certain amount of dust on there, and when you chew into it, it's got to really just kind of. I don't want to know about this fetish. I have no interest in knowing about his kink with rocks. I don't want to know the specifics here.
Okay, but does this mean that RACROX is a stoner confirmed?
Well,
I mean, he is Canadian.
well, yeah. I mean, I could pop an Eddie. We'll be 2 hours in, and I'll be out of my fucking mind. But I could do that. I'm not going to.
The fact that
So
he
do
even
you-
can have that conversation right there and be like, "Oh, well, yeah, I could," like
Legally
that
can do
tells you
that.
where he's at, man.
I mean, that's
That's
yeah,
understandable.
Canada.
So do you
I'll,
like
I'll, need,
look
I'll
at
need to ask him about the rocks later, though.
do you look at like stalagmites and stalactites and just think to yourself, I wonder what that would feel like in my mouth?
Oh my god.
Oh well, you were more generous than I would have been making that joke.
I don't think he was making a joke. Do you look at
Yeah, I
stalactites and go,
wasn't.
boy, I'd like to suck on
Oh,
that."
because I eat the rock. Yeah.
Yes. What?
What did you think?
Well, Em was saying
We were talking about rocks for 5 minutes. Do you think I just shifted out of nowhere?
Oh my god.
Oh my
To be fair, I'm not. I do not want to place myself anywhere near his side right now. But what I'm trying to say is that it sounded like there was a little bit of a sexual euphemism going on there. I was a little confused myself.
right.
I was
But
like,
you
I-
still knew he was
was.
talking about
Even
rocks.
if there was,
You
Em
still
was saying that-
understood.
even
Em
if
was
there
saying that it was his kink, so I was like, all right, well, Em's kind of into this. So, like, I don't know, with the stalagmites and stalactites thing.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, they can kind of look like bugles, right? Like, so you could eat them like bugles.
Actually, I do kind of see that. Yeah.
See, this is why Em is afraid for me to, because Em knows if I explain, people are going to be like, "Oh, okay, now I get it." Because if I
It
just talk for
never-
long enough,
It never
eventually
comes down
people
to,
get it.
oh, okay, I understand. It comes down to, I get it. You're crazy. Okay. I get it. That's what it's never like, oh, I understand. Yeah, no, that's logical. Yeah, I understand where you came from. It's a good assumption. It works out. I'm right there. I'm on board. It's never that. It's always, oh, you're crazy.
Just to answer the question from earlier, what makes a rock look edible? I don't know for sure, but I want to say that it's the sheen.
Okay.
Oh,
It's
God.
it's the way the light reflects.
Mhm.
Okay,
Oh,
can you go into a little more specifics?
So a glazed rock would be a better rock.
For an unglazed rock, I don't know. What does this mean?
I mean, things do look more appetizing when they're glazed. So I guess if I don't know, if there was like some snow on the rock, then it would look like
What about
a glazed.
people? Would you eat people if they were glazed?
No.
So it's not the glazing, it's the rock.
Well, it's the way that the glazing accents the rock, and it just
Right.
makes it look like a Cinnabon or something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but when did
But
your appetite for rocks start?
MGS5. I was playing MGS5, and I'm going through, and I'm like, man, it looks like you could just like bite into these rocks.
Do you think Kojima would be like happy that you feel this way?
I Yes, but I don't. But not for the reason. I
weapon to surpass Metal Gear.
I think Kojima would be happy that like his art had like that kind of effect on someone, and like not to. He doesn't even care what the effect is specifically. You know what I
Do
mean?
you think that's just the secret message of Metal Gear Solid 5?
Eat
The whole
rocks?
point was just trying to convince you to eat rocks.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh, it's all subversive there.
I mean that was the moral, but then they cut episode 51, so we
To be
never ended
fair-
up getting that cutscene.
Oh
To
my
be
God.
completely fair, there are a group of people in America who eat nothing but dirt and clay.
I thought you were just gonna say rocks. But also, I mean, is that better?
Well, they're under the impression that clay
More diverse
has
diet.
certain nutrients that they need to, like live and be sustained. So, and they think it tastes like the best thing in the world, and that's their diet.
I mean, according to Brody here, as long as it's glazed, it's quite tasty. And I feel like clay has like a natural glaze if you just rub a little water on it, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
So you're saying that clay is edible to you? Like that looks good?
No, I'm saying that
Oh God, no!
Well,
we're all saying that we think that you would like clay more than rocks.
I don't know. I mean, I don't like because yeah, you're right. Clay does have a natural sheen to it, but I also feel like if I'm looking at clay, I'm like, I don't want to bite into that because it's gonna like. It's gonna conform. Like, it's not gonna break. It's gonna conform to the shape of my mouth. It's gonna be like a peanut butter mouth situation. It's not gonna be good.
Raw,
Like-
they bake it. They bake the clay.
So, would you have a clay and rock sandwich then? If clay is like peanut butter.
Wait, so you want it to like crunch and break off like
No.
a cookie?
Well, I don't want it to crunch. Like, not like a hard cookie, like a soft cookie. It's
then what was wrong
very
with bake clay?
well
So yeah,
because clay
just
clay
bake
is
the
too
clay
soft.
until the clay is nice and gooey, and
Well,
then
because
The
yeah,
clay is already gooey.
clay. I
Okay,
mean,
so clay is like brownies.
I don't know. I think clay is more like a frosty.
Excuse me?
Interesting.
Are you saying
like
you can
that.
drink clay? I want to see you
I-
drink clay
Wait,
right
can
now.
Are you
glaze
saying-
rocks
right
with clay?
now?
I just because they used to have those.
Excuse me.
What?
Okay. I have a question, a follow-up question. Which one, like what kind of mineral do you want to sleep with?
None. What?
None of them.
None.
What about like sand? Does sand turn you on?
No. Although recently I was asked what my favorite block in Minecraft was, and I did pick sand until I remembered pumpkin. Is
Oh.
that anything?
Okay, so would you have sex with a pumpkin then?
No, not a pumpkin as it is.
What if it was given to 98
So-
degrees?
so
what
you-
would
how
have
about a
to do with
well-carved
square
jack-o'-lantern?
I just mean if there was like
Like
if
very
there-
nicely carved.
I'm just saying if there was like a cute pumpkin boy or a cute pumpkin or a cute pumpkin girl, then and we hit it off, then
Uh-huh.
that could be something. But
Okay, so
I would not stick my penis in a normal pumpkin if that is what you
Elon
want.
Musk, get on
Pumpkin
it.
sand.
So the way you want to eat rocks, right? And clay, drink clay, and have
Yes.
sex with fruit.
Well, no, the fruit part isn't really the operative portion, but I do want to eat that part is true a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That I do want to eat rocks.
Right, and drink clay.
Well, see, okay, so this is what I was saying. So Wendy's used to run an ad for the Frosty that's like, it's not quite a solid, it's not quite a liquid, it's a sawquid. And it's like, that's kind of like,
Sockwood?
yeah,
That sounds disgusting.
that's an ad that they used to
Sockwood,
run.
yes, for me.
Well, so I took that to heart as like a kid. I was like, yeah, that's great. Ice cream, that's a sawquid. Like milkshake, that's a sawquid. Fucking yogurt, that's like a and so clay kind of, I don't know. I guess it depends on the temperature that it is at the time. But clay does have a kind
Oh
of
my God.
sawquidy.
Stop saying. Please stop trying to stop with a thing because it's disgusting. It sounds like a wad of like rolled up crispy sauce.
I don't know what to do. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh fuck. Okay. So
Okay, so we went from that's a motherfucking dragon to this.
It's a Sockwit. I don't what. I remember legitimately like when I got my PS3 and I first got into Metal Gear Solid and Solidus Snake showed up. I legitimately remember being disappointed. I'm like, why didn't they call him Sockwit Snake? Because he's supposed to be like this. He's supposed to be the third brother to Solid and Liquid, and they didn't call him Gaseous Snake because he's supposed to be like in between Solid and Liquid, not like another one. I don't know. He's like a clone of Big Boss, but he's not. He's like a true clone. But anyway, the point is they didn't call him Sockwid.
somebody just from the Discord
Because
just sent us
they
this.
want him to actually
Is this
seem like a
what
threat.
you would sleep with there, friendly?
Nobody whose name's Sockwid sounds like a threat.
Right.
So-
But just real quick.
and Solidus is.
So it sounds like more of a threat than Sockwid. Sockwid sounds like what you would name your child that you never wanted to have. That is what Sockwid sounds like.
But Solidus is just like it's just us at the end of Solid. Where's
At
the
least
liquid
Solidus-
portion?
Why are you
Sounds a bit
still
more
going
like-
on about this? Holy shit!
At least Solidus sounds a bit more regal, right?
So Klee has sent us this photo to request if this is what you mean by a pumpkin boy or girl.
Not
the
exactly.
ponytails
Not really
more
my type.
pumpkin?
But
This is not your type. Is
No.
it too human?
no, that's not the problem.
Oh, I think I got it. It's because she's not a square.
Yes, that is you've done it. It's because it's not a Minecraft block. That's what it was
Is
the
it
whole
because she's
time.
conforming to the container which she is inside of?
Well, she's not a Sockwid.
She's not a Sockwid.
Oh my god.
Okay, so
Oh.
wait, you specifically want to have sex with the Minecraft pumpkin.
Yes, that's right.
Well-
I forgot that you don't want to
No.
sleep with any old pumpkin. It's got to be
It's got to be a pumpkin with.
Minecraft
It's got to be a pumpkin with personality. You know.
Of course, yeah, but
We have to click on a certain level.
right, where does the sand come into play? What do you do with the sand?
I don't know.
I
That's
see.
that's your prerogative.
That's my prerogative for your weird fucking sex life.
Well, whatever you come up with is inherently just going to reflect back on you because how did you even think of it in the first place, right?
I don't know how you thought of this.
Well, I'm asking how you thought of it.
Oh my god.
You're the one who said it was a kink.
Is
You can play me back on that. I'm right
sorry.
on that
Is
one.
it
That's
is
true.
it not a
You
king?
just like to eat rocks, and you took it like
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
I asked him. I said, okay.
I'm just here living the Goron lifestyle, and you're out here like I gotta
yeah,
think
like
about
he
sex.
was almost in the right until he started admitting his like little pumpkin fetish. Then he like fell back into the hole that you dug him, and like just took back over the reins there.
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, let's finish up this trailer.
Thank you. Yeah.
You want to eat that rock? Do you wish that you were that rock?
I don't even see a rock on screen right now.
Forspoken.
What does that even mean?
Those are good rocks.
Does that right there? Does that turn you on there, buddy?
No, I mean it doesn't turn me on. I don't even know if I want to eat them, but those are good rocks. Like those are just I want to give these rocks a platonic compliment.
Okay. There you go. So that's Forspoken, which apparently has brought up a whole bunch of shit.
Interesting.
Okay,
Shit. We got an ad. I'm going to run an ad. If you are lucky enough to see this ad, then hey, you're not listening to me drone on. And that's fine. You're getting an ad. And if you're getting an ad, that's great. If you're not getting an ad, then you're either not blessed by ye old ad gods, or, of course, you're subscribed, in which case we love you even more. We love you all. Boy, Forspoken.
I'll probably play it.
That's the best review I think you could give.
Yeah. For
Like, I
Speedy
an eye on
Acorn
it.
says,
I'm interested in the movement.
the movement looks interesting. Speedy Acorn says, first we found out about Raiden's hate for dogs, and now we know RACROX likes to eat rocks. Maybe we should call this podcast the Dark Fetish Podcast.
Yeah, for real. My God.
I want to specify. I think that the rocks look edible. Whether I would eat them is a matter of if they're actually chewy or not. Like that's you have to
really.
you have to be able to discern reality from fantasy, right?
No,
And
apparently not.
I can look at the rocks and think they look edible. Doesn't mean I'm going to eat them. I mean, if they're made of cookie, if they taste like cookie, then yeah, I'm going to go eat the cookie rocks.
If they
But
look
that's-
edible, but you can't eat them, then that's a bad game,
Mhm.
right? That's the point
If-
you were making.
Wait,
you know, I think that
as long as they taste like cookies, that's all that matters.
well, they have to. Well, it's about mouthfeel. Like you know, it's not just about taste. It's not just about taste.
I just want to make that
Well,
clear.
like you've never. Okay, so my buddy.
Oh yeah, no, I've never had a rock in my mouth.
But,
Put that on my resume.
all right, listen, my buddy does beer brackets, right?
Okay.
And
I'm really interested in where you're going to take this, considering.
My buddy does his own personal beer brackets, and he has like different criteria. Like he'll rate based on like taste and like the suds or whatever. And like for me, if I was doing that, like he rates it up for, he likes suds. He rates it up for sudsiness. He enjoys like the froth. I'm not a fan. I don't like that. Like I'm not a big fan of the sud, because I think when I go to take a drink, if there's a lot of suds, it gets all in your mouth and it doesn't feel good, and it just makes drinking not a pleasant experience. And so I told him like mouthfeel needs to be on your bracket, because that is just as important as taste, because the act of eating has to be as enjoyable as how it tastes. Otherwise it's like what are you doing? And it's like and so like you can have something that tastes good, has bad mouthfeel, or has good mouthfeel but tastes bad. But obviously what you want is something that tastes good and has good mouthfeel. And I guess ideally also doesn't kill you if you eat it. So preferably if the rocks could just be all cookie, that would be good.
Oh my god. Oh, so you just really want to eat a rock. You like the mouthfeel
Or
of
he's
rocks.
already eaten rocks.
Like if
I
someone
mean-
if someone made me like a realistic, like you know how there's like those cakes that look like real shit, and they're like,
sure,
yeah. If someone like did that, like did a rock out of like cookie, I'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking eat this rock. Like,
Okay, I'm gonna get Rayquaz's address, and we're gonna order someone in this area to do.
oh
this.
god, don't
We just got dragged right back into this. Like,
don't dox me to rocks me. Like it's not gonna work.
Don't dox me to rocks me. Don't dox me. Do you hear that, Baxter? Don't dox me to rocks me.
I'm glad you like that one.
wait, is that why your name was RACROX this whole time?
Oh no.
Oh god.
You just love to
This is-
RACROX?
This is it. This is the real origin story.
Oh no.
I mean, you just spent 30 minutes talking about how you just really want to eat rocks. So like
You guys kept asking me why, and I'm here like I gotta come up with an answer.
No, you had an answer. You had an answer.
You did. It was
Well,
not a good answer, but
I had
one.
I had answers at the beginning, and at a certain point, I just had to start playing improv because it was like
No,
I mean,
no,
well, 'cause-
none of
well,
this sounds like improv.
Well,
You've put
you
some thought
started
into this
asking.
shit.
Well, you started asking me
literally
about
started talking about mouthfeel.
you
of
asked.
rocks.
Well, yes, that part it was a little bit in the back of my head, but you started asking me about stalactites and stalagmites. I wasn't prepared for that. Like I had to pull fucking bugles out of my ass to make
Oh,
that
yeah, of
comparison
course,
work.
Good point.
Yeah.
Like-
you actually had a relatively solid point there, and then everything else was terrible.
But see, if I'm right about the bugles thing, who's to say I'm not right about the cookie thing?
Oh, you're right. Okay, so I got another trailer here. Oh my god. We're gonna skip one. This is bad. So this
Water.
has been going crazy on the interwebs because people are saying, "Oh my God, look how incredible it looks!" And I don't know, it just kind of looks like
It looks marginally better.
It looks like they put a filter over it, and not even a great one.
Yeah, I can tell that when they show it side by side, there's a difference.
They're
Right?
yes,
That's the thing.
they're
the
rendering it out at a higher resolution, but it doesn't look that much more impressive.
Well, like you can't tell.
Not to say that it looks bad, like
No, but you can't tell that they are going from the new to the old, or from the old to the new here. You can't tell there's a line in the road here.
Wait, where's
So-
the line?
There,
Well,
it's
I
there.
can't tell,
It's
but
right
but that's
here.
because it seems like on the old thing,
is
there's
there?
like a bloom effect.
Yes, this is mid transition. We
Oh,
are
I see it.
looking.
Oh, it is!
mid-transition.
yeah, I
Okay,
see.
yeah,
I see on the
yeah, I see
left. Yeah,
It's really hard to see.
It-
People are going nuts about how good this looks. I think they're all being sarcastic.
Well, what
They-
so
they
what I think what the only thing that I noticed that like popped out at me was the foliage textures are rendered out with less aliasing, so they look better. That's it. That's the only thing I noticed.
It looks the fucking same. Like it's slightly better, but it's the same sort of thing. Like, oh, I turned on the HD texture pack.
That rock is darker than that rock.
Dude, like, look at this. Fucking nothing changed.
Yeah, it's like a slight lighting change, but like it's not.
Yeah, I think
It's not enough. Yeah, like it's not enough to say that it looks better or worse. It's just enough to say that like it looks a little different.
Yeah, it looks different, but I can't say that it looks like. That's
It-
exactly what I'm thinking. I'm like, it's a saturation changed on that, but like,
Well, it feels like it's not even necessarily a lighting difference. It feels like it's probably just something that happened when they upped the resolution and then the lighting changed because of just how like the mathematics worked out on the computational part, where it just ends up looking a little bit different. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't look like the lighting is intentional.
It's like that one joke from Diary of a Wimpy Kid where the mom starts an exercise program and then she quits after the first day. So the dad takes a photo of her on the first day and the second day, and then he labels it before and after. And it's the same photo.
I fucking love those books, man.
I've rerounded a little bit, and I cannot find the line.
I don't know where the line is. I was just looking and I was like, where's the transition?
Like
I see
that's
it.
how
It's-
indifferent it looks.
So
If you look in the sky, you can see it.
oh no, see, I see it at the guy's foot.
Oh yeah. Okay, so it is in fact on. Yeah, I found it.
wait, I
it's
still
right
don't
here.
see it. That which guy's foot?
It's in
So
the
it-
middle of the dude with the
The
poofy
rightmost.
thing on his hat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's
if you
in
look
the
at
middle
the
of
sky,
him.
it's much more obvious.
Oh, I see it in the sky there. Yeah, just that one spot though, because the tree kind of blocks.
Oh, there it is.
well, yeah, you can see the blue looks different.
That's
Okay, so yeah, so
fucking
this looks
hard to
nothing
see.
different.
It really doesn't.
I-
Oh my god.
I think what we're gonna see, because there's a depth of field effect on the trees that are about to be uncovered by the line, and I think when you hit play, we're gonna see those come into focus, and that's gonna be like the difference.
It's like I just can't believe how subtle it is. Like, and even like the only difference I'm telling is just the color difference. Like, it's not even like an improvement or anything. Like, it's just like, oh yeah, the sky's just slightly different color there. The ground's slightly different color.
Yeah, well, that's why I think it's not even necessarily like an intentional lighting change, just more of like a byproduct of what happened.
No, I think to be fair though, to give it like some fairness, I think it is more noticeable in game than a trailer would be. You know, because like you're up and close looking at textures and stuff like a texture improvement of a shitty leaf when you're able to walk up to it is different than like when it's far away in a trailer like this. You know.
That's true.
I keep trying to play it, but then
Did something,
someone
did
pause it
something
again.
happen?
I don't know. I've played the video twice and then it just paused again. Oh, it's because I clicked on the thing. God damn it. That was my bad. Like, yeah, here they're not even doing the transition, so I can't even tell at all, I don't think.
Yeah, upgraded ambient occlusion. What is SSGI?
Social
It's not-
security
well-
income.
Well,
I think You know what?
It's not. Is it subsurface something?
I think it is.
Screen
Subsurface.
space-
Subsurface
Screen space
something.
global illumination.
Oh, okay.
Screen
There
space-
you go.
oh,
I was
okay.
super wrong.
Yeah, that
it's,
was way
it's a
off.
way to fake ray tracing of like in a rasterized image.
Still, there's no fucking difference, right?
No.
Yeah. So people are raving about this. Raving about it. About how incredible it looks. It was literally trending on Twitter. Right?
I mean, I guess that just means the game always kind of looked good. If that's what it. I mean, I disagree. I've played ESO. I don't think it looks great that much at all. But I guess if you already thought the game looked good, then it still does. Hey.
It fucking doesn't at all. And again, it was fucking trending. It was trending. It was trending. How incredibly cool it looks. It was trending.
I mean, it looks good, but it doesn't look different.
It doesn't. It doesn't. It looks. There's nothing. Like the water does look nice, but this, I don't know.
Well,
Wait,
I feel
so
like
is
without
that-
the comparison, I'm just like not able to tell like the improvement of it.
I mean,
but like
just looking at
I
it,
like it
it's-
does look nice.
Yeah, it's nice looking water. Yeah.
It looks better than Skyrim.
Does it? It's been. I guess it's been a
Definitely looks better
while.
than I played like on the 360.
I mean, yes, it looks better than Skyrim. This is not a question.
Yeah,
But that's about all I can give it. Is it looks better than Skyrim at least.
Oh, I've got a nice meme here that's been sent to us.
Oh,
It's a meme that was just drawn that I will now share with the world. Would you like to see it as well?
sure. Do you need to buy more time to get this up?
There you go.
Well,
What do you think?
well.
Oh no.
What do you think?
Nice. Nice. That's a good meme.
Does it look good? Do you
Yeah.
like it?
Fantastic meme.
that is. I think this one's gonna go viral.
I am
looks good.
posting this meme in my
This-
memes channel.
This-
Yeah, no, it looks really good. It looks really, really good. So,
It-
there you go. You've. I think this might be your first fan art, right?
I think technically
It is-
the animation was the first fan art.
Mm. Mhm,
Oh,
mhm.
yeah.
This the I just I want to say I appreciate the they took the time to get a font to say kinky, and they had to choose this font.
Mhm.
That is
It's an artistic choice. It's not.
exactly,
There's a lot of
and
effort put
it's-
into this meme.
and I can't describe what this font makes me think of, other than some kind of Christopher Nolan or just some kind of Leonardo DiCaprio-esque font,
Oh, I was
movie
gonna say
font.
Rome.
They also had to
Uh,
find.
Rome.
It is apparently the Dota font, but she also had to find a image of you crying with your mouth open.
Oh well, that's just my header on Twitter.
Oh,
So-
well, that was easy then.
I mean, it's fucking. You'd find a bunch of them if you fucking found my old DeviantArt or whatever. I think that's. I think that's. Still
That sounds like a challenge.
well, it's not, but I can't stop anyone.
You seem to really delight in this. You've kind of got this masochism going on.
Right, a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Just a little bit, you know.
I
like,
think it's
it's-
very much a lot of it. Yeah.
Well, it's just how else do you be okay with yourself other than to just embrace it, you know?
I don't know, but I've learned tonight that you're a fucking deviant. Holy shit.
What?
The way I do it is I feel self-shamed,
Because I
rightfully embarrassed of things.
rightfully, but I don't think.
I don't just publicly share. You know.
Oh, that's all I do.
Mhm.
All- I mean, is it bad that when we were saying how this looks better than Skyrim, my what I wanted to say and stopped myself from saying
And are about to say.
and am about to say is that the bump map on that cliff looks a lot better than in Skyrim. Because is that not a location from Skyrim?
No,
Yeah,
it is. That's why I
it
said
is.
it'll look better than Skyrim.
I thought like maybe they had put Skyrim in the game because I know they've put like the Morrowind place or whatever and like elsewhere or whatever. So I thought this was a specific place.
Yeah, this is the
Yeah, this is the place with the
Is this not the Stormfront?
it's the
Chronicle?
Imperial place.
It's the Imperial place. Okay.
This is Solitude, right?
Solitude. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not
Yeah.
used to seeing it from like that angle. Okay. Yeah, like the bump map on the because I don't think that those are model. I don't think those rocks are fully modeled. I think that is a bump map.
Almost certainly.
Aaron has already found my DeviantArt, and that is horrifying a little bit.
Nice.
But
Aaron.
I guess I'll deal with that now.
Okay.
Is that a motherfucking dragon?
We both went there.
Oh my god.
Motherfucking dragon. So there you go. People are saying it looks incredible. Oh my god. I don't see.
Why do they need to put that
It's
dragon
fine.
there if it was just standing still? Like,
Right.
why? What was the point of graphically showing that off?
I
Is
don't
my
know.
question. If we even really see the dragon,
Yeah, I don't know.
it's just so dumb.
Oh, so there you go. That's all our trailers. We got through the intro in just 2 hours, everybody.
Wow, that's
Well, actually, an
That's-
hour and 40 minutes. Pretty quick.
I would say that that's record time, but I think we did that last time, and I said it was record time.
So I want to see. I have not watched this, but Ryan got so pissed off that I decided to save it. Okay. The Space Jam trailer. All right. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that he started sending me like angry messages in the middle of the night.
Oh my god! About Space Jam.
About
2?
he was like, "Did you see the Space Jam trailer?" And then he just went the fuck off for 20 minutes. It was really very interesting. So we're gonna watch this and see if it's not the best trailer ever, because I bet it is. I bet it's really nice. I bet it's very pretty. I heard that the animation is just stellar. So
I hate you. so
Y'all
much.
ready for this?
Ready as I'm gonna be.
That's
gonna
still
be very
not.
upset
That's still not from
watching this.
Space Jam. You
Yeah,
keep
no,
singing
that's-
that. That's not Space
Basketball
Jam.
came
What is that though?
That's SpongeBob.
It's
It's
Yeah.
that's the
jellyfish
That's jellyfish raid.
The jellyfish
Oh,
jam.
wait.
It's still a jam. It's just
that's
a different
the jellyfish. Y'all ready for this? And then the jellyfish. No, that's no.
It's the
Wait,
jellyfish raid.
wait.
Yeah.
No,
So
but
it
I thought it is a basketball thing.
That's
I just
not
thought-
from Space
Wait,
Jam.
you're
though.
sure
I'm
you
like,
don't-
No, not from Space Jam, but I thought it was a basketball or
Is
like
it a
some kind of
basketball?
sports
it's-
jingle.
it might be a basketball thing, but I'm saying it's not from Space Jam.
No, yes, yeah, it's not from Space Jam. It's
It's also not from SpongeBob though. That is a different one. I know. I know. Which
well,
one you're-
yeah, I mean, yeah, you're thinking of the jellyfish.
No,
Jam,
that
but,
is
like,
from SpongeBob. They just don't do the "Y'all ready for this."
Is it actually the same song?
I'm
no,
telling
no,
you.
it's not.
It is.
It's there's no because
Yes, it is. I'm telling you, it totally is.
and the jellyfish jam is like not that. It sounds.
Yes, it is. It absolutely
not
is
that.
that.
It's not. It's a different thing.
Really, really.
I don't want to die on this hill because I'm not.
So I'm listening to it right now. I'm listening to "Get Ready for This" by 2 Unlimited, and now I'm about to listen to Jellyfish Jam. I will tell you right now.
I'm gonna trust Ryden on this, unless he says that I'm wrong, in which case I won't.
I
They
think
are
it's called-
fucking different. They are different.
They are okay. So I'm
right.
wrong.
so
Wait,
Clee.
you listen to Jellyfish Jam or Jellyfish Rave? Because it's Jellyfish Rave that's the same, not Jellyfish Jam.
Oh, there's a difference.
Jellyfish Jam is the one you're thinking of. It's similar. It sounds very similar, but they're different songs.
Okay, interesting.
Jellyfish Jam and yeah, 2
So-
Unlimited.
Oh wait, okay, no wait. Okay, you were talking about the one that goes, "Y'all ready for this?" And then it goes like, what is it? Wait, no, I had it. It goes,
It's like y'all
Good
ready for this?
job. So Clee says bring in the Wolfpack fam. Unfortunately, Wolf KO-san had some technical difficulties, and I don't think he's going to be able to join us. Obviously, he's super welcome to if he's able to get things together, but I don't think he's going to be able to, which is obviously very sad because no, I don't think he's going to be able to join us on the call. Yeah, see, his microphone broke. So he's here in the chat, hanging out, but he's not like, here
F in the chat for his microphone.
Exactly. So let's get a not a, you can't do an F. Do an X in the chat to say that you doubt him.
An X.
I'm gonna give X to him.
Right? Go and give X to him. Oh, DMX is in the hospital, man. I don't know if you saw that.
Actually, I think is he out of the hospital now?
I don't know. I saw that he'd overdosed and had a heart attack. So like,
wow.
Yeah, right. Sad.
Yeah, I believe he's like responsive again now, and he was doing better.
Well, that's good.
Well,
X
they're very
died?
doubtful.
Is that what you said?
Someone's
Did he die?
Threats.
What?
That's what he's saying right now in the chat, is that he died.
That's not what I'm seeing. I'm looking at the recent news is just reporting on him being on life support from yesterday.
Yeah. He's in a vegetative state as of 1 hour ago.
Oh man.
As of 1 hour ago, because I'm seeing this one from 10 hours ago saying he's breathing on his own after the scare.
No brain activity in a vegetative state as of 1 hour ago. New York Times.
Well, I can trust New York Times over Castanet.
So, I don't know. My mic might be doing something weird. I didn't realize the subject had changed. I thought you were still talking about Wolf Chaos-san.
Wolf Chaos-san is in a vegetative state. It's not looking good.
That's why he's not here. You gotta
man,
the mainframe here.
That sucks for Wolf.
Man. F in the chat for Wolf.
Right? F in the chat for Wolf. No, X in the chat. You gotta always doubt him. Always doubt.
Always.
That's funny. Okay, so we're gonna watch this fucking Space Jam.
You got amazing potential on the court, and I can help you get there.
That's not what I want, Dad. You never let me do what I want to do. You never let me just do me.
Hold up, wrong floor.
I mean, so I don't know how I feel about it.
I mean, so far it's not bad.
Yeah, so far it's just like pretty generic.
It's
right, like
super
they're gonna do the contrived setup that you know is coming.
Right.
Yeah, and that's fine. Like you want that. You want to have that like goofy ass.
It's super generic, whatever, right? Like I don't come away from it going, "Oh man, it's what trash," you know?
Well, I mean, have you seen the first Space Jam?
It's so good. What are you talking about?
I legitimately think the first Space Jam is a good movie. I don't like it. I get a lot of enjoyment out of it. I have not seen it in years at
You
this
should
point.
watch it today.
Yeah.
Well,
really.
I don't know. I feel like I would just be able to lean in and be like, hell yes, like this is absolutely I want to see this.
Of course, yeah.
Like it like, but I remember it was about. Was it Michael Jordan or was it Michael Jordan's son who couldn't? He was trying to play basketball in the backyard at the beginning of the movie.
I think that was MJ.
That was Michael Jordan.
Like as in a flashback.
It was MJ as a
Yeah.
kid, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I watched the movie a couple of months ago.
It played I Believe I Can Fly or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's when the song came up that we're playing basketball. Or no, it was I Believe I Can Fly. That was it.
Yeah. We're playing basketball. I think is another thing, or is that Space Jam?
Oh, hey,
Yeah,
I got
that's
another
Space
meme
Jam.
here for you.
Well, I don't know if that's like I don't know if it was made for Space Jam, but I know that it is Space Jam in the movie.
Oh, God damn it!
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Which button are you gonna press?
Yeah, he doesn't know, man.
I would also
Well-
like to know this.
I mean,
He's getting all sweaty over there. We don't need to talk about it. You can think about it for a while.
I mean, well, I feel like it has. I mean, I feel like it has to be pumpkin because the rock thing is like an eating thing.
Yeah, well, we're not. No.
Bet Will Smith ain't got to deal with this. Down!
Yep.
In the Matrix.
The like server room from Silicon Valley or whatever they got lost in.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna take a leap of faith. I'm gonna guess that one of the things that Raiden was upset about watching this trailer was that they didn't bother to do any of this explaining in the first movie about like how he got to the Toon World. They didn't have like this like mainframe shit.
Golf. That's how.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Just a hole in the ground.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna guess that you hate the part where they're explaining how this works.
I think like you'll see my I don't know if I should just like start my red the second it shows up on the screen.
No. It's a 2-minute trailer, right? I kind of want to get through the trailer so that you can just rant.
Yeah.
And you're not just ranting about like, well, here's that, because you're eventually going to overflow and just go off. And then we're going to watch and be like, and here's that part that I was ranting about that you didn't have any context for. So like, I know you're going to rant. We're just going to have you be quiet for a minute.
Okay. That's fair. Yeah, you guys don't worry about me. Just watch this trailer for yourself. That was Westeros.
Was that Game of Thrones?
Yeah, it was
Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones.
Yep.
Game of
Nice.
Thrones. The room from Game of Thrones. It's time.
Yep.
Welcome, King James. I am the king of this domain. This is the serververse.
What'd you do to
The Serververse.
Oh, that's
Lazy.
That's pretty.
Wait,
That's a
did
pretty
he-
bad name.
Did he say the server?
Why did they call it the server?
The
Wait.
Serververse.
Wait, was it called
No,
the
I
server?
hate it.
I sort of I heard server room, which
No,
makes a
I
lot.
heard server verse.
Yeah, Serververse.
Go back. Go back
I heard-
now.
Welcome to the
We all
server.
agree, except for the crazy one.
What'd you do to my son?
He said it right here.
This is the serververse.
Oh,
Welcome to the Serververse.
I don't know why I heard room. Maybe just because that makes more sense.
I don't know, because you're.
I see. Maybe I just hear what I want to in movies, and that's why I think they're
And
better
you
than that.
eat what you want
Probably.
to.
You just need to.
Like rocks.
You just need to imagine that it's what you wanted and see how you feel. All right.
There you go.
Yeah. Who said that? Somebody said that, and I don't remember who said it, but it's fucking insane. Oh, I don't remember.
What'd you do to my son? Where's Dom?
The only way you're getting your son back is if you and I play a little basketball. Pete, send this clown to the rejects.
Wait.
So this is their setup, right?
Uh-huh.
Is that he goes hunting for his son,
Who's
for
named
some-
Don, by
for
the
some
way,
reason.
which is ironic because the actor who stole him is named Don Cheadle. That's a fun fact.
Yes. God, man, it's all conspiracy, my dude. It's
Like-
a conspiracy.
I do appreciate how brazen, like they, like, and I don't know, maybe they'll ruin it in the actual movie, but I love how much like they just have the villain being like, and you gotta fucking beat me at basketball. Like, there's no, I don't want him to have a tragic backstory of like, if I could only have won one basketball game, maybe my father would have loved me. Like, no, don't give. I just want this dude to be like, fucking beat me at basketball, motherfucker. I'll give you your son back. Like, just get. I want that.
There's
That would
something,
be fantastic.
something
That's how
beautiful
it was
about how
in
they
the original.
over-explain the serververse, and then they just don't even bother to explain
Yes.
why the guy kidnapped his son.
Yes,
They just want,
exactly.
like it's like amazing that
Yes,
they
the
explain the entire
juxtaposition.
wrong part of the movie.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You're absolutely right. Like that's what makes it good. Like, and I also love I like taking this as sort of a thing. If you zoom back a few seconds, it shows this. It shows him going through this Looney Tunes portal, but the portal isn't actually a portal. It's just sort of a funnel that exists in space, and like you could go around it and still end up on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
So, what does this portal serve if like?
Well, remember, you're in the Serververse as well, so this is
It's like an icon to get into an app.
it's a digital version of the world.
But like it's just like
Wait, is
like
this Wreck-It Ralph 2?
in physical space. Like there's just this like has the Looney Tunes portal always just been this funnel that exists out in space? And like they literally have to go on site to film the end of the episode with Porky Pig. He's got to be up there and be hanging on for like dear fucking life, because if he lets go,
what are you even trying to like argue anymore? Now I'm confused.
Why is that, this portal placement, this transition? Because they've chosen to do this transition in this way to show it, it's created so many implications about the Looney Tunes universe that I'm not prepared to answer. But also, I think the answer is just there's a big funnel in space, and it's just this physical, solid object that you can touch. And when people come here, we shoot them through it. They could go around it. He can go to the left and not go through this portal, but he's gonna go.
Try to apply logic to a world where Wile E. Coyote exists. I just want to. This is what we've deteriorated into. I just want to make that clear.
I want to be clear. I'm doing this. I was forgiving so much shit watching the Snyder Cut a bit ago, but this is what gets me. This is what keeps me up at night. It's just, why is there a giant funnel in the middle of Looney Tunes space, and is it actually a portal or is it just a funnel? And
why are Looney Tunes the rejects?
Well, I mean, they're not Disney.
Wow.
Well, I mean that is the joke they're making, right? Like that's always been the joke with the Looney Tunes. Well, the joke with the Animaniacs was always that we're discount Looney Tunes, and the joke with Looney Tunes was we're discount Disney. And it's like Looney Tunes and Animaniacs both lean into it, so it works. Where it's not like it doesn't
work in a world where Disney doesn't exist, because in the serververse they don't have access to Disney because the company block on all Disney.
Wreck-It Ralph 2? You're acting like you have never seen Wreck-It Ralph 2.
We don't talk about the second best Wreck-It Ralph movie here, okay? We just don't.
Well, it's an interesting metaphor for this movie, because it shows the movie studio just doesn't care about this IP. Of all the IPs they own, this is the one they don't give a shit about, and they're just gonna send him to the discount bin,
Weird, because this is their kind of brand account.
It's weird. It works as a self-deprecating Looney Tunes joke, but it also doesn't work as somebody in the real world sending them to the Looney Tunes, because in the real world, Looney Tunes is their flagship IP. It is.
Yeah,
it
exactly.
Is that's what's kind of weird about it. But it works as the joke in the universe, but in our world, it doesn't really work as a joke. Yeah, this is where I lost my mind.
Okay, I have to point out, because I love that the crash that he did, he crashed into the world. The smoke cloud was in the shape of a basketball net. That was great.
That's actually pretty good detail.
Yeah. See, right there.
How edible are those rocks right now?
They're not glazed.
They got a nice mocha shade to them.
Well, there's a lot of different kinds of rocks in this scene. There's on the left, you have these sort of icy looking things.
Those aren't. That's not ice. That's metal. That's a city.
That on the very left.
That's a city. And that's not ice either. That's just a mountain, a purple mountain.
That's what I mean.
Majesty?
I thought you meant the buildings.
I don't know what you're talking about, because everything could be rocks to you. Aren't buildings just made of man-made rock in a way?
I like my rocks natural.
Wait, why are the trees all giant plus signs? Is that a visual gag?
No, the trees are behind that.
No, I'm just saying, why are the leaves of the trees like that? Why are the trees pluses?
No, you're looking at the wrong tree. I think no, that's not a tree. That's something else. I think the things next to them are trees.
Well, then what is the plus? What is the plus thing on the giant?
I'm
pretty sure
that's an abomination to nature.
It's an abomination to nature. Yeah.
Anyway, the best looking rock in this scene is the one in the very foreground, the skinny one with the big, sort of the plateau, kind of plateaus. I don't know, is that a plateau? That's not really a plateau.
Rock.
Well, it's sort of a reverse phallic rock.
Well, I mean, phallics come in all different shapes and sizes. So
I guess, I suppose it would. I mean, it would.
What?
It would be an odd process, but I suppose now.
Okay. All right. So yes, this is the part where Raiden started losing his shit. Trust me, he's gonna have a lot to say.
What is this? Ah! I'm a cartoon?
Meh. What's up, Doc?
I need to assemble an elite team to help get my son back.
I know what you're looking for. A dream team.
Mm-hmm. I just wanted to pause because we got Lola on the screen, and I'm sure one of you wanted to say something.
I have
Okay. Yes, I did want to say something.
I'm sure you did. I knew as soon as
my
I saw
God.
Lola, somebody would want to say something.
But first off, I do have a complaint before I get onto Lola.
Yes.
I hate that he immediately knows the rules of the universe.
Mm-hmm.
That he knows on his thumb to stretch himself back out.
Sure.
Well,
sure.
I mean, if you were turned into a cartoon, is that not something you
No,
try?
that's not my first thought at all. My first thought is, what the fuck is happening?
Oh no! If I got turned into a cartoon, first thing I'd fucking do is test out like what the limits are of that power set.
Well,
I'd be like,
he didn't test it. He knew inherently in his soul what the
Yeah.
because he probably watched Looney Tunes as a kid.
I mean, there you go.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. But Gray,
I don't know.
Tell us what your feelings are about Lola.
It was an unnecessary change.
You think that
Change?
So-
What? No. Now I need to hear this. What change are you talking about specifically? Please
Well,
tell
I'm
me.
gonna read.
What?
I'm gonna read Wolf Chaos on
in
here.
detail. Let's hear.
So Wolfie here, he sent us a message that says, "I can't wait for Raiden, though it turns out it's actually Gray. I can't wait for Raiden to complain about Lola Bunny not having big mommy milkers."
Exactly. That's the problem.
Look, I have to be 100% honest.
Never had that.
Looking
That
at her
was-
design
you
right now, I
look-
literally cannot tell the difference. Like, if nobody mentioned it, I wouldn't have
The
known.
one thing that I'm not a huge fan of in this design is like if you look really closely, you can see that they applied like a blush to her cheeks, and I don't like that blush. It looks really weird and out of place. And then once you see it, you can't unsee it. But
That's
that is
fair.
my only problem.
like
You
an
are
all-
literally basing your assumptions of her breasts on a fan-made image.
No, all I'm doing is addressing the meme. I legitimately don't care.
Yeah,
But
I don't
think the
care
meme's
either.
funny.
You
I still
don't
think she.
care?
I still think she looked best in the Looney Tunes show when she was voiced by Kristen Wiig. I don't know how to explain that, but it's the best character design she's legitimately had.
I like that design, though I personally prefer the new Looney Tunes design that she had.
Wolf says the blush is weird. Thank you for ruining Space Jam 2, Dan the Man. And it's the Dan the Man show. He was very particular with me every time I've ever said his name. He's like, no, it's the Dan the Man show.
You spelt it wrong on the stream, then.
Well, yeah, I did that, but nobody would call it out, and then suddenly you did. So, like, you know.
Well, this is you run a risk every time you ask me on. I don't know why you've asked me on so many times.
The reason Raiden hates dogs is because Lola Bunny doesn't have milkers anymore.
That adds up.
That makes sense.
No, I'm like that. We're all there. Like, yeah.
I want to. What is the connection? Do you think, Raiden? Why is it that your hating of dogs correlates to this?
Like, I'm not a psychoanalyst here. I can't explain the vast, intricate neural connections that cause one thing to lead to another. All I can say is, you know what? It's probably true.
One thing that is weird, though, is I kind of want to see Elmer Fudd now, because
what
if Elmer Fudd is the same height as
an amazing sentence.
as
Let Elmer fuck.
What?
Bugs and
What
Lola
did you
and
just
Daffy.
say?
I think
Elmer
he is the
Let
most.
Elmer fuck?
It's time. It's been 50 years. Guy gets a chance. Come on.
Wait, do you want to see Elmer Fudd with big mommy milkers?
Exactly. Give him the
You've killed him. He's fucking dead. Look what you've done.
Oh my god! What? Oh.
So yeah, I just wanted to see him because I want to like know. Are they like? Are they short or is he just tall? Like really, really tall.
Let
compared
Elmer
to
fuck. That. Yeah.
It's about time. It's about time. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my god. Oh.
See, it's better that M stops working than the stream stops working, to be fair.
True. Oh my god.
I'm sorry. What? Where have we been?
Oh, we were talking about how he wanted to see Elmer Fudd with Big Mommy Milkers.
Yeah. Wow.
Bam! Shoot the ball! Let's try that again, shall we?
Didn't they make that exact same joke?
Probably.
Did they? I don't know.
I mean, I don't know about in the first Space Jam, but I feel like that's a Looney Tunes joke they've done.
Oh my god. You've actually killed me, my dude. Oh no.
Oh, he's turning real.
They're turning.
RTX is on.
They're turning real.
Well.
Space Jam.
Oh fuck! It's creepy.
And now it's literally Ready Player 2.
Introducing the Goon Squad.
Oh, don't call them that.
You gotta win this game.
Let's end this.
Got you, Kron. And get our son back.
Yikes. Classic.
Welcome to the Space Jam.
I'm going old school on his butt.
Whoa.
Welcome to the space.
All right. So right.
So
go off.
It's Looney Tunes versus League of Legends characters.
Yeah, so the biggest complaint I think I had with this movie that I haven't heard like criticism from like anybody else say is just the fact that they completely threw in the garbage, like the 2D live action animation mix that like the entire genre is known for. Like the original Space Jam, you know, Who Killed Roger Rabbit or Who Framed Roger Rabbit, sorry, like
Looney Tunes.
Looney Tunes back in action.
Every Looney Tunes live action movie.
Yeah, all the live action movies it's the 2D live action Looney Tunes characters, which are 2D characters interacting with the real world. And then they like through all of that, like if they want to do the serververse, like that's fine. Like I think that's an okay setting that you want to do. But like just the fact that like they turned LeBron into a cartoon in the Toon world, and then in the basketball world, like they're the 3D animation, realistic looking like Sonic design. Like it's like why are we doing this? Like it's the entire point of the movie was for the Looney Tunes. Like, why are you doing this? I don't understand.
I do kind of wish that they stuck with the 2D designs the entire time and not just made it 3D. But the sad fact is that 2D animation, especially in terms of movies, is very much a dying form.
It's basically just that no one wants to put.
There really hasn't been a mainstream.
Well, only Into the Spider-Verse.
Well, that's not.
That's not 2D.
Into the Spider-Verse is sort of. Into the Spider-Verse is great because
it's great. I love it, but it's not 2D.
Well, I wouldn't call it 3D. Like the thing is, like we've
built the space. It's the space that 2D could be in. Like 2D, like Tarzan, for example. Tarzan, they couldn't do the vines of him swinging through the vines. They had to enhance it with 3D animation. And if you look at them, you can see the lighting. Like they did the 2D animation and then they enhanced it with 3D graphics.
I think Spider-Verse is the movie that says to me like, oh, these distinctions don't fucking matter anymore. You can you can do whatever the fuck you want. Like you can like because I wouldn't call it 2D animated or 3D animated because it's literally both, like constantly, all the time. Like you have you have 3D animation, 2D animation on top of it, and you have like people using 2D animation principles with 3D models, people using 3D animation principles with 2D designs. Like it is just like this. It is this hodgepodge mashup that like just really works because they just go for a specific style and they fucking nail it. And it's like, it doesn't matter how they got to that style. What matters is that they fucking got there and it looks awesome. So that's why it's it's sort of a weird movie to use for that, because to use as an example.
In recent memory, it is the only released movie that like is non 3D if it's an animated movie. Like all Disney's movies are now 3D. Like all Pixar, all of them are 3D. Like I guess Klaus, but that's like more of a small budget like Christmas movie. Like I really am struggling to think of like any actual 2D animations that I could point to that have come out in theaters.
Yeah, no, it is absolutely like a dying breed in terms of the theatrical thing, like Dan said.
I can respect that because of that. Like there are budgets when you have a studio. You're saying like we have an in-house studio that can do 3D animation, or like we have to send it to Korea for the 2D animation. Let's keep it in-house so we can like. I can understand how that feels. Like I guess it gives them more creative control, but it feels like starting this movie off without wanting to go into it from 2D is like already a mistake.
The core conceit behind Space Jam is that the Toon world is in danger from these aliens, so they go through a portal to get people to play basketball, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So in this one, what's the point, right? They're going to save his son for some reason? It doesn't make any sense.
This one,
We're not even in space.
Yeah,
We're not even in space. That's Dan. That's your quote of the year.
Well,
of the year, Brody.
Well, it's only April.
He's not going to get any better, I'm telling you.
I don't think I'll ever beat what Brody has brought to the table about rocks. I'm sorry.
What? Wait, what? What are we back? What are we talking about again?
We're not there.
Okay. Wait. Before the rocks come back up.
They're not coming back up.
They're not.
I do have to take off for a bit, so I may or may not be back before the end of the podcast. But I appreciate being here for what I have been for.
All right, Gray.
So I hope everyone has a good night. If I can make it back, I will.
Yeah, thanks for showing up.
All right, great.
Hey, thank you guys.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. Like watching this, I can see why you have problems. There's just so much that it feels soulless.
Yeah, like that's what it just feels like because like I don't have a problem with the like discount bin joke like thing as a joke in the movie, but it just feels like what I'm just latching onto that because it feels emblematic of like how they actually feel. Like they actually feel like they don't care about these characters, so they have to throw in every other property to get people interested. It's like that makes it worse for me. Like I don't want Superman in this. I don't want the Iron like why? Because I don't get it.
It's Ready Player 2. Yeah. Yes.
I just like it would have been so much better if they just connected it to the original one. Like, oh, the guys from the first movie are back. We need, that it's the same thing is happening again. We need, like that's so easy to do. I mean, it's weird that they don't have like I can see why you would change that if you have a better idea, but it seems odd that they clearly don't have a better idea. They just have Don Cheadle like kidnap his son out of nowhere and then don't explain it.
As an avid fan, and I think I've actually said this on this fucking podcast before, as an avid fan of the Jimmy Timmy Power Hours.
Yay!
Where they do that sort of like 3D 2D into the universe thing. I'm torn because I like the idea of Shaq becoming, or not Shaq, LeBron James becoming a cartoon. What was I thinking? Shaq? Oh, I think of Shaq Fu. I don't know. I was thinking. I don't know why. Basketball.
Oh, right. Anyway. Basketball. You immediately think of Shaq. I get it.
I do, honestly. Like Shaq is up there with Michael Jordan. Like if I think of basketball, I mean LeBron James too. Like I don't know too many basketball people, but when I think of basketball, I think of like
Well, I feel like
Shaq-
there were also like Shaq rumors for a while, like the rumors of Space
anyone who was in the original Space Jam.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did you hear about the news? This is just a complete
They're
tangent side. But did you hear about the canceled Skate Jam with Tony Hawk that was going to happen? That they like didn't end up happening.
They're gonna have a skate jam. That would have been
Yes.
great.
That would have been the best movie of all time.
Would have been the best movie of all time.
That would have
I
been
love Tony Hawk,
amazing,
too.
if only because we were getting a Looney Tunes version of that one Disney skateboarding game. You know which one I'm talking about?
I actually don't.
Simpsons
Wait,
skateboarding?
no, Disney skateboarding game. You know, the one
Yeah,
where you
yeah.
can skateboard as Simba. Wait, now I'll send it in the chat. It was called Disney's Extreme Skate Adventure.
Why do you
I've
know
never
this
heard
thing
of this game
exists?
in my life. This is
Yeah.
like, I love the Tony Hawk games. Like I
Are
played.
you seriously
all of
asking me why I know about this?
No, I'm not asking
you
you
don't
why you
know.
know this. I'm asking myself why I didn't know about it.
Nice save.
Wow, this exists. All right, everybody, get ready. I'm about to share this. You're going to see it, and you're going to have it in your head now. Oh, wait, it doesn't want to load. You're not going to have it in your head. You are some lucky people. So this is just not loading. This image you sent doesn't work.
Notice how
I'm
Simba
going to have to save this
rides
image
on a-
to my computer. I'm not doing
So
What is
Brody,
going on with Mowgli?
Brody, I need to ask you something.
Okay.
I thought that was
you'll
Tarzan.
notice
Probably.
that Simba is riding around in the Pride Lands. Now,
Disney's
do any of
Extreme
those
Skate
rocks in the Pride
Adventure
Lands
images.
delicious?
Find
This is
the
far
image.
too low res for me
Copy.
to
All right,
make a judgment.
here we go.
But I mean, this is pre 2015. This is pre MGS5, so I don't know.
There you
Okay.
go. This is a thing you have now seen. It exists.
Okay, wait, is that not Mowgli? Is that Tarzan? I don't.
That's
That is
Tarzan.
Tarzan.
Yeah, that's Tarzan.
Yes,
I-
that's Tarzan.
I don't know Disney. Like
That's Kid
I
Tarzan.
Don't you
Yeah, that
vote
looks like
for
that looks like
Disney?
Tarzan from the like when he was a child.
thought they just really fucked up Mowgli. Like honestly, I thought they
No,
just
no, that's Kid Tarzan.
I mean, they still fucked up Tarzan, but
Yeah, why did they use Kid Tarzan instead of adult Tarzan?
Yeah,
because it's
Because it's
Look
more
at the
marketable.
kid's face.
I guess to be fair, they used Kid Simba as well, so that's fair.
Okay, but look
Yeah, like-
at this kid's face. Look.
But they didn't use unboxed Buzz Lightyear. They used they did use
Yeah.
unboxed. They didn't use boxed
Yeah,
Buzz
they
Lightyear.
did use unboxed.
well, I was gonna say like
No?
I was gonna call him fucking Mowgli again. Tarzan and Simba, they look like they got renders from like the game because they look horrifying. And
Look at
Buzz,
his
it
face.
looks like they've taken like a Google image
Well,
PNG.
Buzz is 3D.
It's a 2D
Oh my
3D.
god, who's that kid?
Why is this?
Don Cheadle, please take that kid away from me.
Look at him. Oh man,
Send him to the reject bin.
look at him.
That's
He also play as Turk.
oh.
Remember Turk?
I clicked back and it got so much bigger. Oh my god.
Look at that face. Yes. All right, so that's
Oh, that guy. Yeah, the female gorilla girl. Wait, is this
Voiced
literally
by,
just Tony Hawk? Like the
Rosie O'Donnell.
combos? The combos are exactly the
Yeah,
same.
it's literally Tony Hawk, but what if Disney and also OC characters? Like,
Oh my god.
like, what is it? Like this fun gentleman.
This fun gentleman. All right.
Oh,
we
oh
gotta
my
share-
god.
Is that
Oh.
Peter from Family Guy?
That's you know what? I don't hate the design. It's funny. Like it's goofy. It's horrifying and I don't want to
You
look
keep
at it.
sharing these fucking photos that do not want to share. They're not. You're not actually sending photos. You're just like sharing weird ass shit, and I can't show them on screen easily.
Can you can't just like open
Yeah, can you right
Wait,
click?
okay, hold on. Let me try it this way because I've been copying the photos and pasting them, but I'll just add it from my
If you find the link to the
Camera roll.
photo, that'll
well, yeah,
Here,
if
what?
you click on it and
Is
hit
that
open a
better?
camera roll. These are like your personal photos that you have saved on your phone.
No, I copied these from online. This one I just posted, I saved to my camera roll, so you
Oh,
can
okay.
try that.
I got you.
It's just not working.
So that one's not working either. Interesting.
None of them. Look at this. Here we go. I got it to work. So there's our picture of whatever this character is that Dan likes a lot. He identifies the most with this.
Yeah, is that the Sid from Toy Story guy? Is like the bully, or who is that?
It is in fact
that's
Dan's
an OC.
Very own OC. He created that. It is him.
No, I found this online.
He created it. It is
You
him.
created that.
He made that.
Notice the Nokia blimp in the background.
So Speedy Acorn says, look at LeBron James's name because the LE part in LeBron is small.
Well, I think the E is like lowercase in this sense because that's how it's spelled.
Yeah, it's like superscript.
Yep, that is how they do that. All right, so we're all done with this. Okay, cool. Are you guys ready? I'm really sad that Wolf isn't here for this because I feel like he'd have a whole lot to say about this next video, and I was really hoping.
Well, Wolf is technically here, just
but I was hoping he'd be here because I really wanted. I was hoping to get his commentary because we're gonna watch this extra credits video, and it's fucking trash. But we're gonna watch it nonetheless.
That's expected from extra credits.
It's fucking trash.
I feel like every week M just tries to like get something that's going to just he wants to make me like even a little bit more uncomfortable than he did the last time.
Yeah.
All right, so are you ready for this?
I mean, if we like keep the same level of uncomfort, then you'll like build your tolerance over time. Like we have to
build my tolerance.
Okay, we got to do this. We got to watch this.
Fiery, you sent a meme. Yes, I have a meme. I will share it with the fellas. There we go.
Yep, that's about right.
Well,
here is the meme. From
I thought it was the same one at first, and I'm like, wait a second, and then like I saw the difference. I'm like, yeah.
Well,
that's just true.
It's just true. It's just real. That's just how it is.
That's just how it works, you know.
Now, before we get into this, is there anything that you need to say, Brody?
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. Like I don't know what this is about, but just given like what exactly it's about, but given that it's extra credits, I can sort of make some connections. It definitely does feel weird that we're going to be watching this, and I bet they're probably going to make the argument that like fantasy races do have are historically rooted as racial metaphors. It's sort of like it's been so long that people just look at the fantasy races as fantasy races, but there's an etymology there based in racism, which isn't good, and I feel like that's probably what they're going to be talking about. And where it becomes weird for me, I'm fine with talking about that. It is a bit weird that we just have like 4 white dudes talking about this. Like it would make me more comfortable if like there was like, I don't know, any kind of like person of color to like bounce off of and like know if what I'm saying is actually true or okay. Because it's like I don't want to I don't want to like be offensive or whatever. And this like this video, like I feel like I want to make fun of it for its quality, not its message. Because I don't know what its message is yet. I have no idea what it is.
Okay. Well, good, because that's not what it is.
Oh, really? Really?
Oh
my God! Am I the asshole? Oh shit! I'm the asshole.
Yeah, you might be the asshole in this case. Then yeah.
Well, they did the fucking Nazi thing, and I was.
They're gonna make an even worse argument. Yes.
You motherfucker! You set me up. I fucking told you I was worried about this before the fucking podcast.
You got me monologuing.
You fucking asked me the question. I'm here like, oh, I didn't. I'm here. I'm like, oh, I didn't expect M to ask the question. I didn't expect him to like give me that moment to explain why I might be uncomfortable with the situation. And I'm like, wow, M's being fucking courteous. No, he's fucking setting me up.
Just wait, because he's going to make that exact same thing. We're not talking about this. Just wait. It's fucking terrible. It's really terrible. Here we go.
If you paid attention to the game's discourse on the internet during 2019 and 2020, you might have noticed a reoccurring argument about some species from fantasy media, specifically orcs.
Now, this is where you were at. Is that correct?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's going to make the thing where it's like orcs are rooted in racism as a metaphor, right?
But this is where, like, right here, where he is at, is where you were at, where you were expecting the video to be.
I guess there's still 8 minutes, huh?
Yeah,
Shit.
yeah. So we're already at the. He's just starting us off where you expected it to be.
Now, not to worry.
That's already a red flag, because what video has ever gotten to a point in 11 seconds that we've ever had on this podcast before?
Oh boy.
All right.
Episode isn't going to be just another member of the chorus talking about how if all orcs in a game are blindly evil, that it's racist.
All right, that's where you were expecting it to be. You were expecting it to be, look, if you just blatantly make these characters, that are historically blah blah blah, then that's a continuing racism, right? This is what you were expecting the video to be about.
Yeah, I guess just given the Nazi video.
Yeah, given the Nazi video, which by the way is fucking stupid. Like, that's a stupid argument. His argument in that video is really fucking dumb.
It's been a long time.
His argument, you didn't want this. You didn't ask for this, but there you are. You're a Nazi.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, his argument was basically like, in a historical game, say a World War II game, that's perfectly fine. You're going to play your campaign. But then when you get into the multiplayer, in order to have the two sides, you're going to let people play as, the Germans. And so that's not okay. You would prefer, what you would do is have, the allies and then the red allies.
Yes.
It's definitely something that I think is interesting.
But no, his argument is that if you do that, if you let people play as a Nazi in a video game, you are normalizing it because those people are now fascists.
I think
they are now fascist. That is the argument. If you're playing as a fascist, you are in fact.
I mean, if that is the argument,
that's the fuck. It's a really stupid
It's so
argument.
bad. It's so stupid.
I don't think
it has been memed from here to. I love their pinned comment too. For a while, they were like, "I'm so glad that all these people are making these hateful comments because now we know exactly who to block." It was so.
That is the argument.
I hate them so much. It is so annoying. It's such a bad video, and they just cannot come to terms with the fact that it's a bad video. I wanna point out for a second. So there's an animation channel that's relatively popular. It's called Cyanide and Happiness. Even if you don't watch it, you probably heard of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they made a video like years and years ago called Somebody Hurt My Dick. And it is widely regarded as one of their worst videos that they've ever made ever. Like, I'm not a huge fan of their videos, but even fans of their stuff hated this video. Like, I'm talking massive dislike ratio. And instead of not listening to them or just blocking everyone who disagreed with them, they literally made a follow-up video years later, behind the scenes of them taking the video, getting so heavily disliked personally, and then finding the one person who liked it as this hillbilly fuck from nowhere who just keeps laughing every time the guy says dick. And it's such a great parody of this idea that they can they see the criticism and they can take it and they can still joke about it being such a terrible thing that they've made. And meanwhile, you have these guys here being like, what we made, we 100% are in the right, and anyone who disagrees with us, well, now go away. Shoot, you're blocked.
Yeah, I mean, Brody, that is the argument. It is a really bad argument. Jump in here. Help me out.
Like on the other video or this video?
On the Nazi video.
Right now. Yeah. Well, I don't know if he specifically was meaning to say that you are. I think he meant to say, since you're role playing as a fascist, you are one now. I don't think he meant to say you literally are one in real life. But that was essentially the argument. Was that
it's man, you could do that argument way more nuanced, and it would be a more interesting conversation.
That's what I'm saying. I was basically saying I agree on the one sense that if this is your opinion that you have like as a philosophy towards making games, that's perfectly fine. But like he was like prescribing it to everybody. Like a game cannot be made where you play as the bad guys and they're not just, you know, like
that's fucking.
Like you can't do that, or else like you're playing as the bad guys, and those bad guys are immoral, and like you don't want to play as the immoral person because you're normalizing morality. Like that's literally just what it was. Like you can't ever play as the bad guys.
Yeah, it's like I like Spec Ops The Line as much as the next guy. I'm also still gonna play fucking Call of Duty. Like it's like
there was a specific part of that video where he makes, and it's relevant specifically to this video, where he makes the argument that you can never play a Nazi in a game or German army or whatever, right? You can never play as an Axis soldier, ever, period, without supporting Nazism, because if you are playing as an Axis soldier, yes, you know, you may say, well, that's not all soldiers. They were part of the party. Therefore, you are 100% always supporting Nazis by playing as the Axis in any video game, period. That is an argument that he makes, right?
But isn't his initial argument that you didn't ask for this?
Right. So by jumping in and playing multiplayer, you didn't sign up to play it. He makes the suggestion in that video that there should be separate queues. When you log into a game and you go to play, there should be separate queues, one of which says, do you want to play as a fascist?
I forgot he said that. He did say that. Yeah. He did.
Do you want to play as a fascist? Because if you're playing as a fascist, whatever, and yeah, that might suck for some people because, you know, the queues are going to be longer and we can't have shorter queues for fascists.
Yeah, didn't he say like to up the queue time by like
artificially
5 to 10 minutes?
up the queue time for the fascists?
Okay, I'm convinced I have not seen this fucking
It is
video.
fucking terrible.
I feel like I've only seen the discourse relating to this video at this point.
It's fucking terrible.
This is I've heard none of this.
It's really terrible. It's a horrible argument. It's really stupid. If anything, right, it trivializes the entire argument by being so fucking stupid. Like, it's really bad.
Like it's charged because of the, like, obviously, like, you're talking about Nazis, but if you were to apply his logic to something like Grand Theft Auto, right, like it would basically be like saying, like, a mom saying that, like, shooting somebody in Grand Theft Auto is, you know, it's promoting violence, it's normalizing violence. Like, it's the same argument, but like just on a different, like, subject matter.
Yeah, simply because of the fact that they made them about Nazis, people took it even remotely serious. But had it been, and he does at one point go, and while we're at it, can we stop having terrorists in games too? And then he pulls up Counter-Strike, right? And says that in that game, he doesn't touch on it for very long because it reveals the inadequacies of his argument, but he does pull up the fact that Counter-Strike, you play as a terrorist and you plan to bomb. Why can't it just be blue team and red team? This is it's really fucking stupid. So
there is a more nuanced, interesting video about, like, oh, the history of war media in America and how it's bled into games as like a baby industry. I don't know what the
nascent.
I don't know what the like a budding industry. Like it's still
nascent.
Yes. Yeah, like I would say that it's in its like teen years probably now. I mean, not literally. It's fucking old as shit. That's like 40 years old now. But, like, you know what I mean? Like, in terms of where we are with regards to its perception.
I'm right there with you. So that's the argument in his previous video. And I bring it up because he's going to contradict it immediately in this video.
I'll pull up the bingo list.
Fuck, I love that. I'm sorry. That is the best response I've had. This was getting real serious. And then, hold on, I'll pull up the bingo list. Oh, fuck, I sound like a smoker and I'm not.
To leave the Nazi thing off with a solution, I think that really works is, if you're feeling bad about playing the Nazis in Call of Duty, just go play some Wolfenstein after. Like, you know what I mean?
That was a big part of it, right? If you're going to go into one of these games that is a World War II first-person shooter, you're not suddenly you have taken the first step of I have chosen to be a part of this process, which immediately negates his entire argument. It's really fucking stupid, right?
Yeah.
If you don't want to play as an Axis in a military shooter, don't buy a military shooter where you play as a fucking Axis. That, I think, is the solution.
Yeah, I think maybe like when the video came out, because this is an old video, like 5 years or something, right? Like
it's a couple years old, yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe like when that came out, the idea in the head was basically like all the fucking shooters are war shooters, all the ones that get popular are fucking war shooters and shit. And now I think it like super doesn't, because it's like, yeah, you can go play Overwatch, you can go play Rocket Arena.
Overwatch came out like 2013 or something, man. Like, this is not a new game.
But what I'm saying is, like, now it's like there's an abundance of options, whereas before it's like, oh yeah, you kind of have to pick from a military shooter if you want to play a shooter, or like maybe like fucking Quake or something. And now it's like,
this isn't from 1992. This is a video from, oh my god, I'm gonna find it now because it's not that old.
I'm just saying, like, if you go back even 5 years, it feels like the abundance were military shooters. Now it feels like you got your pick of the list.
July 3rd, 2019.
July 3rd, 2019.
Hey, that's my birthday.
That can't be right. That it's not a 2019 video.
I just looked it up. 2019.
Oh god, that came out on my birthday. Oh god.
Yep, July 3rd, 2019.
That 2019. Wait. Oh shit,
No,
2019 was 2 years ago. Holy shit.
Yeah, that was 2 years ago. It all adds up. Motherfucker. They ruined my birthday now.
2019 feels like yesterday. Jesus Christ.
I don't want to talk about this now. I feel sad.
Well, we'll get you extra credit merch on your birthday.
Oh, thank you.
Did you have
Just
something
what I've
you
always
wanted to
wanted.
show, right?
Oh no, it's just a bingo card.
Okay. Yep. There it is.
If at some point it came up, then I just wanted to make
we got the bingo card, so it works.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a really, really terrible video that is in no way like, it's not talking about Quake. It's talking about, Overwatch. It's talking about the same year that what was the game of the year for 2019? Let's look that up. So game of the year
was Red Dead
2019.
Unfortunately, yes, I think you're right.
Sekiro, Bloodborne. No, Sekiro was
Bloodborne was in 2019.
That was 2015. But these are Sekiro was game of the year from it looks like Active. Blah, 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 I don't know. Somebody named it as game of the year. Doesn't matter. Point is, we're not talking Game Awards 2019. Sekiro Shadows Die Twice was named Game of the Year. Same year
Really?
that...
I thought Outer Wilds was in 2019.
I could have sworn it was Red Dead.
Here were the games that were up for Game of the Year. Sekiro.
Red Dead made Steam Awards this year.
Control, Death Stranding, Resident Evil 2, Super Smash Bros., The Outer Worlds, Devil May Cry 5, Apex Legends, Astral Chain, Modern Warfare, Gears 5, Metro Exodus. None of these have Nazis in them.
Wait, they weren't all up for Game of the Year. Aren't there only allowed to be like 8 or 9?
Allowed? It depends on what... It doesn't matter. These are games that were out in the year 2019, the same year that this video was made. Link's Awakening, Borderlands 3, whatever, Sayonara Wild Hearts, Gears 5, Destiny 2, Final Fantasy 14, Fortnite, Rainbow Six Siege. These are not, like, the games I'm naming were games that you could play at the time that the Nazi video came out. Okay? So there is no argument. It's a bad argument. It was flawed in the first place. It's fucking trash. We're about to see another video. I tell them it is actually worse. So now that you got the feedback, right? And now that you're like, oh, well, I was prepared to be on their side because no. They're wrong.
See, I feel like
people.
Well, no,
I feel like they do
is an
this to you every
There is
time.
an extent when you see them explaining something you kind of agree with badly, and like you want to help them, but it's like you're saying the wrong thing. Because like there is a little bit of that going. Like he would say something, and I feel like okay, like maybe there's a little point in there somewhere, and then he'd like immediately ruin it.
We're gonna have this here. All right,
Because I did have a few of those moments in the original video where I was kind of like,
maybe you're right. Maybe we shouldn't be. Oh, and then you said that. Yeah, that happens a lot. Don't worry. So I just wanted to say we're on the same page now. We understand where we're at. You're there with us because you're really the one who's going to be sympathizing the most. I promise you, by the time this is over, you're not going to sympathize with this argument.
This is what M does. He wants to make me a worse person.
I promise you're going to be a better person because you're not going to just be blindly accepting extra credits. This is bullshit.
Instead, we want to discuss how that particular choice is simply bad game design.
All right. Are you with them on their thesis?
It's, okay, yeah.
It's just game design.
So it's literally just having enemies is bad.
Yep. Just wait. It's really, really, really stupid.
Thanks so much to NordVPN for sponsoring today's episode. To take control of your internet security, get a huge discount on a 2-year plan, and get 1 month free, use code EXTRACREDITS at nordvpn.com/extracredits.
We're just going to have to listen to that for a while. All right? So now we are at the part where they're going to start talking. Really, the beginning of this video is him saying that somebody else was jumping in with them. Which I think they did on the Nazi one too. They were like, and we've got somebody else here to hang out for a bit. So it's just like that kind of a thing. All right. You with me here, Brody?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just making sure that you're following along here, man.
I'm doing my best.
All right.
That poor cat has
I never
no
got my
mouth.
coffee.
Yes, the cat has no mouth, or
He has
its
no mouth
is,
and he must meow.
or its mouth is hanging open, right? And is slightly deformed, and the collar is actually its mouth hanging open, and it's just like. Bleh.
He's got
I would assume that it would want to not exist if that was the case.
I mean, that could be it, right?
I'm really trying to visualize it as the mouth.
It's really hard to visualize.
I'm trying to see it in my mind's eye. I really am.
I can see it.
I can't.
I see the droopy. I don't know if I see it as a mouth though.
I
See, you're
I
probably
can't.
just not very fun to like look at clouds with, right?
Oh, I'm amazing to look at clouds with.
Because they all look like clouds?
Well, half of my humor is saying stuff looks like other stuff. Like that's all I am, really.
Is Nord the one VPN that got hacked? That is probable.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember they did get hacked.
Yeah. So there you go.
It was a
Get
big thing.
NordVPN.
Get hacked.
And get hacked. If you get NordVPN, you too could be hacked. That's right. All of your Bitcoin can be my Bitcoin.
Not my
All the cool
Bitcoin.
kids are getting hacked.
Not my Bitcoin. Yes. Good. All right.
Up top, please welcome James Mendez Hodes, who guest wrote this episode. Thanks so much, Mendez. Much of
It just feels like I know it's meant to be like quick and whatever, but it just feels so dismissive just to be like, and while we're at it, this is James Mendez Hodes who wrote this. Thanks, Mendez.
I love if there was some way for you to go back and edit the Dark Souls video, just to put that in there for me, just to be like, yeah, and he wrote this. Thanks. And then that's it.
And that's it. Yes, and that's it. That's all they'll say about him too. It's really funny.
Those were the extra credits.
Yes, exactly. So we are now at the point that they're going to make this argument, okay? And this is where they're going to start making their new argument. The first 30 seconds or so sounds reasonable.
the recent conversation on orcs points out that characterizing a whole species in your game as ugly, warlike, and malevolent might be harmful to real-world groups regularly mischaracterized as ugly, warlike, and malevolent.
Okay, you with them?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
This is the thing that you were expecting them to say. You were expecting an 8-minute long video about how if you're doing this, you're making the connection, blah, 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 right?
Yeah, and I, to a certain extent, I was going to be like, yeah, I mean, there is an etymology there, but I don't know where they're going now.
Okay, so that is, as I said, not where they're going to take this video. They're going to start, we're not going to make that argument. Here's that argument, by the way, right? Which is just bad logic. It's bad discussion and debates to just be like, by the way, I'm not willing to discuss this with you. This is just fact, right? They are starting off the discussion with, it is fact that when you have an orc in your game, it is racially problematic. This is fact. Right?
I'm sorry. I'm looking at this still image that's on screen right now. And I can't help but think that the guest writer that they built up so much
is smoking a crack.
It just looks like he's like vaping.
Yeah,
like it looks
definitely...
like he's taking like a. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I don't know why that cracks me up so much.
Yeah, it's like he ran out of like he lost his lighter, so he's like trying to use a box of matches, and he just can't get this thing work here.
This has come because it's like they're called vape pens. So like, this was just a language issue ready to happen.
Oh my god.
Excellent. Are you ready now to dive in?
Yeah.
I keep giving you an opportunity to be like, actually, no. And so far, it hasn't happened.
Dude.
I mean, I just try to roll with the fucking punches you hit me with.
All right,
like,
However, this video isn't that. Though if you want more on that discussion, Mendez breaks it down wonderfully over on his website, and we'll have a link to that in the description.
That's right. They just made the first minute about this thing, and then they go, it's not that.
I mean, I guess that's like due diligence.
No,
right?
That's ridiculous. Here's the argument. We're not going to talk about that argument. Now, moving on.
But here, we're going to talk about something related.
I don't know. I actually think that's kind of fair. Like, if they're collabing with the guy to write the episode, then they're just giving him the shout out in the beginning of the video. Go watch his other video that is the basis for this. Why we're working with him. Like, I think that's.
I am not going to say that it annoys me all that much. I'm just naturally annoyed because of the rest of the video. Sure, if you wanted to say that, we're not going to talk about that in this video. If you want to talk about that, go over here. But the problem is when they demand that you accept it as fact.
No, I do agree. I don't think they're saying it outright, but there's that implication there that it's fact.
And I don't know that anybody should take something that inflammatory, right, as just bold fact, because I don't know that in the modern day, this is sort of like, I don't know that I want to have I don't know what that I want to talk about it really, but I'm just not sure that taking some of these things as proven fact when they aren't, right? I'm not sure that is a good way to start your argument here.
Well, this one specifically goes back to like Tolkien, right? Like Tolkien is basically the father of modern fantasy, and God, I wish I had like the reports, because I've like read up on this a little bit, like probably not enough, but I wish I had literally I wish I had like any kind of video to just be like, here explains it with sources or whatever. I literally don't.
We all understand the etymology. We all understand the history of it. What I'm saying is that that doesn't necessarily equate to modern.
Right. Well, yeah, and I think this is actually like something you see with like anime and stuff, where it's like you have a sort of media shift where now it's like people who grew up with this stuff not knowing the etymology of it just like it because it's like cool. Like if you like dragons or whatever now, it's probably just because you saw some dragons and it was cool.
Motherfucking dragons.
Yeah, right. Like if you see an orc, it's probably like, oh fuck, that's a fucking cool ass character design. That's a cool ass orc. Like you're not thinking of the symbolism behind it. That doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be read that way. So I think you do still have to like, I don't know, be like, I'm not gonna say like overly cautious or whatever, but I think you do have to be like a little bit mindful. Like obviously, like you can have a bunch of orcs, but then you probably don't want them going around doing stuff that is, you know, like racially stereotyped to like black people or whatever,
But
because
who
that's
does
going to
that?
invite that comparison. Well, so the issue was that, you know, you had old like propaganda, which like propagandized people of color to be like, you know, monsters or whatever, or even if you look at like Jewish propaganda from like you know, World War II and stuff, and you have these monster designs that are sort of based off of that propaganda. And I say sort of, I feel like that's pulling a lot of weight. Like they were based off the propaganda, and it's like you can see it in like the, you know, the visual features, and then visual features, and then also in the, you know, orcs. It always does go back to orcs, because orcs are one of the first, and also they are a race where it's just like we eat food and do fighting. Like they're just that kind of basic kind of race, and to have that then be associated with physical features that are historically stereotyped, I see the connection. I see why it's like, you know, someone growing up, even now, where it's almost been divorced of the context. Even now, like someone growing up, they might see a feature like big ears or whatever, and even something as simple as that, and then have that be associated with all of this race that is just violent, and then they take that and sort of internalize that to being like, oh, big ears and violence, that's pretty shitty.
I super don't make that connection at all.
Well, the way that I was able to sort of understand it was when I realized how much I identify with like blonde characters in media, and I never thought of it as important. I was always like, oh, well, I can identify with any character in any piece of media, no matter like their hair color, their race, their gender, or whatever. But then I'm like, but I always do use like blonde characters for like profile pictures. Like I'm using fucking Dirk Strider right now. I've used like fucking Tino Tonatini from Weekenders. I've used like my own fucking, yeah. I've used Bart Simpson. Like I mean, but then I've also used like Fry, like Philip Fry from Futurama. I've used Bean from Disenchantment. So it's like I still relate to all characters, but I definitely skew to characters that are blonde. And I think that there's just a thing where it's like the more you're able to see yourself in a character, the more you relate to them. And if you have these characters who are based on propaganda, so it's not even based on them; it's based on an extrapolation of them. Yeah, I can see why it would be uncomfortable. Like I can empathize with that. At the same time, though, yeah, like we've gotten to a point where children will grow up with the stuff and they will just like it for like, oh, I like that the orc has green skin. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna make the race with green skin because not because it's supposed to be a metaphor for anything, but because green skin looks cool or whatever. So it's hard because you have to. It's like, do you judge intention or do you judge the art to the text as it is, or do you try to find your own judgment? And I like to try to see the best in things. I feel like that's probably obvious by now, to a fault, I think, as well. But yeah, I don't know. I see why it makes people uncomfortable. Is what I'm trying to say.
I don't know where you have this idea that it is based on any human race. I don't know where, like, the idea.
Well, like I said, like I do wish I had like videos and sources and stuff.
Sure, but like that's the thing, is that you seem to have internalized it, that is the facts, and I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I don't think that there is that there.
Well, so what this is one of the reasons why I was like, I wish that like we had some people of color here to talk to, because what I like to end up like, the question I like to ask when it's like tough situations like this is like, yes, here are the facts, here's what it is, or here's how the situation is. But then I like to ask the actual people that are like being affected or might be being affected by a thing, like, how is this affecting you? How does this make you feel? Like, because it's like I don't, because to an extent, yeah, like you're right, like I can't 100% prove any of this. So what ends up mattering to me is how it makes the people that would theoretically be victimized from it feel, because if they're feeling shitty because of it, then yeah, it's probably a shitty thing to keep doing. If they don't feel shitty and they're okay with it, then it's like, oh, okay, yeah, cool. And the problem is, people are going to have like different opinions depending on who they are, so it still ends up depending on who you ask. But I think being able to ask like anyone who might be victimized in that situation, being able to ask them at all is probably a boon, like just so you can get that perspective. And I don't think that we have that perspective right now, so that's why I'm not like fully comfortable talking about it.
You're making a lot of assumptions. Nobody knows shit about me.
I mean, that's true.
Secondly, Dan is Jewish, right?
I am.
They're you have no idea about any of the diversity in this panel except for yourself and Raiden.
I don't even know Raiden.
Right.
I'm very...
Which is fine, right? It is totally fine. However, the fact is that making the argument that for whatever reason, simply because they are based off of a flat-nosed, non-white creature, right, that means clearly it is racially motivated, I think that is a problematic and very wrong point of view.
Well, I don't think that's what he was like. That's not what you're saying. That because I think what I was just hearing was, and this is kind of what I feel as well, which is that like if there doesn't have to be that connection from intent to cause or whatever. But like if I create a media and I just make some random character up, and it's the Flim Flobber, like he's my original character, and I make him, whatever wacky, he's purple or he's whatever he is. And then on the schoolyard, some kids of certain ethnicities just happen to be bullied based on these stereotypes of this character that I never intended. They weren't connected whatsoever. But a group of people is now saying these stereotypes exist. And now as the creator of that character, getting that feedback, like the question becomes, do I have a responsibility to listen to that feedback? And should that affect the way I depict this character in the future, knowing that it will affect some people in the real world?
I think that's what it's about. Like, yeah, like you can create these characters for whatever fucking reason you want to, and I think like if it does start to make people uncomfortable, what it then becomes is how do you, as a character designer, as a writer, whatever, how do you then react to that? And your response to the situation, I think, says more than you having made an orc or whatever.
Because like I don't like the idea that you're not allowed to criticize something as affecting a racial group without explicitly saying that the creator intended it to be racist. Because that's the connection. Like I don't think that you can blame a creator for being racist just because a depiction might end up. I think just bad writing happens everywhere. Sometimes they're a background character, so they're a secondary force. They're just the background evil guys. So you don't put the intense thought into them as a group. That you would, maybe a main character, or maybe you're just an amateur writer, and so you write, you're learning, so you write something the wrong way. I don't think that you need to punish that person as being racist just because they're not, the perfect writer.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. What do you think of the character Apu from The Simpsons?
Not a question I was prepared to answer. I mean, I like Apu. Like I won't even lie about it. Like I like he's genuinely one of my favorite characters in that show. I think because Hit and Run made him playable. He was like the fourth playable character in that game, or fifth playable character in that game. And it was like in that game you could only play as the Simpsons and Apu, and that sort of solidified for me as like, oh, Apu is like a fucking A tier character. And I don't know, like that. I really like Apu.
I have no problem with Apu, and I would say if people are campaigning to get Apu removed from the show, I don't think I agree with that. I think if the creators decide that they don't like the way that the character comes across and they don't understand it, like they are starting to understand it differently, and they think it's problematic now, and the creators want to remove him, then I think they're allowed to do that also.
So the thing is, like, I feel like, and I don't want to speak for anyone when I say this, but I feel like that, like, the idea isn't, when you criticize Apu, the idea isn't like get rid of Apu. It's add in more Indian representation so that Apu is not the only one. Like add in just like it's like you don't have to take away the one character that was like representing Indian people in your show. It's like you can just add more Indian people, and that's a better solution anyway. You get more characters out of it. Like,
well, they gave
Indian
Apu
people
a wife, and they gave them a family. And I
but
guess,
it's like you can have. Like,
here's the thing, though: when they created Apu, they didn't really know that there was going to be such a gap where, honestly, there really wasn't this sort of Indian character as predominant as Apu for many years on television. So what do you do when the really most predominant Indian character on television?
I mean, like I said, I think you just add more. You add more Indian characters. You diversify the idea of what it is that you can be. Like it, I don't know. Like that's what you see in. I don't know. You have things like
I agree that I love Apu, and I think he is an A-tier character. Because I mean, come on, he has the voice of an angel when he sings.
So I want to leave the Apu stuff a little bit, and go back to the orcs. And I want to ask you a question there, Brody. So orcs in the Lord of the Rings, let's say, or fantasy in general, right? You brought up Tolkien, so we can stay with that. But just fantasy in general, orcs are quote unquote the bad guys and are evil, and that makes you feel, right, regardless of anything, you feel that there is some sort of a racial allegory inherent in it because of why.
Well, it's mainly that they were based, like a lot of these monster designs are based on old propaganda. Again, like this is why I keep saying I wish I had the sources, because like I wish I had a comparison.
But they weren't. Like that is not something that happened, right?
Yeah, I'm confused.
Regardless, forget this propaganda that you have in your head, right? Oh, there was propaganda. They were not based on propaganda. It was based off of the mythology of England. That is where the Lord of the Rings comes from.
Well, so I mean, can you explain? Well, explain to me like where orcs are formed in history, at what point and how.
Orcs are elves that were tortured. That's where they come from. They are elves that were tortured into thinking there is no such thing as good. That's the history of them. So throw out whatever. We're just gonna. Why is it a racial allegory in your head? What is it about the fact that orcs exist and are evil? What about that? Like when you look at it, where do you see the racial allegory?
Just those things alone, I don't.
But I'm asking, where do you see it? What part of it do you see as a racial allegory?
I feel like
the parts that you're describing, I don't see it. I don't see it as a like that.
So it's their physical characteristics.
Well, it's. I mean, it is. This is the thing, right? You're telling me that what I know about history is wrong. So my option here is either believe you that history is wrong, or not believe you that history. And this is the crux of the question.
Formed by the characters themselves, but the context around how the characters formed. So like
So
he's saying. Like, I don't think that's a fair question. Like, you're basically trying to...
He's trying to trap me. He's absolutely trying to trap me.
I'm not trying to trap you, but, like, the fact is that this story came out before Nazi Germany. Tolkien was a very well-known and outspoken anti-Nazi. He was on the support of the South Africans in the Dutch Boer, whatever.
Well, the Americans fought the Nazis, and they were still extremely racist in like the Deep South at the time. Like they're just because you were
the author is not a Deep South. The author
I'm not saying the author himself. I'm just saying that like just because World War II doesn't happen didn't mean like racism didn't exist yet.
No, but he wasn't. Like this is a pretty well known thing. So.
I should specify. I don't know shit about Tolkien. Like,
I'm not trying to trap you. I'm asking what about it. I'm literally just asking what about it is a racial allegory to you? What part of it
Yeah,
becomes
well,
racial?
that's-
When does the fact that this thing, like this monster, at what point does that monster, if we take a dragon and we slowly morph it into an orc, at what point does it stop becoming a dragon and start becoming a racial allegory?
When people of the race that it is apparently an allegory of start feeling really shitty about it.
Whenever somebody sees a drawing, if I see a drawing of a pig, right, and I look at that pig and I go, oh, its ears kind of look like mine, then that pig is now racial.
Oh man, this is because I mean your logic is consistent. I'm not gonna not give you that. It's just like I don't know because I'm against censorship or whatever, but I'm also like, man, I'll fucking give up the guns in Spyro if it fucking means that there's less school I don't think it does mean that there's less school shootings to not have guns in Spyro, but if that's what it fucking means, I'll take it. So it's like if orcs are making like a people of color uncomfortable, then it's like, yeah, okay, fine, I'll fucking sacrifice orcs to make you like it's like that's fine. Like your comfortability as a real human person is more important than fucking me having orcs and stuff. You know, but at the same time, I don't think we have to have it. Like, I don't think we have to get there because I think, like I've been saying, like I think we're sort of at a point where it is divorcing and it's becoming like, yeah, I just want to make a race of people with green skin because I think fucking green skin looks cool as hell, or stuff like literally just stuff like that. I think we're getting there. So yeah, I think we're getting to the point where intent literally is like it just looks fucking cool. And we're at a point where like that can just be you can just make shit that looks cool. You can just make fucking Spider-Verse with all these crazy like effects and shit they do. And it doesn't all have to be symbolism, like it can be, it doesn't have to be. So yeah, it's for me. It's just when it starts affecting people.
I can hear you getting flustered. I'm not trying to fluster you, right? But if you're going to make the argument, right, that it is problematic to have these creatures, and I want to remind you, this fucking video doesn't even talk about this stupid bullshit. Okay, this video goes on a whole different thing, and you're going to be just annoyed by it after this discussion. Okay,
yeah.
So if you're gonna make the argument that something is inherently a racial allegory,
I think that's the thing. Is I wouldn't make the argument that it is inherently.
Then it all comes down to personal, I don't want to say choice, but personal perspective. And at that point, if it is all...
The way I would phrase it is if like, yes, you're right. Yes. But the way I think about this, the way I think about any kind of, like when people talk about like objectivity and subjectivity, what they're really talking about is mass consensus. And I think if you have a mass consensus, I feel like, I mean, again, I don't want to speak for anyone, but I feel like there was mass consensus on like Apu, where it's like, yeah, something, I don't know what should be done, but something probably should be, like something should happen. Like people, like that's...
But that's not what happened there. What happened was the individual who played Apu, Hank Azaria, said, yeah, I feel that, I'm not going to do that anymore. It wasn't mass consensus.
But wasn't that...
Most people didn't agree.
But wasn't that... Hank Azaria said he wasn't going to play Apu anymore, but wasn't that only after they like stopped using him in the show for a while?
No. In fact, they made a video...
I believe there's
a documentary.
Something came out.
There's a documentary called "The Problem with Apu," called by Harry Kondabolu, who's a comedian.
Yeah, well, that's what started the whole movement, right?
Documentary is legitimately not a good documentary.
It's his own personal opinion about a character he personally doesn't
like. But
like.
Here's the problem with how, if you're making a documentary, it is very, very, very important, if you really want to call it a documentary, that it is unbiased and it gets all the facts correct. You can't have a documentary that
I don't think it's even possible to have a documentary that's unbiased, but I know what you mean.
Well, you can't have the intent of it being biased towards one way or another, because then you're trying to show the history of something. Exactly. Then it's propaganda.
Just because the documentary inherently biased doesn't mean the filmmaker shouldn't try not to be.
So here's the problem. If you take a look at Hari Kondabolu's The Problem with the Pooh, every single person he talks to, there are sections where he talks to random people on the street, and every single person he talks to, of the people that he's shown, I don't know how many people he's shown, I don't know like the percentage of how many people to talk to versus how much is shown in the documentary, none of them know of or are fans of The Simpsons. So when you come up to someone and you say something along the lines of, do you have a problem with how this character, who is voiced by a white man, is being portrayed? When they don't know anything about the character other than what they have just been told, then that's a problem.
Yeah, again, the whole Apu thing, I don't think that's an appropriate discussion because I don't think it's really super relevant, right, to what we're talking about, which is it was a single man who got mad about a specific other man doing a thing that he didn't like and how he felt that it portrayed his culture. I really don't think that's even close here to somebody getting upset on somebody else's behalf about how a fictional creature that is in no way an allegory of a real person and is in no way metaphorically about a real race, how that clearly is because they have colored skin, a colored person.
So is this actually a thing, or is this just all hypothetical right now?
No. The orc thing, people really do make a big thing out of. It blew up all over Twitter. It was really it's very stupid argument because every single person who gets mad about this, in almost every case, isn't black. Plain and simple. They're not, Asian. They're not, whatever. They're white people in Oregon.
I mean, that's that's why I said I would like to be able to talk to people of color about this to actually hear what they have to say.
But again, this isn't the argument, right? It has nothing to do with this fucking argument from this video. The problem with this whole, it's whatever, right, is that it is entirely manufactured outrage. And it has it comes from nowhere. It's really awful. I'm sorry, I'm getting very annoyed by it. It has no basis in reality. It is not an allegory. There is nothing there. It is just people being offended on the internet for no goddamn reason. It is cancel culture at its goddamn finest. It really is. Absolutely. Cancel culture at its finest. And, CryptoSpook here is in the chat. Stop being offended on behalf of people who might be offended. If I'm offended at something, that's a different story. But if you're offended that I might get offended, that's wrong.
Yeah, that's stupid. I never understood people. Why are people trying to talk for people who can talk for themselves?
You're sitting here saying, oh, I wish we had some people of color, regardless of whether or not there is anybody. The point is that it's not really your place, right? So why are you getting offended for somebody that's not here?
I feel like I disagree with the "it's not your place" argument. Like, I feel like people can recognize racism, like whether or not. I'm not saying this is, but like if you said something obviously racist right now, like I'm not black, I would notice and I could call you out, and I don't think I would be in the wrong for doing that.
It's also you've placed this in front of me is why I'm speaking about it. Like I'm a toddler with no object permanence. Like I just
yeah, I mean you can spot it, but what I'm saying is that it's not somebody's place to decide whether or not something is or isn't offensive for other people. We have societal norms on things like, really blatant sexism and really blatant racism. We all know what certain words that you could say that would, I'm sure that Dan has a whole list of words that would offend him very badly. I'm sure that there are all sorts of words for Raiden that would offend him very badly. But
could say it would offend me.
I imagine that some of those words, right, are things that you wouldn't think were offensive. And I'm sure that some of the things that you would decide would be offensive aren't. And it's not up to you to decide what is or isn't offensive to somebody. And the fact that people do it, all it does is it creates this incredibly uncomfortable situation where everybody's afraid of words. I don't think that's a healthy environment. I don't think it's a good idea. And to take what is in no way a racial allegory, in the case of the orcs, and to say, well, I don't think that we should have orcs because they have flat noses and dark skin just like they're black people. That's not a racially progressive point of view. It's a racist point of view. And that's where I sit on that. Framinator, hello. M, person of color here. Tolkien orcs aren't an allegory for black people and are not offensive. They come in all sorts, greens, browns, even cream colored as well. In the movies and in the books, there are many, many different colors. And I think that at one point, Tolkien even mentioned that many orcs would probably be on the side of men if they could, but they can't. And that many of the people fighting on the side of the orcs are men because they're on both sides. So I disagree entirely with the idea that this is settled, that it is settled that orcs are in fact racist. I don't agree.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's inherent.
I think
I guess what I'm confused about is why are we spending like 30 to 40 minutes talking about something that's not even the point of the video.
Well,
that
because
we're about to watch.
Welcome to the show.
That's what we do. We go off on tangents here. But again, like they make this argument that it is settled, and if you want to know more about how it is settled, go see this other guy's video. And I don't think it's settled. And I think that starting off an argument with, well, this one thing, it is in fact true, and you're gonna have to accept it. I don't think
that's not even then. That's not even a reason for tangent, I believe, because that's the same thing as saying, watch this video and then racism is solved, because that's not that's such a stupid thing to say. I just think that if you say like, oh, this thing that people are arguing about is solved if you just watch this video, because our video is right, and any other conflicting ideas or thought pieces are completely wrong. That's ridiculous. That's stupid. I don't know why they would even say something like that.
It's extra credits, man.
I think ultimately my question is, why are you even using orcs? Orcs are boring. Create a new fantasy race make mushroom people, make snake people, make snake mushroom, make adder shrooms. That's a new one. I'm going to yep.
That is actually part of the argument, like the logical extension of whether or not an orc is or is not racist is you just suddenly turn them into stormtroopers, and is it racist still, right? And if it's not, then it's not that they are being portrayed in any way. It is some sort of an inherent or perspective-based bias towards the creature, which it doesn't make any sense.
I think the line of logic is just like, why do you see these traits as monstrous?
Or
like, I think that's
why do you
question.
see these monstrous traits as racist? Because again, it suggests that you see the people that way, and that's the problem. So yeah, that's the part of the discussion that they're not even going to talk about.
Oh my god!
This is the part of the discussion I was exactly worried about.
Yes, and it wasn't. It's not even in this.
We don't have to get into it.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about it. Don't worry.
I'm glad we avoided it. Oh, we really dodged
that conversation and just talk about the rest of the video. So yeah,
This is a worst of show.
Ah, yes, well. Yes, well. It's okay.
Characterizing a group like this in your game can be lazy at best and at worst, actively harmful to the world you're creating.
I'm going to rewind it because I don't remember what he was saying for the...
Regularly mischaracterized as ugly, warlike, and malevolent. However, this video isn't that. Though if you want more on that discussion, Mendez breaks it down wonderfully over on his website, and we'll have a link to that in the description. But here, we're going to talk about something related.
Okay, so here, we're fresh. We're fresh. Ha! We're fresh.
Ooh, ha, hee, hoo, ha, ha, hoo.
Here,
characterizing a group like this in your game can be lazy at best and at worst, actively harmful to the world you're creating.
All right. So here, why characterizing a race or a character in your game as evil is harmful to your game world. No, Rico, malevolent.
So we're just we're back to just having enemies is bad.
Right. But he's going to couch it in this incredibly charged racial thing, right? He's couching this whole discussion behind the idea that there is this thing about orcs and race, all that. So he's couching it in that in order to generate clicks, which should piss people off. But for whatever reason, okay, their fan base is just like, I love it, man. It's so great and progressive. And it's not.
When designing a game's world and populating it with fictional species, a designer might be tempted to differentiate them from one another by certain inalienable qualities, like their moral alignment.
You following?
Okay.
So you're going to create some.
I like these designs. I just want to say
these are actually some pretty baller designs. There's that like tree thing you were talking about.
But like, who separates things by moral alignment? Like that's only D&D. Like no video game.
That's true. And when I
moral alignment, this NPC is this moral alignment, and this moral alignment makes them do this. Like that doesn't happen in video games.
Yeah,
I don't know what he's saying.
That's the thing. Like when I DM D&D, I literally I'm like, you don't get to pick an alignment. I don't fucking use that shit. There's like 5 spells that are like dependent on good and evil. You can just throw them out, and then alignment doesn't fucking matter, and people can just play the game how they want.
D&D is like my friend fucking Kevin is just like, oh, I'll kill that like NPC, and I'm like a paladin sitting there like, fuck, I guess I'm evil now. Goodbye, my gods.
Yeah, that's the thing I've learned being a player of D&D and a DM of D&D is like you gotta like fucking get together. You gotta be on the fucking same page.
Are you like sitting back in your chair like really far there?
Am I?
Yeah. Are you like taking a siesta?
My mic has fallen over. I see what has happened. That's there we go.
Just for a little bit here, it was like, man, it sounds like you're just like really relaxed all of a sudden.
I had no reason to be tense before. I couldn't. No, my mic just fell over. What was I saying?
I don't know. I don't listen to you.
Something about
D&D.
D&D.
Oh, yeah.
When you D&D,
Yes.
you just
Yeah.
ignore
So
you pretend everybody's neutral.
Well, yeah, it's basically like when you have situations where a character, one of them wants to do that like kind of like lone wolf, chaotic evil thing. It's like, man, I already know what kind of player you are. I don't even want you in my game because I know that you're not here to have a fun time with everyone. You're just here to have fun yourself. I've been that player. Like that was my first character. I did that shit. It's not cool. Don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Like be a team player if you're playing D&D. And like you can fight with the DM. Like be like that. That's one of the things that I think is one of my strengths as a DM is I can play the heal pretty well. I can shift between the heal and like the person who actually cares pretty consistently. And so I can get the party against me pretty easily, and I if I ever sense that there's going to be infighting, I immediately am just like, nope, I'm going to become the bigger villain now. And it's, I don't know, you need to have a sort of receptiveness to the back and forth of how everyone in the group gets along in order to like have the game go smoothly, and even then, it's not always great. And
I think I would be chaotic good.
Well, I always go chaotic neutral if someone makes me pick an alignment, and I know that's lame, but the reason is because it's the only alignment where you can just do whatever you feel like you should in the moment.
Yeah, but chaotic good can kill people as long as they think they're evil. Or as long as they think that what they're doing is good. Chaotic good doesn't necessarily mean that they are good.
Well, that's the thing. Like, well, I mean, you're kind of thinking of like lawful evil, which is a different thing. That's like the polar opposite of chaotic good.
No, because lawful just means that you're going to tell the truth, you're going to do the right thing, blah, 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 but you're going to do evil things. Chaotic good, right, is somebody who will follow what they think in an effort to be good.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And I think that's what I would be. Because I would definitely be like some Section 31 up here.
Well, for me, I always like to play. There's two kinds of characters I'll play in any role playing game, and it branches out from there. But it's the first character is just like I try to play me, because I think people will just do that. They'll try to play themselves in a game, pick the decisions that they would make, the best decision in the best scenario to get the reaction that they're trying to get or whatever, and that works. And then the other kind of character I play is just a very specifically stupid, like, gimmick character that I just evolve over time, which is I once played a wizard that didn't believe in magic. That was a lot of fun, because I had to come up with ways for him to do all of his magic bullshit while still not believing it himself to be like he had to like trip and perform a spell, like that kind of bullshit, and like not even notice that he did it. And I just think like alignment, it's so nothing. Like you don't need it. You just make interesting character. You don't need alignment. Like if it's like your first time making a character or whatever, and like you feel like you need that assistance to help you get in the headset of like role playing, then awesome. It's cool. Use it as a tool for that. But I think like at a certain point, it's just like just throw this system away. It is not good.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think lawful and chaotic is like kind of helpful, whereas like good and evil is just kind of like
So moral would be the good and evil part, yes? Or would moral be the chaotic law?
Well, see, that's the thing, right? It's not like two spectrums. It's like a grid.
Because like a moral person would be lawful. For example, like an evil person could like have like his code of honor. Like think of like the mafia boss. Like you'll come.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like when we're talking about moral alignment, is the moral alignment more like really not even the good and evil, but more the lawful chaotic side? Like, isn't that really more morals, and then ethics would be good and evil?
Are ethics and morals not just the same?
They are not the same.
Have you not just used synonyms?
No, morals are internal, ethics are external.
I thought they just both mean the thing you do is right.
No, so it may be ethical not to kill the person who killed your mother, but it may be moral to kill the person who killed your mother. You feel that it is morally even, right? But ethically and legally, it's not.
So ethics are the general consensus on morals.
Sort of. Ethics are external.
Right, but you have to have that like societal contract, and that societal contract is built by a bunch of people getting together and being like, what are our morals? What are our common values? And they go, it's this stuff, and we go, okay, that's now the ethics.
Okay, so the morals are like the things that you hold dear that are the way that you make the decision, right? And the ethics are the external principles of how you do things. So like ethics are all murder is bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Regardless. It is a very uniform, flat, all murder period is a crime, it is bad, right? It is external, whatever. Whereas the moral of it is your internal, cultural, religious, whatever.
Well, the ethics are the morals that you constrain yourself to. So, like, I could think that say illegally downloading a video is morally wrong.
Ethically wrong.
No, it's morally wrong, but it's not ethically wrong if I do it, because I'm not following myself by that moral. Like I'm not governing my ethical behavior from that one moral. Like there can be moral.
I'm definitely more lost than I was at the beginning.
Yeah,
but
it's
look
the
at
other
this!
way
Look at
around.
this tree! Look at the smile on its face.
Yeah, I want to go back to talking about the tree.
Because it's like the
This
moral
tree
of the
looks so
story.
happy.
You do this, right? Every story has a moral of this is the lesson that you should take from it. So which lessons you apply are the ethics. The lessons themselves are the morals, and whether you agree with that moral is your ethic.
Man, this is why you should just not use alignment. You get into these conversations, and
Well,
there's
I don't
no
think they
point.
use the
Just
word-
make your cool noir detective man.
Yes.
Make your rogue with the cool hood who does Robin Hood things. Like you don't need to make it.
Typically speaking, when you pull up the word ethics, right, you're going to be talking about it from like an institutional point of view. So like the ethics of a banker, right, or the ethics of a lawyer, or the ethics of a politician. Morals are your internal, personal, individual, whatever. So I guess in some way you could say that it is, the ethics are the
General consensus.
yeah, but like there are rings of ethics, right? So like something may be ethical in society, and then you got to throw law onto there. So what is legal? And then there's justice, right? So like what is legal versus what is
Law
just?
doesn't really enter into my judgment.
It really does get pretty.
I try to align my morality with law, but
Well,
generally they're
like,
separate.
So
Like, I don't really-
legal. What is legal versus what is just?
Well, I guess because legality is a system that we agree on, it becomes entwined with ethics if that's the expected behavior. Just like politeness, like it is, it's moral to do the polite thing because that's what it's expected.
Ethical. Yes. So
It's moral or ethical. Like the words are generally interchangeable unless you try getting super specific.
well, specificity of language, my friend.
I don't think we're having that specific talk. I think we're using them generally, so there's no
Well,
reason.
that's what I was saying. Like, I am going into the specificity here. If we're talking about a moral alignment, I don't even think it's actually good versus evil. I think it's lawful versus chaotic.
That tree has good chakra. That's my 2 cents.
But that gets muddied when there are different laws.
Legal versus just is a totally different discussion. Because in a lot of cases, right, it is legal to send someone away for smoking marijuana, whereas it is not necessarily just to do it.
Well, I meant the sense that like there could be like 3 different laws of the land, and like you could like, it's not just like lawful or chaotic, because you could be lawful and still like be diametrically opposed to someone else who's lawful because you have different laws.
I mean, that's just that. Like, I mean, to put it in design
you
terms,
can't-
that's just that's faction systems in games, right? Like,
Well, I just mean to counter the idea that morality should be lawful versus chaotic, because that's assuming there is one law.
well, I mean,
Lawful would be that
you
follow the law, not.
I think y'all are just explaining the reason why Fallout New Vegas is a better game than Fallout 3. I think that's
It is.
ultimately what this conversation is.
It is, though. It is a much better game. Fallout 4 is definitely the worst. I'm willing to say that.
You know, I don't know which one. This is the thing. Like, I don't know which one I like less, 3 or 4. And it's like
4.
I like both of them. I just don't know which one I like less.
4.
But like 4. I'll be honest. 4 does the production value does kind of put it above it, because 4 is essentially. Well, so here's the thing. New Vegas is just a good all-around game. 4 is like 3-2, and if it's gonna be 3-2, then I may as well go with the one that looks nicer and also has the cool noir detective robot, who's like legitimately one of the best characters that's ever been written in a video game, and he belongs in a better game. He deserves Nick Valentine deserves to be in a better game than Fallout 4. I love that man. He's such a good fucking character.
I'm pretty sure I think Nick Valentine is played by Stephen Russell, who played Garrett in Thief. Just a random fact. that I happen to
Interesting.
know.
I still have not. I've owned it. You've offered to get it for me. I've already owned it, and I still have not played Thief.
So I'm working on a big video, right? I've been working on this video for a long time. I've already given up on the whole 2 weeks thing because just I'm not able to make a video in 2 weeks sometimes. And so I'm almost going to be at 4 weeks in between a video, which I've never done before, because I am currently working on a video about Thief. And yeah, so it's on my head right now. Can't we make M eat his mic? He should sit with his mic in his hand like we had Raiden sit a couple of weeks ago. No. I think I'm like, if I go loud, I think I'm already loud enough, right? Like,
well, you have a different kind of mic too, right? You can't hold yours.
Even if I could, I wouldn't. I think I'm loud enough. I'm just turning away from the mic some. And that's going to happen occasionally. I mean, I guess I can turn myself up a little bit more.
They just want you for your voice.
I got to see. Level up. I don't want it. The thing is, I don't want it to be fucking terrible. You know what I mean? And I don't want for it to just constantly be going. Is this better for you?
It's about the same.
I think it's probably about the same too. But,
there he goes.
Yep. Here you go. Is it better for you, Miss Klee? Are you happy now that you've interrupted us?
You're really putting on like the fucking ASMR voice with that one. I don't know.
This is ASMR.
Oh, this is legitimately a little bit uncomfortable. Whoa.
Hi.
Wow.
My name is Moriarty.
Please stop.
Welcome
eating your voice with
to
my ears.
ASMR.
This is not
You
great
know how to fight him
for me.
with the way you say nuts.
Is that how I do it?
Yeah, that's terrible.
When I just go in and I go, hey man, you just gotta bust a nut.
Please don't. Oh my God, it's so awful. It's everything about it is terrible. Why would you do this? On this stream where we are being wholesome, you would come in with your filth.
This wholesome stream.
Oh my God.
Yes. All right. I don't remember what's going on anymore. Let's see what else he has to say.
Violent versus peaceful, law versus chaos, good versus evil, and the like. It's a common trope in speculative fiction, but especially in the context of a game, painting an entire species with the same moral brush actually weakens the entire thing.
That doesn't happen. Individual characters have their own alignment.
So making a character good versus evil, chaotic versus lawful.
Wait, but like that doesn't make any sense, especially if it's like characters who serve under a kingdom who followed the laws and rules of like a king or a queen or whatever, like setup that is. Of course they're gonna seem like they all have the same desire in mind because they're just.
No. If you're a soldier, you're supposed to, right? Just disagree entirely with your commanding officer and engage in conversation with the enemy.
Okay, so I know I don't want to bring up orcs again, but like using orcs as an example, every time there's like a group of orcs, aren't they called like an orc army? Don't they normally listen to a head orc? A head orc?
A head orc?
Yes, a head orc.
A head arc. I don't know. I mean, like, I think it's different in each one. I think a lot of like Dragon Age, like things like that, or what's that? There was a game recently where you could play as an orc, and they were really fucking cool, but I don't remember what it was. I don't know. I don't think about, or I don't play enough games, I guess, with orcs or orc armies. I don't know.
That's what I was saying when I was talking about this to you. I was like, okay, like games that include orc, like okay, Elder Scrolls, you can play as an orc and you can be good. So not that game. Like what's a game that like I was literally sitting there like, what are games that has orcs in that actually
I guess Shadow of Mordor, the Lord of
Yeah,
the Ring. I think really only games that you can't play an orc where the orcs are always evil is specifically just Lord of the Rings.
Actually, to be fair, in D&D, can you be a good orc? You could be a good half orc, but can you be a good orc? Actually, a full orc might not be playable.
So here's one of the reasons why alignment, another one of them is why alignment in D&D is bad, is because yes, it relates to this, where in D&D every race not only does every race have like an alignment that it is, some have like alignments they can be, which means that they have alignments that they can't be, and it's just like it's fucking stupid. It's fucking dumb. Like if you want to play a tiefling or tiefling, however you say it, you like a tiefling is essentially like a demon. Like you're a demon, and like in the game manual, it's like this race is evil because they're demons, and you gotta be evil if you pick a tiefling. And everyone in the last like decade who has played D&D saw that and went, yeah, I'm gonna play a demon and I'm just gonna be cool about it. I'm not gonna be evil because being a demon sounds fucking cool as shit, but also I don't want to be evil. So like that, like immediately you're already throwing alignment away when you do that, and I think that's what a lot of modern D&D is. It's looking at like all of these cool
why
stuff.
D&D works so well, because you can homebrew.
Mm-hmm.
So D&D doesn't really work because people choose to play these characters as evil if they want to.
Yeah, like I think the rule of D&D is more in guidelines, and that's how everybody I've played with like has approached it. Is that like no DM has been unwilling to like break a rule like that.
Yeah, unless it's really, really like, no, this is part of my story specifically, or it breaks it for other people. You know, no, you can't be a dragonborn in our Dragon Quest. I don't know. I don't think I can think of, outside of Lord of the Rings specifically, I can't think of any games that include orcs where the orcs are always evil. You know, like you could look at maybe Warcraft 1 and 2, but they worked really hard in retroactively changing that story to where, yes, they are bloodthirsty, war hungry, whatever, but it's because of X, Y, and Z. Actually, they are totally, capable of not evil.
Yeah, and like the thing is, like, yeah, I'm struggling to think of like game. Like I can think of movies. I can think of books.
There was actually I remember in Oblivion. Like I remember this mission specifically because of how like interesting it was. Like there's literally a mission where one of them is an orc character and you help her. I think she's a half orc, and you help her become a knight of Shadenhall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that too. Yeah. So I can't think of any orcs must die.
Oh, you know what? Divinity, actually, kind of. They try to go gray with it, but they're not great at it. I love Divinity. Great game. The writing in it, not the most nuanced.
So the last one I played was Original Sin 2, and I can't really think that they didn't at least leave it open that orcs were like the orcs you were fighting or meeting or whatever, who were villainous. They weren't necessarily evil. They just were. They were opposition to you.
Yeah, like I'm not too far in Divinity 2. Like we haven't even broken out of the jail, I don't think, or maybe we just did that.
Or are you playing a co-op?
Yeah, 4-player campaign.
That sucks. It's so hard to get 4 people together and just sit there.
Well, it took us. So we did a 3-person campaign for the Original Sin 1. We used a mod, so that like each of us could control 2 characters, and we were fucking OP as shit. We were blowing through this game. It still took us 2 years to beat the game. To go through it.
4 is going to take you a while. I really like that. Or I'm sorry, Divinity Original Sin 2. Playing with 4 people will take you a while. Boy, that's. I still have a character somewhere that's just unfinished. And I won't go back and play it because it's like, no, That's the game I was playing with my brother. You know, like I can't go back and do that, and he'll never finish it with me. Like I've just got this game just there, and he'll never play it with me, ever. Orcs Must Die. Speedy Acorn brings it up, and I guess in some way orcs are the enemies, but I don't think they're necessarily positioned as like evil. And I think that's one of the things here is that like there is an assumption here that you are always playing as the good guy and anybody who is opposed to you is evil. And I don't know that that's necessarily something many games do. Like, I'm pretty sure that even bad writers try to make their characters feel somewhat nuanced.
Yeah, like it's weird because I agree with him in the wrong way, which is that like I totally agree that if your entire race of characters are all just cartoonishly evil, then that's bad writing. Like you should look at those orcs and give them a little bit more personality. But
So
like I can't get that.
But
Like I'm just
even
like right
there,
orcs that are
Ryan.
not different than the orcs, right? Like
But even there, Raiden, is it so bad to have an enemy that is just evil? I don't. That's the thing. I don't even think that's necessarily
in a
bad.
book or movie, I think it could be. It's a little bit more boring, but in a video game, no. Like it's just necessary.
I don't even, right? Like it's boring, perhaps, but I don't even think it's bad necessarily. And that's the thing. Like I don't agree with just about anything this guy said.
If I can just chime in here for a second, because
No, we don't allow that here.
I do have to go.
Oh, okay.
But I did want to throw my 2 cents with this whole thing of evil for just being evil.
Sure.
I think it does work. I think, especially now, we're in a time when, for whatever reason, every villain needs a sob story backstory.
Listen, I love that. I'll eat that shit up. But also, yeah,
I like sympathetic villains. But
well, we're not talking about a single individual being evil for evil. We're talking about the entire race, and there's no individual within that race who is, questioning it.
I understand that, but again, you have to take into account like the idea of who is the leader of this, like this group that is, if there is a leader in this case, which again there might not be, but what's their motive?
I don't know.
Like, do the ends justify the means?
Yeah. Well, like I've been playing.
I think you knocked your mic down again.
Oh, someone's mic is going weird.
Yeah, I'm hearing some like a fly buzzing by.
Are we good?
I don't hear anything. I just think your mic has been knocked down again.
Yeah.
It has. I was
God.
I was looking in the other direction. I was hearing like static from someone else's mic. I thought that's what we were talking about.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, it was your mic. I heard whenever you're talking, I hear the static too.
Because your mic fell over, there was static. I guess I don't know why you would have heard. That was
that's why. Like that's why
been solved now. So
I don't know how I heard it,
Mm-hmm.
but that was weird. Yeah, could you stay up, Mike? That would be fucking real cool of you.
All right, so Dan, you jumping out?
Yeah, I gotta head out. So,
All right, where can people find you? What do you do?
So I make very bad YouTube videos. I think they're okay. I make YouTube videos. My channel is called The Dan the Man Show on YouTube, all separate words. I just made a video about Jack Stauber, the indie musician, a few days ago. So check that out. You can find me on Twitter. That's where I keep people most up to date with what I'm doing and what I'm up to. So yeah, that's basically it. Thanks for having me on again. It was a blast and a half.
Thanks for coming on, man.
Thanks for coming in.
There you
All
go.
right,
The Dan the Man Show.
Just shut.
All right,
I want to say the after show.
The Dan the Man the Show.
Man, the show.
That'll be when he
game I
actually
saw, I
has
conquered.
like a show though. Like when he does his live show, that'll be the joke. It'll be the Dan, the Man.
That's good.
The show.
The Dan the Man the show. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Have a great night, y'all.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Good night.
So yeah, like oh fuck.
That's a very viscous paint he's got there. Is that a the word you wanted.
Oh, socklid?
Socklid?
Sockwood? Yeah, it's good.
Socklid.
Good commentary of the screen.
Socklid. All right, so here we go. He's going to get into his first thing here, and it gets really dumb.
This idea that a certain subgroup, like race, nationality, or sex, has inalienable traits is called biological essentialism, or simply bioessentialism. And it's a valid way to talk about qualities like how many legs an animal has, or whether it can fly.
All right. So I don't know. I've not researched essentialism, but I have read quite a few people who say that his definition of it here is wrong. Like just wrong, right? It's not how it is. Here we go. Bioessentialism. The belief that human nature or some specific quality such as intelligence, creativity, masculinity is innate and natural rather than a product of upbringing and culture. So that is what bioessentialism is. So the idea that
so the idea is bupkis. The idea is bullshit.
Yeah, the idea that like men and women are different internally, that kind of stuff, right? Like not like the sex difference, but like we are different because you're men and women.
Well, I mean, it's like the definition you read off explained it, I think.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm going further. So it is not a good thing, but it's also not what he's talking. What he's talking about here is absolutely not that. Just to be clear, he's wrong. They didn't even do like a basic Google search.
So your complaint isn't so your complaint is essentially like he's not talking about like how this would be a way to measure how chickens act as opposed to like they have physically 2 feet.
Right. It is human nature, right? Quote unquote, is bioessentialism.
Well, I am a nurture over nature guy.
Okay. So like it has nothing at all to do with what he's talking about. It is just blatantly
like
wrong.
it is when you look at the statistical difference between groups and then say that is a biologic like
I mean, are we? I'm just questioning who are we explaining this for?
The chat and for you.
I think I got it when you read off that first definition.
I
got it.
Basically, the point is like it doesn't talk about like the number of legs you have.
Yeah,
like,
it's not physical.
Like, the fact that you're it's nothing like that.
Yeah.
Yes. So you know, some people, whatever. I feel like I have to explain it more to you. But if you think you understand,
that's just because I'm stupid. Like that.
If you,
but
think
I think
you
I get. I think I get this one.
Like I'm prepared to move on, but I just don't want to have to come back to this to explain it again.
It's a new term for me, so I'm believing what I'm hearing.
Okay. But yeah, I wanted to like make it clear that what he's talking about is wrong. Like he's just wrong. This super basic wrong.
But all too often, this concept gets misused in untrue statements.
I don't like. He hasn't. I didn't hear really what he said because it was so quick.
No, but
I do love this freeze frame though. Like just out of context, this image. The one that you were just on, where it was like how, and then just a picture of a dog. Like it feels like such a non sequitur.
Mm-hmm.
Like after M went through the entire thing saying about how like he's using the word wrong, like the guy's next sentence is, but some people like use the word term incorrectly. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah. I guess I believe you.
It's used in untrue statements like pit bulls are a violent breed, men are more logical than women, or Asians are better at math.
Okay, so that is the actual way that it is used. It's what it means. And what's interesting to me here is that he starts off by going, here's what it really means, but here's how some people use it. And then he describes the way that it's actually used.
It's like the idea itself is so bubkiss and bullshit. It's like, how do you integrate that in a way? Like it, I guess it's like he can't, if he got the definition right, and then was just like, and it's a bunch of bullshit, I guess he wouldn't have the rest of the video.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what.
Well, he could have described biological essentialism, said said why it's wrong, and just never brought up the but it is true in this case.
Yeah, he could have done that. He could have done a lot of things.
Mention that, yeah.
But instead, he chose to go with this path, and then he brought up pit bulls for some reason about pit bulls being a violent breed, whatever. That is also not bioessentialism. So like it's a lot of bad shit getting thrown in there all at once.
Now, chances are, if a game is set in the real world, that the designers are avoiding these tropes because they aren't real, as multiple fields of societal and hard science can readily prove to you.
Very clear, right? Just so you know, Asians aren't good at math. Just so you know.
Wait, no, I don't think that's
what he's saying here. Yeah,
I don't think
that is absolutely what he's saying here. He's saying, I'll rewind it. You need to, yeah.
Asians are better at math.
Now, chances are that if you're a designer and playing this game in the real world,
these tropes because they aren't real.
You're not going to use them because they're not real.
But that doesn't translate to Asians aren't
multiple. That's what he's saying. Just so you know, Asians aren't good at math.
Or bad at math.
But this is what he's saying.
No, he's not, though. He's not saying just so you know Asians aren't good. He's saying just so you know they aren't better than everyone else based on their...
That's what I'm saying. Why are you saying
it a little bit differently?
You're agreeing with this guy so far. Like,
no, I'm not. I'm saying this is what he's saying. He's saying in this very... If you're gonna make a game, okay, and you're a designer and you're gonna make it in the real world, well then you might want to not use these things because they're not real. Like he's just it is a ridiculous reinforcement of, by the way, Asians aren't good at math. It's a weird, shitty, like, why are you even doing this? Except to, like, I don't know, do some sort of weird virtue signaling. It's a bad thing in the first, like, are you really not understanding me?
I understand you. I just
what you just described is a different point than what you were.
I understand
That's
you.
Not
I just
true.
think you're wrong.
You think I'm wrong?
About this. Right?
You think that what? Okay, if he's not just randomly throwing this out there to be like, by the way, just so you know, all of that is wrong. Like, of course it is. He's just saying this to get, like, points. He's saying this for points.
It's like, okay,
He is saying that there is a stereotype that Asians are better at math than other races, and that is biological essentialism, and that is false. Which, like, I agree with that.
And if you're a designer who's making a game set in the real world, you might decide to throw these out because they're wrong, as has been proven by several.
Oh, like, I see what you mean. Oh, so you're saying, like, I wouldn't make a game in which an Asian is good at math because then that would be supporting the stereotypes.
It's just like I understand to a certain, because it's like it's the scolding tone in which they're saying things.
Yes, it is him saying, by the way, they're not better at math, just so you know.
Like, I understand.
It's points. Like, he's saying it for fucking points. How are you not agreeing with me on this? Oh,
well, if you're saying he's just saying it for points, then I do agree. But, like, I just don't agree that he's saying that all Asians are bad at math.
I mean,
I didn't say that.
I don't agree with either.
You said that he was saying that all Asians are
just so you know, not all Asians are better at math. That's what he's saying. He's saying it in this condescending tone, like, by the way, just in case you didn't know, all of these things that I just said that are racial stereotypes, by the way, they're wrong. It's fucking stupid bullshit point gathering. It's just to say, here's the thing. I said this thing just so you idiots out there who maybe you thought that it was real, it's not.
I don't know. Speaking as like a person who grew up like as a fucking like teenager, fucking preteen on like Tumblr and like Funny Junk, where it's like this is gonna sound weird. I feel like I liked animation a lot, and I feel like if I had seen this video when I was like 12, it probably would have like Now it's gonna. Oh god! Now it's gonna sound like I'm making fun of M, and I'm not. It's just if I had seen this video when I was 12, I think I would have had the reaction that you had, and then I probably would have gone and like tried to see what other people are saying and tried to see like what it is. And it's like, I feel like this is a video where it's like I would have needed this scene back then so that I would get that angry and then go do that research and then come out of it where it's like where I am now, where it's like I don't think that's what he was doing.
But I'm not angry at what he's saying. I'm angry that he's saying this condescending thing that, of course, that's not real.
That's the thing, right? Like, because you're right that like this stuff should be self-evident. Like, absolutely, this stuff should be self-evident. And I think the reason you see stuff like this isn't for like point gathering. It's for people being like, "Are you fucking serious? Like, this isn't self-evident to you, motherfuckers." Like, it really is a kind of
you are giving this guy a lot of credit that I don't think he's earned. I don't think he's earned
credit.
You're giving him extra credit. But seriously, I don't think he's earned it. I don't think that he has earned your... Well, of course, like you're going into this thinking that this guy and this team of people have nothing but the purest whatever. I think they're doing it for clicks, and that's it. It is just pure clickbait bullshit.
I guess my question to you, though, is like, what if it is both?
It's not.
But okay, but what if it was? What if it's both?
When their CEO was accused of sexual assault,
right?
They were like, "It's nothing. It's not. This is just. It's not."
You put it back into context, and it's like, yes, okay, I remember where I fucking am now, and
it's not.
This is the issue. I think with maybe with me is that I'll forget previous context and start giving. I'll start to be like, okay, time to start giving the benefit of the doubt again.
Yeah, they do not earn the benefit of the doubt at all, and they will continue to not earn it. This is a company that has proven that they do not care.
I am curious though, because it is something that I think like I personally struggle with, where it's like I do want to be, I never want to make anyone uncomfortable. I do want to be like inclusive or whatever, and it's like. But I also am worried about like kind of reactions like this, where it's like, if I do that, are people just going to think I'm doing it for points? It's like, no, I genuinely want people to be comfortable with whatever. And but then it's like, then there is a part of me that's like, but I also do want clicks, and I don't want to abuse this for clicks, but I need to fucking abuse something for clicks. So I better make some bullshit up and like, just do something like not so charged as this that will still get clicks. But I guess
the fact that this is,
I struggle with is like when it is both like. Like, is that good? Is that okay? Is that bad? This is what I struggle with, like legitimately a little bit.
I think the fact that this is something that is 2 minutes into this video, it's not something that's part of their thesis. The fact that it is just here, right, shows you that all it is points, right? If they were to be using this to generate clicks, right? If they were to be using this in order to generate interest or generate research or convince you that you should go do whatever in order to prove that bioessentialism isn't real, that it's not an authentic scientific point of view, that would be a totally different conversation than them just throwing it in here with a condescending tone.
Yeah, so
for you, right?
Execution, then I think I can get behind that.
For you, if you're sitting here going, I want to say the same thing, right? I want to take this video and I want to say what I think their core point was, but I want to say it properly and with the nuance it deserves. If that was what you wanted to do, then I think you don't start off by being like, by the way, this video isn't about racism, though absolutely racism. Like you don't start off that way. You just, don't be racist. and I don't think anybody will accuse you of racism if you just don't be racist. Maybe that's just me. Maybe it's just me.
I still do think that like they probably like it was probably good to I guess preface it. I'm forgetting where I am again.
I kind of just want to give the guy the most charitable interpretation like I can, because he's still wrong. Like, it doesn't matter how nice I am about it. So, like, if he says an argument where I think there's a nugget of truth in there that I can help him out with, like, I'll help him and make that point for him that he's probably not even trying to make or realize that he like has something there. But like I'll bring that up and be like, here's where I think he still has a point, but like he's still falling on its face for the rest of it, you know. And I think it's like a more interesting discussion than just, you know, giving him the worst interpretation and then just shitting on it the entire time.
I mean, if you want to give him that, I don't think he's earned it. I don't think that they earn the charitable interpretation.
Well, I don't think he's earned it, but I think some of the ideas maybe like there's, you know, like a good conversation in there.
Maybe.
Yeah. Oh, my voice fucking cracked. I fucking heard it.
Nobody else heard it. Are you going through puberty?
Well, I didn't say. I stopped
Is this
myself.
why you're so into pumpkins?
I could feel it happen. Wait, hold on. What? In what? How does? Where's the correlation?
I'm just saying. You know, your voice cracked. Are you going through puberty? Or are you maybe thinking about pumpkins? That's all.
Where does the pumpkin part come in?
Because you want to have sex with a pumpkin.
Okay, but what is that?
Voice cracks, puberty, sexually charged.
Okay. I guess I see it.
Can readily prove to you. But speculative fiction offers us an opportunity to reify or make real various things which don't exist, or to exaggerate things which do.
So we're along with him for the ride here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Okay.
bioessentialism is a tempting idea in fantasy for some of the same reasons as it is in the real world. Because to our human minds, broad
Right. So
generalization...
when he says bioessentialism, can we just like assume he's talking about like what he thinks he's saying as opposed to?
Yeah.
Okay.
So when he says, "Oh, bioessentialism," what he means is painting these races with fact. You know, with
No, I think that's already a loaded question. Like you're bringing that as some. I don't look at like when I'm reading fiction and there is a stereotypically evil race. I'm not thinking they're biologically all evil. I'm thinking there's probably someone in here who disagrees with it, but we're just not seeing their perspective.
Yeah,
because
I
like I'm
as well.
dealing with them as like the real like race that they would be, and like think like there's definitely, you know, power struggles and there's stuff inside of here going on, but we're just not seeing it because we're focused on the main plot
because
of the story.
it doesn't fit the story.
So
it's not
why
a story
is he
about
bringing that assumption. Like,
I
just
don't
don't
know.
get where that assumption gets to be brought into it, that it isn't cultural and it's definitely biological essentialism, and like that's just fact.
Could you
like
imagine if every
how
time
is it?
you jumped into a game, it was like, by the way, here's the enemy's entire power structure. You know, they had a rebellion 25 years ago, and these are the leaders. You know, standing point. It's a shorthand, man. Like, I don't think that. I don't. Maybe the chat can say that they have at some point played a game and been like, of course they're all evil and nobody, you know, they're all uniformly whatever. But man, I don't think this way either. I don't view it. I super agree with you, Ryden.
So I've been playing this game the past couple weeks, just on and off. Disgaea 5. I've never played Disgaea before, but I've always like thought it kind of looked interesting. But I'm not really into like RPGs too much. But I was like, okay, I'll try it. And I had no idea. You play as like the bad guy in that. Like you play as like various demon lords, and there's this whole race of like penguin people, and like all of them say the word dude, like DOOD, and like they're all like subservient to like this one character. And I feel like that's an instance. I mean, maybe I have to get farther into the game. Maybe there's like more ones, but like they all seem they're like kind of like Yoshi's in like where it's like there's Yoshi, then there's Yoshi's, and
oh yeah.
Is this my mic again?
I think it's you again.
Yep.
How am I?
And
how
you
am
can
I
just hear
hearing
it
it
for some reason?
How am I hearing this? What the fuck? Hold on, let me.
Is it one of those like headset mics? Because then maybe it's like on both sides of it. Like it's just a connection.
I don't know. I tend to agree with you though, Ryden.
Are comforting. They reduce the world to simple cut and dry categories. All orcs bad, all elves good. Root for these folks, not for these folks.
Okay, so now we're like way off because like we're not even talking about Lord of the Rings anymore because like a lot of the elves were assholes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I generally don't like elves.
Yeah, like in Elder Scrolls, the elves are like the worst.
I used to have a vendetta against elves that I would play up because it was funny. And
my favorite game is Dragon Age because the elves are slaves and you can be very mean to them. I really like that a lot.
Like elves, I would I think it was Skyrim that did it, where it was just like I was talking with people like, what is the lore of Skyrim? They're like, oh, the elves like subjugate everyone. I'm like, fuck the elves.
Super racist in Skyrim.
And then I realized that like all of the characters in Jak and Daxter are basically elves, so I kind of have to like them.
Well, each depiction of an elf is a different version of the elf.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like I think you can only judge them from like the group in universe.
Like I wouldn't say that because Jak and Daxter are elves that suddenly, and I like Jak and Daxter, therefore I like elves. No, elves still deserve to be ridiculed and spat upon. They're terrible, and we should exterminate them.
Like the thing is in Jak and Daxter, they never once say the word elves. They never. I don't even think they say like.
They say precursor, don't they?
They say precursor, but I don't think they ever say like a word for human.
Mm-hmm.
Like what their word. So it's like. All of the characters have like big pointy ears and stuff. As a kid, I never made the connection. Like, oh, they're like based on elves. But like now, it's like they probably were. I still don't know for sure if they were actually based on elves, but it feels like they were.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I'd say the same thing about like Link appears to like be based on
Hylians. Yeah, I think that's interesting that like Zelda does that where they have like their Hylians. So they're not elves, and it's like I don't know. I feel like we've gotten to a point where Hylian means something different than elf now. Like
I personally think we're at a point in media where it would be late. Like if I were to make my own fantasy world, I feel like it would be lazy to use orc, elf, whatever. Like I would want to make my own races.
I think that's actually why we were struggling to figure out like games that have orcs, because it's like movies. I can think of fantasy movies and stories that have like orcs in them and stuff. But games I couldn't, and I was trying to think of why. And I'm like, I think it's like, we've just gotten to a point where everyone's like, I'm just gonna make my own shit because that's more fun. And you're right to an extent. Like there is an element of like shorthand that just inherent in character design.
Yeah. Well, that's what's kind of awkward about this argument. I think is because I think a lot of it stemmed from D&D that is now being forced into video games, and like when we're removing D&D from it, then I think a lot of the conversation kind of like, why are we still having it?
Just sort of peters out.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's even a conversation worth having anymore. I don't know.
Well, someone's having it.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my! I love that.
You
gator.
had to say like every time you say something, I have to pause, and then if you said something over something, I have to go back, and then you say something again, right? And I have to pause.
Uh-huh.
For these folks, not for these folks. But just like in the real world.
Look at that gator.
Okay, he's pretty sick.
I do like the gator. Yeah. That's a good gator.
Oh, I like that the skull is like his nose in the slime guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, lines up.
It's a neat effect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, his mouth is where his like the bottom of his like that other bone would go, but his eyes are just all wrong.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, the whoever their artists are, right? Because they have artists on staff. They do cool stuff.
Bioessentialism can present problems in fiction as well, specifically a moral one. The idea that a sapient species can inherently tend towards good or evil acts, or lawful or chaotic ones, and that moral essentialism actually undercuts the greatest strength games can bring to storytelling.
So, the problem that I have here is the same thing that I mentioned at the beginning, which is the idea that just because they are opposed to you, that they are somehow evil, right? Which is something that this video takes immediately for granted. Every time an enemy is an enemy, they are by definition evil, is something that we're required to accept for a lot of the premise of this video.
I think one of the pitfalls that this video is falling into is, accepting that that's just sort of a baseline, but also it's like it's falling into a pit where you can tell if they wrote all of this out, like all of their content out as like an 8-hour essay or something, I mean, no one would fucking watch it. But that's not. It would feel more cohesive because you would have concepts like these thrown in at earlier parts or later parts and delved into. So it's like my problem. Yeah, like my problem with it is I don't. It's like you can't have this be inherent. It's like it's fine to have, I think, an evil character, right? Like fucking Spyro fucking has that shit. Like fucking the Norks and the Rhinox in both of those games, in Spyro 1 and 3, are like they're like a race of being that is just they're subservient to their master, and they're just there to hinder you. But they put a lot of personality in the animations, and they did even more stuff in Reignited, where every single one of the Spyro games, 1, 2, and 3, I guess, every single one of the original trilogy.
Is there a fourth one?
There's. You don't want to get into this conversation with me right now.
Yes or no? Like that's all it needed to be.
Yes. Yes.
A fourth Spyro 4. I bet it's really good.
Oh, stop, please. Oh, but the first 3 games they start with it's called Enter the Dragonfly.
Enter the Dragonfly?
Yeah.
Enter the Dragonfly. Look at this. This is like 77%.
Don't you love how just Spyro always organically comes up whenever we're on the
time it did!
77% liked this video game, so it's like an 8 out of 10 game.
Which one? Enter the Dragonfly? Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it as much as other people do. It is not a well made game. Like it is not a well put together.
The Enter the Dragonfly is bad. This is an actual why Spyro Enter the Dragonfly is bad. While Spyro Enter the Dragonfly sold well, it received poor reviews from critics due to short length.
Yeah, it was like half the size of a normal game, probably. Yeah.
So you didn't like it because it didn't give you enough.
Yeah, well, if your only criticism against the game is that there wasn't enough of it, then I feel like you kind of like the game.
Yeah, right? Like, I can't really accept that one. Man, I really hate Enter the Dragonfly because there just wasn't enough of it. I don't know, man.
I like the argument. There are things that I like about that game. That I actually like Spyro's design in that game. I know a lot of people don't.
Is he the right shade of purple or?
No, if I recall.
Oh, so he's the wrong shade of purple.
Actually, I don't know. Is he? I don't know.
Is there steam in it, or I'm sorry, clouds?
Well, there is a level that takes place in the clouds. It's more of like a rainbow palace kind of.
Is there like some sort of like a pillar or a column involved?
I mean, there definitely are. I could not tell you the name of this place though.
It's like I'm just asking because I mean, every time you talk about Spyro, right, you're always like, it's the wrong color of purple. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about how he's the wrong color of purple again.
God. No, what I wanted to say is that in the beginning of the first 3 games, there's always 2 enemies, and they're like the most basic enemies, and they always have a unique animation that even the other enemies that are like because they're a common enemy that'll show up, but every other enemy in the game that looks like them will not do this. The first 2 enemies you see in each of the games will run away from you immediately as you go towards them. They will fucking book it from you because they do not want to fucking die. And it's like that's so good. That tells you so much. It's so funny. Like it's a funny little thing where it's like you go in and the enemies are just scared of you, but it's also like holy shit, the enemies are fucking scared of you. Like you're a fucking especially in Spyro 2 because dragons aren't like a thing in the world of Avalar. They're like a feared thing, and so you have they're trying to like get a dragon to come to the world to deal with Ripto because they think dragons are like this super big, strong. And then Spyro ends up coming through by accident.
I don't know
and
what you're saying anymore.
His whole thing in the first game is that he has to like prove himself to all of the other dragons. And so
I'm begging you,
like he does that in the first game.
Oh my
and
God,
the second game he wants to go on vacation.
I don't care.
And so Hunter and Alora and the professor they bring him in to the world. And then
hold on a second.
They're like,
hold on.
For the second game, they pulled in Spyro accidentally to stop.
Please stop.
Yes. But wasn't it Ripto's revenge?
No, it's Ripto's rage. It's and so what had happened was the professor built an interdimensional portal essentially.
Oh, please,
and Hunter went in and he punched in his birthday as the coordinate code. And so
is that the kangaroo guy? The guy who goes skateboarding?
Stop it!
Yeah, he is the guy you go skateboarding with, but he's a cheetah. He's a cheetah. Alora is the fawn. The professor.
I have a question from somebody in the chat. How long was Year of the Dragonfly compared to the others in the series?
It was only about half as long. So anyway, Spyro comes to the world, and they want him to get rid of Ripto. And he just wants to go on vacation, but he's like, all right. Well, he's so cocky. He's like, all right, I'll do it by lunchtime. And so all of the residents in this world are terrified of dragons. But here comes along Spyro. He's a kind of a puny guy. He had to prove himself, but he's there, you know. And
I regret showing you this power.
This is a good power. I like this. Yeah. This is very...
last time M was annoying us, I went on like a 5-minute chow rant, and then he went to bed. And then so I showed RACROX, and he's just like, "Oh man, I appreciate this new power you showed me. I now can finally counter M."
Well, he wanted me to talk about Spyro, so I'm just talking about Spyro. That's I mean, I give him what he wants, you know. Right, M? Oh, he's gone.
I think did he actually leave?
Yeah, I think he fucking left. I mean, either that or he has commitment to the bit that I appreciate. All right. I mean, either way, it's commitment to the bit.
You know what? Let's find out what's going on here. Moral essentialism. I keep pressing the wrong buttons.
The player's own power to make meaningful, interesting choices and judgments for their characters, including moral ones. So if a game's creative choices apply a moral valuation to every member of an entire species before...
Okay, I'm back. What was up?
I actually did leave!
Oh, the fucking... I mean, you talked about this either last week or a few weeks ago, or maybe even during Justice League, Ryden, but you were like that. The sound of a can opening over the mic on Discord,
perfect sound,
very satisfying, and the timing that M gave with that can opening with his line was very. I want to compliment it.
That was brilliant.
Okay,
and that was like a better entry than like any one of Kramer's in the entirety of Seinfeld. Like you just figured out how to enter a room with peak comedy.
All right, so we were here, I think.
Yes, he didn't say much.
Games can bring to storytelling the player's own power to make meaningful, interesting choices and judgments for their characters, including moral ones. So if a game's creative choices apply a moral valuation to every member of an entire species before the players even meet them, well, now that's just taking that.
Okay, so the problem is that this guy only wants RPGs.
Yes, but he also only wants like really in-depth RPGs where you're able to interact with every single enemy and decide one-to-one whether or not they are or not evil.
No. They want every encounter with an enemy first starts with you having to figure out the morality and whether or not it is right to fight them or they are actually your ally.
Yes.
And then if you are wrong and you fight, like, I don't even know what that would mean. Like, what happens if you determine they're not an enemy, and it's not moral to fight them, and then they just fight you anyway? Like, you just die?
I don't know.
Like, is that the end of
self-defense? You know,
like this is something interesting that I think Mario plays with, where it's like if you're playing like a 2D side-scrolling Mario game, you're running along, you're hopping on Goombas and Koopas, you're not giving it a second thought, and then you go and play like Thousand Year Door, and like all of these Goombas and Koopas have like unique designs, and like you're talking to them, they're all like their own characters, like most of them have like unique names and shit, and it's like where there's a divide there, because it's like if you do that and then you go back to playing Mario like hee hee woohoo, and it's like I know that it's sort of overplayed at this point to be like, haha, what if Mario jump on the turtle and the turtle die like in real life when you jump on the turtle? And it's like, okay, you've beaten the joke to death, but also kind of weird that you can have like Thousand Year Door where these characters are like fully sentient and can talk and are like really cool, and then you have like 2D Mario games where it's just like, you fucking dead. You weren't even an insect to me.
Well, I think you kind of figured out where he pulled a sleight of hand where he's not really talking about what he's talking about. He's not.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like
he's not actually trying to convince us that evil races are bad game design. He's having the argument that evil races are bad storytelling, and he has made this like sleight of hand that like storytelling and game design are equivalent.
I don't even. I almost think it's. I almost think the argument is just like, make all games RPGs in the way that I am describing.
Yeah, like there is one ideal way to make a game, and any game that doesn't follow that script perfectly is like a worse design. Like there aren't two different games that are good. There is only one good game and things that are worse than it.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's
Like,
really what it is.
yeah.
And there's not a whole lot, unfortunately, that he's going to do other than you must agree with him. Like, that's his default position in this argument, is that if you're not agreeing with him, then not only are you wrong, but you might be a racist.
I think this is a... this is weird. I almost feel like this is a pitfall of, like, Western English class. Because when you're taught essay writing, you're taught, like, don't use I statements, like, try to be as convincing as you can in what you're saying, or whatever, and just say everything as matter of fact as you like possibly can, and that'll end up being more convincing. And while I think that is technically true, it's also like it's a bad way to write. Like, don't write an essay like you use I statements. It's better that way. You come across like less of a pretentious asshole.
Oh, don't worry. Extra Credits is not afraid of being considered pretentious assholes. They revel in it. Why do I always got to forget about things, especially things as cool as Tangent? See, I'm telling you, it's going to be the name. I guess I feel less bad since I forgot my.
No, hold on. Let me just say my piece, which is like, I'm not saying I like it, but is this not better? Is that not better?
No,
because the X is now replacing the A, and like I feel like it's more readable. Because
so the question is, or I'll put this up for a poll, okay? So we'll it shows me the last poll. Yo, is Sally asking you to take a dip? I totally forgot about that one.
Oh my god.
Oh.
I was like sitting there, I was stuck there for like 2 seconds, like, who's Sally? Oh. I remember that.
Yeah.
And the winning result on that was?
Well, I'm putting it up. Oh, I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure it was just that they hate riding.
Yeah, that was it. I hate riding. All right, so I'm going to put this up there, and I'm even going to throw it up for like the full 10 minutes. All right, we're going to throw up the poll. Which is better, which version, and we'll check it out in a little bit. Yes, that was the one that won as I hate riding, not fuck riding. We would never want to do that. Just hate. So
that power away from the players. And in turn, if a group of orcs, for instance, doesn't even have a choice about their actions, are they actually evil? Because look, if a person, say, destroys a house, we call that evil because they chose to do so.
Now, he's made that argument that if you choose to do something, right, that you are in fact evil, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, do you want to get into a semantic debate about what good and evil even are?
No. I'm making sure we're clear on what he has said.
Well, I'm pretty sure what he is. So if you take the act of like a house burning down as bad thing, and then you have like he intentionally, purposefully, maliciously did bad thing, and it's like
Yes.
If you want, I guess if you want to say that's evil, then yeah.
Okay. Now here's his next point.
But if a tornado destroys a house, well, I mean, is wind evil?
I don't know the point he's trying to make. I understand what he is saying.
He thinks this is really.
So if
really deep.
orcs are evil due to their genetic nature, and it is not a choice or their upbringing or any moral thing, like it's just they are evil because of their nature, then they are just forces of nature. They are not actually doing evil. They are just doing what they naturally would do as a immoral, it's amoral because it can't make that moral decision. Like it is incapable of making moral decisions. So it is an amoral object. It's just a force of nature.
Yeah, I think wind is just a really weird. Because I mean, you're right, Em. Like they think he thinks he's got a gotcha moment, right? Like that's, but it's like, but you didn't consider wind.
But what about wind?
But I think if you would use even if you do something as simple as I don't know, any organism that is still like an organism and doesn't have sentient life, because that's the argument that they're ultimately making is like
this needs to be a bingo card moment, and I know exactly what it is. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So the bingo card moment is, but what about wind? Okay. And the meaning of but what about wind is a gotcha moment that is absolutely not a gotcha moment. Because this happens pretty frequently where they're like, but what about this? And it's like, oh, yeah, that's not equivalent in any way whatsoever.
Yeah, I see what you mean by pontificators at this point. And I see what I mean. I see what I mean by me saying that they are giving a bad name to pontificators.
That's the thing. They are pontificators. A non-cha moment. I like that, Nami. That's good. But what about wind?
Right? Yeah, well, yeah. Like I think the point. I think the point he's really just trying to make is that he doesn't like when, like a race or just like of beings in a game is not fully sentient. Like that is like he like, because it's like you could do this with like worker bees or a race based on worker bees or whatever, and I don't think anyone would question it, right? They would just be like, oh, of course they're worker bees, they follow the queen, this is a thing that bees do. Like it's just like you can apply that to essentially anything.
I think it's amazing because he's right in a way, but it just completely doesn't mean anything. Like if the orcs are truly, like, through biological essentialism, unable to choose evil, and then sure, they are just a force of nature, which is a genre of storytelling, man versus nature. Like, those are types of stories that are written. They're not bad storytelling because the villain is nature. That is like a way you can tell a story. Like you can't just say that any story that doesn't feature a moral actor as the villain is inherently bad.
Yeah, so see if you can like follow me, because I don't even know if I'm following me when I say this, but it's like you have characters that I think are you as an audience member, you look at them and you make an assumption whether they are sentient or not, and some things it's like unclear. Like if you have like a mushroom person, it's like, is that
Well, I think language is a pretty good indicator. If the thing has a language, then it's probably intelligent enough to make decisions.
Well, if it has command over that language in a way that it can, like, I mean, yeah, like if it can consent, I mean, that's kind of what it goes back to, is like, if these beings cannot consent to what they are doing, then I don't know if I would call that necessarily a force of nature, but it's definitely not like, it's not as nuanced, but I don't necessarily know that it needs to be as nuanced. It's just the point they're making is like, it's kind of weird when you take things that people generally assume to be sentient and have them act in a way that is not sentient, and then tell the audience that no, this isn't us doing it. This is just, they're evil. That's how they are. This isn't like, but it's like,
but he hasn't demonstrated that. He's just assumed it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean that. Yeah,
and he hasn't even said that's an assumption he's making. That's just something we're supposed to assume.
You're right. It's like I'm arguing an argument that isn't even being made.
Yes, that's the problem. That's how people watch these videos.
I'm arguing the implication of an argument.
Yes. Yes. This is the problem with extra credits videos. This is exactly it. Is people go into it and they go, well, he didn't quite say this, but I'm pretty sure. No. This is it. And then they just revel in it. And when you turn it back on them and you go, well, that's a stupid thing. They go, well, we didn't say that. You inferred it. And whoa, so bad.
See, that's great for comedy.
It's not a comedy channel. They're trying to make they're trying to position themselves as the ironically moral choice in how to make games. That they are a force for good in how games should be. They set themselves up in that, and they set themselves very clearly in opposition to games that are, well, anything that isn't super quote unquote progressive, right? That is their point of view. That is where they sit. And so from that, it's just very, very annoying for them to be making these kind of you know what I'm saying. Everybody knows what I'm saying. And I don't
it's dishonest to take an interpretation of orcs that treats them like a sentient race who has moral agency, and then put them, because they used orc, to put them in the same box and then claim that they aren't doing that.
Yeah. Yep. Yes.
Right? Because basically he's saying because I agree that creators should be maybe more responsible of their creations. And if they are responsible, then you need to look at what they've done and give them credit for doing it. You can't just ignore that and then still say they're wrong because they used orcs. If they used orc more responsibly, then shout out the good uses of that. Say this is where it's bad, this is where it's good.
So they do kind of, in this video, in just a minute, he does kind of point out some good uses of aliens, but he does it in such a piss poor way, and we're going to have an argument about this, I can guarantee you.
Oh, no.
So we'll talk about that when we get there.
No. Therefore, if a game's world building chooses to program every member of a species to destroy, aren't they more like the tornado? Now, if the player's characters are able to make moral choices, but an entire class of NPCs is inherently evil regardless of their choice, then the game is either telling the player that moral choices don't matter, or it's simply driving a wedge between the player's morality and the morality that applies to the rest of the world, blocking the play.
So if you play, and the enemy,
I don't.
Why does the morality of the game have to be the same as the morality of the player? Why?
So here's the thing. It's what he's saying in that specific point is kind of true. If you as a player have choice, but the NPCs don't feel like they have to, that creates sort of a dissonance. I think what I would argue is that dissonance isn't necessarily a bad thing. It can be used to an effect. So I think that yes, it can create a dissonance if it's done in a certain way. But I also think that you can use that dissonance. You could, here's
an example. Here's an example I can give you. I'm playing Red Dead Redemption 2, and I play it very moral. I'm not gonna shoot an NPC. I'm not gonna do illegal things. Generally, I will obviously break the law and have fun in the game. But I'm not being a sadistic person. And then I get thrown into a main mission where I'm shooting up half a town and racking up bounties, killing cops that I wouldn't shoot a cop to rack up that bounty just because I didn't have the money to pay it off. But I was basically forced in a situation where the character I was role playing as isn't as moral as I thought they were. I was wrong about the character that I am, And I took that moment to be it's right. I'm role playing a Western character. I need to stop being so moral and modern about my morality and have the experience. It's my fault for taking myself out of the experience. It's not the game's fault.
That's very funny because I remember playing the first Red Dead Redemption, John Marston, and having a sort of an opposite. Because when I was a teenager, I was yeah, let me play evil. I was infamous. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna play evil. Give me those fucking evil powers. I was yeah, hell yeah. And I would just go out in Infamous and just shoot people down I'm your god. And then I played Red Dead Redemption. Came out like 2011. I think it was Game of the Year 2011, maybe 2010. Maybe 2010. Anyway, I play that, and I started that game out where it's like, oh, there's an honor system, and like it's like I don't even plan on playing Evil, but as soon as I see there's like an honor system, or at least back then I would see there's an honor system, and it was like, okay, time to be the worst person. But I was playing Red Dead Redemption, and like John Marston is such a likable character, and like he's like you want to like him, like you really do, and you can tell that he's like, and you know that like the government is like fucking with his family, so he's not like doing this altruistically. He is being forced to do this, but like it's like I did not want to play at a certain point pretty early on. Like I stopped wanting to play that game how I normally play games with karma systems. I was like, no, I want things to turn out as well as they can for this character.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But what I think is
ironically, actually, that honor system made me like go crazy evil, because you can only get the like cool dark horse if you're full evil.
I love that. It's like, why do you make the decisions in the games? Well, it's like, I really want to do right by the character and make sure they have the story that they really deserve, they really need. Make something, have a satisfying arc. Why'd you pick your moral decisions? I wanted the cool fucking horse.
Yes,
the evil horse was cooler than the good horse.
Listen, I've made that decision based on something as arbitrary as that before, because, and I will do it again. Like, fuck yeah, give me the cool horse.
So I think both of you guys are kind of missing one of the things here that I think is really important, specifically in any of these games, which is that, once again, as with the Nazi video, and this is why I said that it was really relevant, is the extra credits team is making the assumption that the player has no agency in what they're playing. So you are being forced in this world to play this game. You have no choice over the content of the game. You are playing a game, and the developers have decided that you have, as the player, or rather as the player character, you have some issue with enemy slugs. But you personally love slugs, and therefore you are disgusted by this game. It is a emotional dissonance that you simply can't abide. How dare these developers force you to hate slugs? And I think that there is a problem with assuming that just because you're playing a game that you didn't have the choice to play that in the first place, right? Like it's just wrong. And that's what I mean when I said it's back to that Nazi thing again, right? You have a choice not to play a World War II multiplayer first-person shooter, right? You have a choice not to do that. And if you choose to do that, then you know that you're getting into a situation where you may have to play on the Axis side. And the argument they're making here is the same thing, that you have no agency and no choice whatsoever, that you are just tossed in there and suddenly you're fighting enemy slugs. I think that's a bad argument.
Because you're getting into something a little bit with like just media criticism in general, which is, to put it how I think most people have seen it, it's a very simple sentiment. Don't watch, right? And that's what a lot of people will say. And I think for the most part I agree, but I guess this is the thing, right? Like it's like I don't want to say anything is inherent. So I don't want to say that like having this kind of criticism of a game is wrong because you can just not buy the game. I think that there's still you can still have a valid criticism of a game, like whether or not like
sure, but this particular point, right, is saying that you have no agency. And I really do think that the argument, because he brings this up repeatedly, this is a common thing that they bring up, is the developers just forced it on you, and they didn't. You picked up this game about killing slugs, knowing that you would be killing slugs, and are now complaining that you're killing slugs. And I think that is first of all just a really, really obtuse argument, but also not one that you should be having, because don't watch actually does apply in this specific argument that he's making.
Yeah.
It is the answer to this argument.
I guess what I would ask, I guess first of all, what are your feelings on Spec Ops: The Line?
What do you mean?
Well, do you think so? That game it does a long con, right? Like you're playing that game and you think, oh, I'm just playing some generic war shooter like Call of Duty campaign, and then you get to a point where it just fucking punches you in the face, and it's like, no, you're the fucking asshole here, bud. You've been playing as the asshole the entire time, and now we're gonna make you watch as you have to fucking do like asshole shit. And it's like you could sort of people will get to that point, and a lot of them, well, some people will think, oh, that's really cool that they did this like subversion thing. That's a really neat commentary on games. And some people will get to that point and they'll feel like, well, what the fuck, man? I thought I was just playing a fucking war shooter, and you do that. And it's like, I like that shit. I like when games do that kind of like sucker punch shit, like fuck you, because I don't know, I get a little bit of schadenfreude out of it.
So I guess two things there, really, right? One, I don't think this is very common. There's very few games where they pull a Spec Ops: The Line.
Well, in the Spec Ops: The Line way, that's true. But I mean, other games do this. Like Crackdown doesn't do it in a twist way, but the ending is revealed that you were the bad guy. The agency did everything, set everything up. And
right.
Games like that happen where it's not necessarily your actions. You know, I think Spec Ops was a more manipulative one where like you didn't have a choice to commit genocide, and then it's like you had a choice, and it's like, no, I didn't. You forced me to. I tried not to, and I was standing there for 5 minutes. The game wouldn't progress.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas like Crackdown, I think was good because it was just the end cutscene recontextualized the game, which I think is a more interesting way of doing it.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a relatively wouldn't say it's an uncommon thing.
So I feel like I lean in to games. I feel
you
like
should lean into your mic.
Oh yeah, sorry. No, that time was because I literally leaned into my computer and got further away from my mic. So I think if I play a game like Spec Ops, or even if I'm playing a game like Uncharted, like I know what I'm getting into when I play that game, not to the extent of like I know what I'm getting into, like what's literally going to happen, but I know what I'm getting into from like a gameplay perspective of like, yes, I could be a dick to this game. Like I could go play Uncharted, which is, you know, a very linear game, a lot of pre-animated segments, and you can if you want to, you can very easily like catch yourself on geometry. But the game is also designed in a way to like string you along, where it's like if you're going with the flow of the game, and I know that this isn't necessarily a thing that you want to do for every game. This isn't necessarily a thing I want to do for most games, honestly. But like there are games where it's like Uncharted, where if I just go with the flow, if I let it take me on the story that it wants to take me on, it's going to be a better experience for me anyway. So with Spec Ops: The Line, it's like you have a situation where it's like, yes, you could stand there for 5 minutes and it wouldn't progress, and that would feel dumb, and it would kind of feel like the game is forcing you to do a bad thing. Or you can lean into it, do the bad thing the game wants you to do, feel bad about doing the bad thing the game wants you to do, and now you've had art that like affected you in a way that didn't make you angry, and I think that's better.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Anyway,
I think it's weird. I mean, Spec Ops did it in a more interesting way, but I think like generally, if you're interacting with, like, I think it's not generally like, oh, I did a wrong thing. It's more like I knew that I was playing a video game and I shot the enemy. I didn't realize I was playing a game that would have taken that action seriously. And if I knew that there was a system, I would have, taken that into account. But like I'm
right,
like,
but
we adjust to the game we're playing. Like we over time like know the systems because they're pretty obvious, and you get the feel of how a gameplay loop works, and you play within that loop.
Yeah, but I think with, I mean, Spec Ops is sort of, I guess, a cream of the crop in terms of games that have done this.
Yeah,
but it's like in that game, like that game is a commentary not just on war itself, but also on war games, and like that game gets across probably what they want, like what Extra Credits want to get across in the Nazi video, way more effectively than Extra Credits could ever hope to. Like they get across like you are playing as the bad guy, motherfucker. This is fucking what happens. And it's like then you play that game and you get to go make whatever decisions you make after you play that game, however it's affected you. but I think to take away that element, because yes, it would probably be even more effective if you could like somehow engineer a way to get the player to like accidentally, not even accidentally do something bad, but like do something so ingrained in their psyche that is what they should do, but then also have had another option the entire time, and like have them just not have assumed that was even like, you have to really fucking trick them to get this to work. But I think you could do it. And this actually, this isn't even a situation where this is like, no one is making a moral commentary, but there's that instance in Metal Gear Solid 3 where if you just leave, if you start the end boss fight and then you leave for 2 weeks and come back, he will have died of old age. Mm-hmm. Like you can essentially skip the boss. It's not a hard boss fight, but you can skip it by just not doing it. And it's like, if you had like that in a sort of Spec Ops: The Line situation where it's like, yeah, you can white phosphorus all these like you can do these horrible acts, or you could like, I don't know, I don't even know what you would do, because it's also a commentary on war and how like you as a soldier, like you're in that situation. And so I don't know what option you give the player to let them get out, but I think even if you gave them an option of, as simple as like saying no and then they're executed for treason and the game ends there or something, like that is still, I guess that still is more impactful, because one, there was like, you can make a choice. Two, there was a choice that you could have made that you didn't even assume that you could have made, and then you have the realization of that choice, and then I think you end up feeling even shittier later, which is a good thing to me. I think when a game can make you feel shitty.
Well, it feels weird, because it feels like we're talking for like an hour, and we come to the agreement that there is a game in which his idea could be an interesting game.
Well, so the reason
it's not every game, like it's not. Yeah. It's not every single game.
I brought up Spec Ops: The Line. It says you can imagine a situation in which
the player is disgusted. Yes. And where they have been tricked and they didn't buy into it, they didn't ask for it. Yes.
Like, well, let's say you play Wolfenstein, and all of a sudden they have a chapter where you are playing the Nazis. It's like, that's kind of weird for Wolfenstein to do. Like,
yes,
that seems like a weird tonal thing for them to do. And
if you were to suddenly be playing as a Nazi and killing people in Wolfenstein, doing the atrocities that they do, yes, which I think is why no Russian. What?
Sorry, you finish your thought. I was just going to say that I think that it's a very interesting situation. There is, you could play as somebody undercover in the resistance.
Well, I was just about to say, they did do that.
Choose which orders they're following to keep their cover and which orders they're refusing to help the resistance.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
that'd be an interesting way to do it.
But they did do something sort of like that in No Russian, where you could choose or not to engage in the massacre in the airport, and you did not have to. You did not have to open fire, and nobody would blame you. And in the end, your character is killed regardless. Just proving that you could either, be a bad guy or not. And I think that is the reason why people had such an issue with it, is because it is exactly a situation where he's talking about here. But I don't think that situation occurs very frequently, right? I don't think there's a situation where you go into a game and you are suddenly doing something that is against your morals that you didn't know about ahead of time, right? So with the example here is that you went in and started killing a slime creature, but you love slime creatures. You don't think slime creatures are bad, and it is morally abhorrent that you weren't able to converse with the slime creatures. I don't think most games you're going to go into with that.
So that's the other thing, right? There's a third facet, because he was talking about earlier, is like sentient beings and a tornado. It's like, okay, what about animals?
No, you can't. That's the thing. You really can't go further with these, because he will never make a deeper discussion there. They never go deeper. Well, Exocritus is incredibly just like very basic, and they're trying to politicize their point of view every single time to where they are right. So like, you can't go, well, what about animals? Because he'd be like, well, I didn't add them in. And that would be the end of the conversation.
Well, I still think he hasn't shown how, if they are just forces of nature. That's bad game design.
They
like
have
maybe that's the conclusion, but you still have to show why that would then be bad game. Because as you say, like you could animals could be the enemy. You know, like just nature. You know, it could be Plague Inc. and you're, you know, well, I guess that when you fight. I guess humans are the enemy. I don't know, but like you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. So I'm just saying that his argument here, specifically this, that, you know, all of a sudden you're just sitting there playing this game and suddenly you have to fight a slime and god damn it, you love slimes. You would never fight a slime. I don't think that occasion happens very often.
I mean, it happens to me every single time there is a game with a dog in it.
Well, I was about to say, like, you got, like, you know, The Last of Us 2 where you have to kill a dog, and I wouldn't do that.
So I actually read.
Maybe I should play that game.
I read what. I read one experience.
Dude, you just made me spit all over my goddamn hand so that I wouldn't spit on my fucking computer.
Oh no!
Oh my god! Oh fuck! Oh man! Oh wow, dude! I can't believe you said that. Fuck! I'm gonna be sticky.
Where did you spit so you didn't spit on your equipment?
I was in the middle of taking a drink. And then he said, and I'm about to like do an actual spit take, right? So I slammed my hand over my mouth. Oh.
I'm sorry. Like, I don't know. Jeez.
I didn't ask for this. And suddenly. Okay. Let's watch this.
Player from further becoming a part of it. For instance, in Warhammer 40k, this inconsistency is central to the Imperium of Man's villainous creed. Individuals' human choices make them good or evil, whereas aliens are created evil.
So, this got a lot of flack, this argument here, and I know none of you are like big Warhammer fans, but the argument here is in fact false because everybody is evil. And in fact, while the various human factions are various types of evil, and all of them view the Xenos as evil, you can play as the Xenos and they are not evil, right? Like they're not evil, they're just viewed as evil because they are not human by only the human races. So like this is just a bad argument all around.
Yeah.
This is like, because when I think of aliens, it's always interesting because I always go back to the difference between Killzone and Resistance, and how they look at aliens and look at like war and whatever. And it's funny because Killzone is a game you play as the bad guys. Like it's not a game where it's like Disgaea, where it's like you're playing as the bad guys, you're the evil. It's like no, you're playing a guy named Sev. His name is Sev. Anyway, he's white dude, like brown hair, like just video game protagonist, like fucking generic as you can think of, and he's like going through this. He's doing this. Well, I've only played Killzone 2 and 3. I think 1 actually does take place on Earth, but 2 and 3 and like all of the ones past that take place on the planet Helgen, and Helgen is a planet that's like similar to Earth enough for humans to live on it. So they sent a bunch of people to live there, but also it's like polluted as shit. And it's like, it's not really good to live there. And all the Helgens were like, hey, can we come back to Earth? And all of like the Earthlings were like, no, you can't. And the Helgens were like, we're going to come back to Earth actually. And that's what we're doing now. And the humans were like, oh, don't. And they had a war. And then after the war was done, after they pushed the Helgens away, because they just wanted to like not live on a horrible polluted death planet, like then the Earthlings were just like, okay, now we're gonna come to Helgen and wipe all of you out. And it's like, what the fuck, Killzone? I'm playing as you, like, and like they position the humans as the good guys the entire time. They position the Helgens like it is like they're supposed to be space Nazis, like in their aesthetic and like everything. But it's like if you look at the story and what it is, it's like they're Earthlings are the ones oppressing it, and then Resistance is really cool because it sort of goes for that like Gears of War, like the aliens were the people who were here all along before us. But where in Gears of War it was like they all got like the Locusts or whatever, they all got like sent underground or something. I haven't played the first 3 Gears of War, so I'm not fully sure. I've only played 4 and 5. But with Resistance, it was like it was a similar thing where it's like aliens are coming back to Earth after having been gone for a really long time. But also these aliens, you don't really get, they're like, you don't know about, like, they're not human. They are very much like aliens. They operate on what seems to be like what seems to be a hive mind, but not entirely. Like, there's like, there are hive mind like factions that are very much just like brain dead, like kill whatever you see because it's like that's what they know for survival. But then like the more evolved forms can like they can carry guns and shit. So and like you don't really know much about this alien race. You don't really know like anything about them. All you know is like, oh, they've come back to Earth, and you fight them and you kill them, and it's like there's a part where even though you're killing these dudes, when you see the ones like when you're going in and like killing nests of them at like primal nests, and then you go and see them walking around with like full autos, like fully sentient, like just like moving around, like there's a part of you that's like, oh, this, I feel really bad. Like they're all trying to kill me, but I feel really bad because I just like went out and wiped the fucking nest out with a flamethrower. And it's like, those were babies. I don't know, maybe they weren't. Where does what I'm wondering is in Chimera, when it comes to the Chimera in Resistance, where does life begin truly? Mm-hmm. And but it's you get the point I'm trying to make. It's like in Killzone, it's like they're very human, and you are very much just the fucking bad guy. In Resistance, they are very unhuman, and you're positioned as the good guy, but you still feel a kind of moral grayness. Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's both are interesting series to like juxtapose against each other, especially since they were like both just like trying to be Sony's Halo. And I think Resistance failed at being Sony's Halo, but it was a very good Ratchet and Clank first-person shooter game. Mm-hmm. And Killzone failed at being Sony's Halo, but that's because it deserved it. It was not a very great, not a particularly amazing series.
Mm-hmm. That was a hell of a tangent there, man. I think you might actually have like won an award for that.
Really? More than the part where I explained in detail the opening cutscene to Spyro 2.
Yeah, I mean, I walked away for that, so I wasn't here.
That was more of a monologue than a tangent.
You know, this was so they're gonna talk about some of the stuff that you just brought up in the way that like they ignore it entirely here.
Oh, great.
And of course, Games Workshop made that choice to facilitate a war game where lethal violence is the only option. But then folks also saw that in the 40k novels and RPGs, which required more interesting narrative complexities, Imperial heroes have to grapple with and recognize the illogic of that creed based on...
I like that he says that the stories required more complexity.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, and by like, I mean that is probably one of the things I definitely do not like that he has said.
Yes.
On their own experience. Okay, but now you might be asking, what if you're playing the kind of game where you're engaging in violence because it's exciting and fun?
Oh, what if? What if you're playing the kind of game where
what if you're playing a game for fun? Okay, I didn't realize we were talking about games that weren't fun before this.
You're not. We're talking about before this, okay? Keep in mind he brought up Warhammer, but before this, we're not talking about games where you engage in violence just for fun. We're talking about deep political RPGs exclusively. So everything he just said, up until this point,
man, it's like you could just rearrange some words in this fucking video and it would be better.
I would have appreciated if he had prefaced that.
Yeah, right? Just so you know, halfway into this video, everything he said has nothing to do with games where you just engage in violence for fun. Everything.
I feel I feel like you've set me up again. It always gets to this point where like because the video will just inherently say something that like contradicts itself in its entirety, and you'll have known the entire time this was going to happen.
Yeah, so just so you know, everything that you've been saying and that we've been talking about only matters with games that we're not playing just for fun.
Why do you do this to me?
He sucks. All right, so here we go. Let's hear what he has to say about this one.
Not because of its moral dimensions.
Remember, you would only have played the game before because of moral dimensions.
The meaningful choice is about tactics rather than ethics. Maybe the goal is to take moral calculus out of the problem. Sure, one solution might be saying, all orcs are evil, go ahead and shoot them. But in that situation, as soon as someone inadvertently feels some empathy, as people often do for anything seeming even vaguely alive, the easy answer becomes less easy.
How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, it goes back. Like the argument is just, is it? So the question I guess being asked is just, is it okay to make sentient beings act in a way that doesn't feel sentient? Like, is it okay to make sentient beings into worker bees? Is the question being asked? I would say, yeah, probably just don't be fucking weird about it. Like that's really
so, like that
is my thing. Just like my motto to life is like, don't be fucking weird about it, man. Like,
right, but let's say you jump into like a Metal Gear Solid or Thief or any of these kind of games where there is a guard and you are, breaking into a place, a stealth game. If you kill the guard, right, the guard who would have attacked you upon seeing you, if you kill that guard, then what you've done, according to this guy, right, is you've killed a sentient being. You've taken you've removed him from the world, and you should feel bad about it because you killed a guard who was just going to work every day.
I'm going to be honest, actually. In I think it was 007 Nightfire. Specifically, there was like one mission where they're just like, you're infiltrating this apartment building. The guards here are just some random security buildings, so you have sleep darts and a limited number of them, and you can't use lethal weapons on these specific guards. And then once you get further into the level, it's the regular guards come out and you can kill them. But I appreciated that the distinguishment between like evil henchmen and just, an average guy who's walking around.
Sure. But let's say, if they don't make that distinction, then you're supposed to be making that distinction as a player. And I think that's a ridiculous...
I would say, like, in a stealth game, I would probably go out of my way to try not to kill that guy, maybe.
That's the thing that was interesting that M brought up Metal Gear as an example, because one of the things that is sort of intrinsic to Metal Gear, and one of the ways that it has rubbed off on the stealth genre in general, and you don't always see this, and sometimes it's refreshing not to, honestly, but something you see in a lot of stealth games is you will always have the option to do like a no alerts, no kills playthrough. And again, not always. Like, you can play like Sniper Elite, you have to kill in Sniper Elite. That's a fucking great series. But it's like, like if I'm playing Metal Gear Solid, I tend not to. I try to do a no kill. I didn't used to, because when I was a kid, I didn't know what the fuck I was just like, yeah, haha. So I played MGS1 and MGS4.
Right, but
and
if you
killed
you did kill a guard, right, beyond the no kill, no alert, like achievement or challenge or whatever for the level or whatever, killing that guard, what he's saying here is that killing that guard is in fact a moral choice.
Well, that's the thing. I think that. Yeah, I think that MGS is giving you, in that instance, giving you a more... That's why I think it's refreshing to have a game like Sniper Elite, where it's like, no, there's no way to avoid it. You just got to kind of kill some dudes. Because it's like, it's that situation of like, once I've killed like one dude in a game where I was like trying to like do no kills or whatever, it's like, okay, floodgates have broken.
You're all dead now.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. So having Sniper Elite be a game where it's like, no, you just have to kill people, and it's very fun. It's very satisfying. You get that like slow mo X-ray cam they do when you like snipe people. Very fantastic game. But it's refreshing because it sort of takes me back to a time when I literally when I first played MGS and I did not even know or care that way. I just did want to go through the game, and it lets me like tap into a part of me that appreciated stealth games for a reason that I wasn't appreciating them for the last while. And the cool effect that had on me is now I'm able to go into a game like MGS or Hitman or whatever and just be like, you know what? Maybe I just want to do fuck around and kills a bit. Hitman is great for it because they let you do so many saves and progress carries in a way that's really like satisfying and makes it easy to just like create a save, go ballistic, reload the save, and you're good. And I mean, people do that in like Fallout and Skyrim. Obviously, you murder a town and then reload or whatever. But I think in stealth games, it's very satisfying.
Of a stealth game, in my mind, is the consequences of what happens when you get caught. Right? Like, are you going to just reset the game and you get to go stealth? Do you just blow up the entire game and now it's an FPS until you get the end of the level? Do you like have to just kill some guards and then it goes back to stealth later on in the level?
Well, yeah, I mean,
that's a difficult thing to solve. And I think what a good solution to that is the stakes of these guards are just normal, just normal for hire guards. And like, if you want to be moral and you want to not, murder everybody, you have to not get caught, or else you will be forced to kill people who don't deserve it. Yeah, and I think that can be an interesting choice. Like, I think Ricardo said in here, was it Ricardo or who said? Somebody said Dishonored in the chat, which is a really good example of it.
Well, so Hitman, Hitman does this kind of where it's like when you enter a Hitman level, you get your 2 targets, and it's like you have to kill these 2 targets. You do not have to kill anyone else. You know for a fact that like every other guard is like there for hire. Hitman 3, I don't know if they did this in 1 and 2. Like, I don't remember. Hitman 3 puts in like guard dialogue that's like, oh yeah, I was at my fucking like niece's quinceañera on the weekend or whatever, and it's like, okay, I really don't want to fucking kill these guards. Holy shit. It's like that's good, that's effective. But also I will absolutely like save the game, murder a bunch of them, and then reload the game. Yeah, but also Hitman has an achievement system where it's like, if you want, I'm not really an achievement hunter like anymore. I think like liar. I think they can be fun.
You're a liar.
I think they can be fun to look at. And if
liar! You're a fucking completionist. You're the most.
I'm not anymore.
You're the most completionist person I've ever met. He's literally the most I've ever met, Ryden. The most I've ever met, and he's saying he's not. He's saying he's not.
Look, no, I was an achievement hunter on the 360. Ever since I like stopped playing on console, like achievements aren't the same. Like, I don't care about them whatsoever. But I still feel like if up to the game, like if the game makes it like fun to complete, then I like it. But sometimes it's just tedious and I don't care.
Like if you see an achievement that sounds cool to do, it's like, okay, yeah, go and do that. Like with Borderlands, there's an achievement for like running around, like driving around a racetrack in like a minute. You don't race in that game. There's like one side mission where you go to a racetrack and you like do a thing, and you like never go to this location again. But also there's just like a random achievement for if you go there on your own time and do the racetrack in like a minute or whatever, you get it. And it's like, I like fun stuff like that where it's just kind of like useless. You can do it in like 5 minutes, but it's just like something you would have thought to do.
Running through the like training course in Modern Warfare 2 on
but
like fast
time. Yeah. And like the point is just that like, yeah, I would not call myself a completionist anymore.
If you say so.
Well, the easiest way to put this in perspective is Bloodborne and Hollow Knight are my 2 favorite games of the PS4 generation. Like I love Bloodborne and Hollow Knight. They are some of my favorite games of all time. I have never beat the final or the final boss of Bloodborne, and I've never beat the final boss of Hollow Knight, or done the Godmaster DLC, or the final boss of the Grim Troop DLC. So like I definitely have not I've made
Hello,
my peace
Gray.
with not completing these games. Also, hey, welcome back.
Hello, I've been here for a minute.
Oh, all right.
And I have conflicting information based off what's in front of me and what's being talked about.
What are you
you'll
getting?
Catch up. You'll catch up. I'm not explaining where the fuck we're at. You'll catch up.
no, that's fine. It's just there's races as some people in front of me.
Yes.
But then you guys were talking about evil races as in like driving.
Oh my god! It's like you're fucking you're Dick Dastardly. It's fucking wacky races.
It's
You're
terrible,
evil.
yeah, man.
Yeah.
It's really bad. Oh fuck!
So I was a little confused for a couple of minutes.
That's fucking funny.
No, we're talking about how basically, if a race of people or like an entire race of something is evil, then that is bad game design.
Okay.
And the jury is still out
we
on
really
whether
shouldn't.
like,
We
zombies
can't.
and the blood
We can't
or, like,
go through
Hollow
it. We've
Knight
been
is
at
bad
this.
design because they are a force of nature and it's not their agency, and we actually don't know if that's bad or not yet.
We've been at this for too long. We can't go through and explain everything. But
Well,
just keep up.
That's
Just
fine.
keep up.
I walked away like 3 hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, that's
you guys
about when we
only
started
watched
this.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're exactly where you left. Yeah. You're fine.
And if the goal of your game is to stop players from engaging in moral debates and just fight some bad guys, you kinda gotta say something more reliable than, oh, it's fine, they were all born this way.
Okay, so if you're going to make your bad guys bad, then you can't say they're born that way. They can't be.
Okay.
If again, this is now where we're getting. Hold on, I want to just. This is where we're getting back into the point that you're just playing a game for fun, right? Remember, everything else before this is meaningless because he threw it away. We're just playing a game for fun. So if you're going to have your enemies be a single race of bad guys, aliens, whatever, they can't be bad guys just because there has to be something deeper there. And I super fucking disagree.
I would say that like on like a principle level, I would say I probably disagree. I would say like on a personal like what I like level, it's like you could probably do something a little bit less lazy. Like you could probably.
It's because he's done this biological essentialism thing. Nobody's saying this. Everybody.
That's true. Like
everybody says it's cultural.
If you go to like the Chimera in Resistance, where it's there. I mean, okay, sure, there is like the dilemma of like, are they a hive mind or are they sentient? And it's like, could you just do like a hive mind race and like that makes it okay to say like they're all like this because they're a hive mind? But like I think if you examine like them being a sentient race or them being a hive mind, there is still a motive. Like they're not just, oh, we are like that. It's like either you're serving a queen and the queen wants to take over the world or whatever, or it's like you're all working together to take over the world. But the point is, you're trying to take over the world.
Yeah, why is conquest not a valid reason to be at war?
I think that's the thing. Like I think there's more. Obviously, the Chimera want to retake the planet or whatever. But it's like it doesn't have to be. You don't have to like do this intricate like they left thousands of years ago and they come back, right? And this whole like you can just say they left, now they're back, they want their planet back.
I don't think you need that even. See,
you don't have to explain everything. You
don't have to explain it. Sometimes they're just the bad guy, and I think that's okay.
Showed up, you don't know what's in his head, but he's mad at you and he's fighting you. You don't know why, but you have to defend yourself. Like,
yeah, I think just for me, like just like I said, like on a principle level, I think I agree. On a personal level, I think I would I like having something to at least like hold on to be like.
Okay. So you
just something.
What
because
about
for me,
Gray?
it's like when huh?
What about you, Gray? Because I think you're just repeating yourself here, Brody.
Maybe I might be.
I mean, on a fundamental level, right? Regardless of if it's just the specific people you're fighting or the entire group of the aliens or whatever. Fundamentally, the bad guy is whoever opposes the hero, regardless of if it's everyone or not.
As
Yeah.
Headmet Wall just said in the chat, I don't need to know about the Goomba Society.
Okay, but I kind of want. Yeah, I kind of want to know about the Goomba. Like I fucking love Thousand Year Door because it turns all of these like NPC races into like they're all each their own individual character. Like that's cool as hell, and like they're all like getting along in Rogueport and shit.
You don't need that in every game. That's the thing.
No, no, absolutely not. Like you can just have the Goombas come out.
If there's a group of people and like they're just evil, then I think that sure, the story is better if there is an in-universe explanation for why they are evil.
I think though also that like
you have to tell the audience, or that doesn't need to be told at any point. Just it needs to be logically consistent within the rules of the universe. That's it. Like it doesn't have to be told explicitly to anybody. You don't need to explain it. It just needs to be consistent rules that if you are following along long enough, like that will like it'll be apparent.
I think that I can agree that if your villain has a motivation beyond just pure evil, then yeah, they are a better villain. But I also don't think it's necessary. Cartoon villains who are just obscenely evil do exist in stories, and the stories are not necessarily worse.
No, like yeah, you can have like a classic Disney villain, and that's fine.
They're just evil because they're evil, and that's it. I don't agree with this guy's idea that they just can't be that way.
I think again, I want to distinguish between an individual and a group of people, because an individual can be evil just because they're evil, but I don't think a group of people can be evil just because they're evil. There should be some other explanation for why an entire group.
I mean,
in a
I
video game where you're
myself
just
having
killing things to
more
have
or less
fun. I don't think that's necessary. Again, he has already stated that this is a game that there is no moral quandary. It's just a game where you're killing things to have fun, and that's it.
But if they look humanoid, then somebody is going to start empathizing with them, and then they'll ask the developer personally, and the developer will have to answer them.
That's ridiculous.
So for me, I just like to know when, like, I like knowing when things are sort of done like deliberately to an extent. Like I like moments that just pop up, but it's also like what was I trying to say? I've lost.
Fucking knows.
The problem is I had two things. The other thing was just that like I think humans audiences just sort of inherently will. I've said this before, where you'll like I think your mind just sort of fills in plot holes sometimes. So if you see like if you're playing a game just for fun, like I'm killing aliens, and the rationalization is like, oh, aliens are all evil, or maybe they don't give you a rationalization and you're just left to like just fight aliens or whatever. I think that like you will just make up a reason in your mind. Like I feel like if you're shown a bunch of aliens and maybe they remind you of like the Chimera, you might think, oh, maybe they're a hive mind, or maybe they remind you of the Helghast, and maybe you think it's more of a story like that, even though it's not explicitly told to you. And because the less information you are given, the more information you can infer. So I think that sort of creates a situation where, like, yeah, if you play a game where it says they are all like this, you have to then, as a person, answer for yourself. Okay, why might that be? Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden now you're convincing yourself about why they're evil, and that's like a whole thing. Holy shit!
All right, you definitely went somewhere there, man.
I did.
Fortunately, the real world's made progress on this problem, because sometimes in this day and age, people actually bear visual signifiers which say, I'm evil, not because of where I was born, but because of the choices I've made, such as Nazi uniforms and clan hoods.
Okay.
And in fiction, we have things like the Hydra logo, a clear visual signifier, but one that denotes choice, not birth. And if the statement that a game is making with its backstory and symbols is that an enemy had a choice and they chose wrong, then that gets way less complicated for a game that's interested in uncomplicated violence.
So, at this point, you can now tell that his whole argument, okay, exclusively and in no vague or questionable, his whole argument is your bad guys just can't be born evil, but they can be evil.
Like, hold on, don't orcs wear skull helmets? They don't walk around in skinny jeans. Their entire like everything they wear.
Don't judge my orc OC.
all of a sudden, well, aren't those orcs part of an army? Aren't they perhaps paid soldiers? So therefore they have made that choice. No. That doesn't work though, because they're orcs and whatever. Yeah, his whole argument really does boil down at this point, and he's going to make some really dumb things after this that I'll point out. But this is the crux of the entire argument: is they just can't be born evil.
So I think like, yeah. I don't know. I don't think that I agree, but I do think that like if you are like a game designer or a writer or whatever, and you and this is a concern of yours, then yeah, using clothes as a signifier probably is a way for you to like do that without having to like make yourself feel uncomfortable or whatever. Like I don't think that it would make me uncomfortable, but because I know I design like weird plant races sometimes, just because it's fun, and it's like I don't know. I don't plan on making anyone of them evil, but I wouldn't have like a thing against it.
Are all cactuses evil? Brody?
Yes.
It is weird that you say cactus.
Are they evil from birth?
Well,
technically,
I always had a hypothetical that I would ask people when I was in middle school and shit, where I would ask them. I would just go up to them and I would say, what would you do if a cactus person was running at you? And that has gone into so many directions that I feel like I cannot properly talk about cactus people because I just know so many of them at this point.
Well, you know a lot of cactus people?
Yeah, he knows them personally.
Yeah, I mean every time I ask what would you do if a cactus person is running at you to a new person, that becomes a new cactus because they're making different. That's a parallel universe cactus.
So what would you do, Em? What would you do if a cactus person was running at you?
I mean, there's a lot more involved there. Perhaps we can have that discussion sometime. But I kind of want to. I kind of want to finish this up.
This is what like Em will say something, and I'll just talk for like 5 minutes straight, and Em will be like, "I regret ever having asked you to talk in the first place."
Yeah.
So whether a game does or doesn't want its players to overthink their character's moral choices, evil as a choice is just more effective than evil as a bioessential trait.
Now, the problem I have with this particular image, right, is that he's showing an alien, which is a fucking animal that just kills things and is in no way evil. It's just acting on instinct. And that's a really stupid thing to throw up there when you're making your already provably flawed argument about bioessentialism.
Okay, wait. So is he just referring to evil as the opposing force in the story?
So, like, yes, everything, and we already talked about this, everything that is opposition is evil in this guy's mind. Everything that is the enemy is automatically evil.
He makes the distinction about like, if they make bad choices, then that's okay. It's like, but then it is implied that they've made bad choices.
To be fair, he wasn't talking about any fun games at that point, I don't think.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
We're not talking about
any
games
games where you're having fun. So here he's showing, an enemy that has chosen evil is more interesting than one that was born evil. And then he shows a fucking animal with instinct only that isn't evil. It just kills things for food and as like...
See, this is interesting because I've never seen any of the Alien movies.
So the aliens are
surprise! I haven't seen movies.
They are 100% just animals operating on instinct. They kill things in order to feed their babies. That's it. So they are not, in fact, evil. They're predators, and that's it. They're apex.
No. Predators are different. They have a like a.
They are.
That took me a second.
They are apex predators in their ecosystem. They are hunted by the predator aliens as sport, right, and as trophies. They are in no way sentient. They are a hive mind like ants. So they're a terrible example here. Like, they're a really shitty, awful example here specifically. And it annoyed me. I stopped here and I was like, what?
So
what?
then it is true. Like, zombies are bad game design. Like, the Flood is bad game design. Any character or anything that doesn't have agency over its own actions.
Bad character design. So the Flood, one of the best enemies in perhaps all of at least definitely all of Halo, but maybe in all of FPS, it's definitely going to be up there. No, they're terrible. Zombies, terrible. Awful. Just the worst. Aliens, as in like the alien, terrible. Bad enemies. Like, it's weak, terrible world building, bad design. This is where his argument begins to seriously fucking fall apart, is when you realize that his whole thing is whether or not an enemy is born evil is the only determining factor as to whether or not they are in fact bad. And then also every hive mind, every animal, everything like that, they're all bad.
And it has to be evil in order for you to fight with it. You can't just like a good soldier can't kill another good soldier in an fair battlefield. Like that can't happen.
Nope. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, by the end of this, you're really gonna not agree with this guy.
I've only watched a minute, and I don't.
Like, his arguments are fucking terrible, and they front load all of this bullshit at the front that is, again, I'm telling you, it's just virtue signaling. It's just there for points, because none of it pays off. None of it has to deal with any of the actual arguments. They're all just there so they can be like, what part do you disagree with? The part where we say racism is bad? And that's it. That's the whole reason it's here.
I guess I'll just try. I mean, I gotta trust you on that because I don't know extra credits.
Dude, so all their videos are like this. They're anything that makes a political stance or like a
like, I really only remember like their old stuff.
And here's the thing, right? If you look at their old stuff, they were still trying to make a name. They were lying, obviously, because James Portnow did not, in fact, design video games and was a liar. But at least at that point, they were doing stuff that was like, what kind of monetization is a good way to do it? Should you do things like this or like that? Maybe you should try not to be predatory. And if you're trying not to be predatory in your monetization, here are alternatives to it. And I think that was fine. But then they started to, ironically, moralize and talk about how you should make content, and if you're not doing it that way, you're doing it wrong, and you're actively bad, you're part of the problem, right? And as soon as they started to do that, this is all of their arguments. They're fucking paper thin, super garbage arguments with no substance behind it, and then they just front load it with all of this virtuous garbage to say, well, if you disagree with it, then you're a fascist, then you're a racist, and it's terrible.
I think for me, it's just about what I take away from it. And what I take away from this, the advice, I guess, that not that I get from this video, because it's not giving you this advice, but the advice that like I'm choosing to take away from this video, because it's something I think is just correct anyway. It's like, it is not wrong if this kind of stuff does make you feel uncomfortable for like some of like the racial reasons or whatever. Like, if that makes you uncomfortable, then that makes you uncomfortable. It's like, you don't have to like make designs based on it. It's like you can just go and make like a whatever. I keep going back to mushrooms because I just keep thinking of mushroom people, because mushroom people are pretty cool. But like, yeah, like, you can just make something completely and utterly like non-recognizable as like an orc or whatever. And it's, you don't have to do that. You can do whatever. But it's like, if that does make you uncomfortable, then yeah, go ahead and make the chimera, make weird plant people. Like, you don't have to make Helgans. Like, you don't have to make like people like, I don't know.
The fact is though that you're choosing to make this story up, right? And that's what you're taking away from it. The discussion here has given you some insight, but it is not related to the discussion they're having. And that's fine. You know,
Yeah.
that's great. But you could have had that same revelatory moment eating a piece of chicken. In no way is this...
That's true.
You kind of feel like the same way I do, which is more like, I think some of these ideas are interesting. I wish they were like discussed better.
I wish they were discussed better, yeah. The Framinator says even the Extra Credits History channel, because they have their own history channel where they do like these 5-part things about the history of whatever. So like the history of Jon Snow, like the Jon Snow that figured out that people were throwing their waste into their own wells and then drinking the water and going, why are we getting cholera? So they do that kind of stuff. And he's saying even their history channel is inaccurate and speaking about concepts they don't understand. And they really are very basic stuff. They're really very basic. And I think that's pretty much the end of this video.
Then, of course,
there's not a whole lot more that he says. He just kind of like repeats himself a bunch. So I think we can...
Well, I'm just curious. He still hasn't explained...
He never will.
Why it's bad game design.
He never will. And this is what I'm saying. We're going to watch the rest of this. Nothing else happens.
It's on story design, not game design. Like he's talking about books and movies, not video games.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean that's semantics, but yeah.
So I think zombies are a better villain in movies than they are games.
I mean, I made a whole video about zombies in video games. So, like, I'll just say, go watch my video. It's one of my best videos. It has like 300 views. Nobody cared about this video. I don't know if it's the thumbnail or what, but holy shit, I love that video. It's so good.
I'll go watch it for you, man.
If everyone wearing the evil team uniform happens to be an orc, or if every orc happens to have chosen Team Evil, the game wouldn't exactly be communicating that difference very well. A quick fix here would be to show some diversity in the evil team's hiring practices. For instance, with evil humans and elves as well as orcs.
So if you're in a game where you're fighting against the orcs, and the orcs are, again, the bad guys, and by being bad guys, immediately evil, then you should have them have some non-orc people so that can show that they weren't born that way. Of course,
I mean, again, like it's not a bad suggestion if this is something that you want to.
If it bothers you, sure.
Yeah,
I think it's a terrible suggestion. Why is the suggestion for the bad guys to be the progressive ones and higher diversity? like shouldn't the good guys like have the good orcs on their side, whereas the evil people would probably be like racist and only have orcs.
Sure, but they're not going to make that argument.
Well, I mean,
also,
you can be evil and not racist.
Okay, but what if, right? What if it is an army of orcs coming to destroy you? Why then, let's say that the orcs are coming to kill humans because they don't like humans. And it is a racial war. They should hire humans to not be evil?
I mean, it's tough to talk about because it's like I don't think that I would ever write a race war, so it's like not a thing that I feel like I need to have a stance on.
I don't think I would
like
ever
to a certain
write
extent.
a race war.
My
Brody.
my problem with it.
That's a quote now that you have said in real life.
I wouldn't write a race war.
I don't think I'd ever write a race war.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't. I don't.
You know, okay, but like they bring up Warhammer 40K here, and you know the orcs in that are literally a bioweapon, like literally a bioweapon unleashed to kill.
In which one?
In Warhammer 40K, they are mold or they're mold that grows into a killing beast that only wants to murder.
Okay, I don't know about the orcs, but I think at least the Uruks were grown by Saruman, like out of clay or something.
But like they've gone through the trouble, like this information, so they've gone through the trouble of explaining it.
Right, but like they, according to this, right, they're born evil. They are a bioweapon whose only purpose is to kill. And according to this,
I guess because
doing
it's like when
lazy
you
and it's bad gameplay.
This is sort of like the pontificating thing, right? Where it's like words with double meanings and stuff. So it's like, you know, when you think of Born, it's like, yeah, if you go to the Warhammer version, it's like they're all mold or whatever, fucking clones.
Fungus. That's what the
Framinator
just said. It's fungus. I couldn't. It's not mold. It's fungus. They're mushrooms. Yes.
Oh no,
they're
mushroom people. They were mushroom people the whole time.
Orcs.
They are in fact mushroom people, and they can't be killed easily. They're fungus. They grow back, and they are there exclusively to murder.
Yeah, and it's like I've lost it again. Where did the point go?
I don't know, man. I'm not sure you've had it the whole time we've been here.
Flew away. No, because you caught me off guard with the fungus thing. I was saying, and that's just cool. Oh, yeah. Well, it's like, yeah, they go through the trouble of explaining it. Whereas,
but
when you think of Born, when you think, well, he's saying, like, you know, when they're born evil or whatever. And I think it's just a semantic issue of like, just what, because what you mean when you say born? Because when he says born, you don't assume, yes, the genetically cloned mushroom orcs. I don't think that is your default.
Except those are the only orcs that he actually brought up by name.
That's decent. That's a decent point.
They
showed Alien earlier.
I think there's a really interesting story in like stuff that are born evil that come to realize they aren't evil, like the clone troopers, like who like regretted following orders.
Yeah, that's cool.
I sure wish they'd done something with that. Fucking right. Yes, I really wish they'd done anything with that in the movies. Oh, it could have been so good. Yes.
Or conversely, introduce orcs who have chosen good and neutral, as well as evil. And a good example of a series.
Okay, so he did say the other one.
He does say it, yeah. And now he's going to bring up Mass Effect, but listen to the you guys have all played Mass Effect, right?
No.
Okay, all of the important people.
I've only played like the opening few hours of 2, and like that's it.
Goodness. All right.
Yeah, I've played a little bit, so I know the gameplay, but I don't really know the story very well.
Wait, opening few hours?
I mean, it is like a 50-hour game.
Okay.
So
I did not have that context.
I think all three of them, all three would take you like 100-ish hours. So
cool.
There's a trilogy collection coming out soon, I think, or maybe it's already out. I don't even know.
Here's the thing: it looks really interesting because I'm hoping that they managed to take some of the improvements from Mass Effect 2 and 3. And you can play Mass Effect 1.
Put them into 1.
Yeah, because like I liked Mass Effect 1, but it wasn't good.
Like I played it a bit at my friend's house. I think after I had played Mass Effect 2, and I went, "Oh,
I really enjoyed it," but it's very, very, very janky because it's essentially Knights of the Old Republic 2, based off of Knights of the Old Republic, right? And then they like took that. And they went off to go do their own game with Mass Effect while Obsidian did Knights of the Old Republic 2. So it's really just based off of Knights of the Old Republic, and it's kind of janky. But it's still good, and then they took that and they refined it into more of like a action RPG. But he's going to make an argument here that completely... Anybody who's played this game, you would go, well, what... And I'll explain after he makes it.
Better at this over time is Mass Effect. Because in the first game, Commander Shepard never meets a nice Batarian or a fun Geth. But then, spoiler alert, most of these evil species turn out to be as complex and interesting as the human ones as the trilogy progresses.
Okay, so that's what he says, is that you never meet a nice Geth or a nice Batarian. And then you learn throughout the series that they have very, very complicated politics and stuff. And the Geth is literally a hive mind. So, yeah, they do, but no, they don't. And you said hive minds are bad, right? So, like, that's already a problem.
Oh, no.
What?
Well, I think hive minds are one of the coolest ways to do aliens.
Well, no, but he already said hive minds are bad.
Oh, I thought you saying I was saying it.
No, he said hive minds are bad, so that's already a problem. But
did he? Wait, I don't even remember him saying that
when he was talking about aliens,
because they're born evil. I guess
they're born evil. They're
Oh,
bad.
okay, but hive minds, it's like you're
They have no
subservient to like a person.
They have no individual agency, so they're bad.
Yeah,
They've already done
immoral like agent.
Well, it's like you can do different. Like you can do a hive mind
Do
where
you
it's
really
like,
forget the shit we talked about just like an hour ago?
If you come across an
I
individual, you say he's evil because he's a hive mind, then it's like, well, like that's not like a good enough explanation. Like you have to make sure that he chose to be evil. Otherwise, I don't feel I like empathize with him.
Yeah, well, first you can do a hive mind where it's like they all get orders, but they can go about it in whatever way, and they have that agency. Or you can do it where it's like they're literally all being controlled by like some like monarch or whatever. But like what I really want to point out is that M got on my case for forgetting what happened an hour ago. Like that doesn't happen every time we get to the end of these things.
Yes, well, so the issue, that's one of the problems, right? But the second problem is they actually do address this really fucking well in Mass Effect with the Krogans, a race that is seen to be born evil by the Solarians, the Solarian being the creature you see in front of you on the right in the middle, right? They are seen to be born evil by the Solarians who inject a plague into their society that slows down their birth rate to eventually commit genocide. They address this issue that he's talking about really fucking well across 3 games, and he doesn't even bring it up.
Cool.
Okay, but this also does bring up another interesting point, right? Of like, I've been thinking of Shadow of Mordor during this entire conversation for some reason.
I can't imagine why.
But let's assume all of the Uriks or Orcs or whatever they're called in that.
Those are both Orcs and Uriks.
Yeah. You only see the evil ones. For all you know, there's an entire region out there where they're all pleasant.
Mm-hmm.
So it just, I don't need the Goomba society.
Yes, exactly. I think that's my point of view as well, but I think Brody doesn't agree with that. He wants to see that. And it sounds like Raiden generally would see benefit in knowing that exists.
I think it's just like
some stories are benefited by exploring that, and others aren't. Like there's not a one shoe fits for every story.
I also think for me it's like I don't need the Goomba society. I like having it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of where I'm at, right? I don't think I will have any more or less fun, or any significant more or less fun, playing a game where I do or do not know that the entire race is evil, or that there's, a entire society outside of the ones I see. I don't think it's a significant piece of information.
Yeah, it's like I think it's like there's a different kind of like entertainment to be had when you're like deeply doing the RPG style, like deep conversations and choices and all that, versus the kind of fun when you're playing Doom and you're just like Like,
well, the thing is, in Doom, right? Doom would be a bad game by this guy's argument because the demons have no choice; they just are evil.
Yeah, I mean that kind of goes back to like the Tiefling thing in D&D where everyone was like, "Nah, I'm just not going to be an evil Tiefling."
The thing is
but
that,
like you absolutely can just do it.
You're adding all this inference that's not there. This is his argument. Like,
yeah, no.
The argument. It is his argument. Doom is a bad game by this man's very definition. And like, I appreciate that you really want to give this guy so much benefit of the doubt, but
it's
he
not
doesn't
even this
earn
guy.
it.
It kind of goes back to like with what Raiden was saying, where it's like the ideas being discussed are interesting to discuss.
Yes.
The way that he is presenting them, I could probably dunk on this dude all day. But
we still have 2 more minutes to get through. And I'm trying to get through them, and you keep being like, yes, but shall we navel gaze? And there comes to a point where you've discussed that. And I think that you've discussed that. I really do. I think there's no more discussion to be had about it. I really do think that we're talking at this point exclusively about what he has to say, and he's saying is bad. His point here again, it completely misses the actual good argument in favor of a stupid one with regards to Mass Effect. You know, so
I mean, I need to play more to like.
That's it. That's the whole argument right there. You know, like that's it. His argument is that this game has a bad guy, which is shown to be evil, and later on shown to have a society. That's it. And because of that, he says it's good, but it misses the fact that it actually does have a good argument there regarding the Krogans. Anyways.
Broad moral generalizations about species or culture not only doesn't make internal sense, but it also leads to less evocative, less rewarding worlds and games. But we can solve that problem by following our best creative instincts to diversify, deepen, and complicate the worlds we create and its denizens.
So here, I think, is the point where you specifically, Raiden, will see that, yes, they are, in fact, only talking about story.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of been obvious the whole time because, like...
Yeah, but now he confirms it, you know?
Like, a game, not every game is made better by being made more complex.
Yeah, it's like, I am wondering, like, what about this game, or what about this video applies to games that doesn't apply to, like, movies, or, like, any other medium? And it's like, you could probably have made some kind of interesting... like segment on just like player agency in games and how that relates to this issue, but no, that's not really. I mean, that's sort of what the Nazi video was supposed to be, but that wasn't that either.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
as we said before, showing the Nazis as the bad guys, they're not complicated villains. They're just evil because not because they're born that way, but because of culturally. But like it's the same.
According to this guy, though, you know, like the thing is that his whole argument, it just doesn't work at all because I don't know. I'm sorry. Yes.
This way, players won't be incentivized to make snap judgments about our game's orcs or aliens or undead based on moral absolutes or body types. Instead, we'll all be driven to...
Again, he has not in any way made an argument, nor is there any proof that people do make snap judgments on a character's body type.
If you are serving liquids in your game and your character does not have a neck, then that is bad game design.
I mean, like, to be fair, if you see an undead elf, I think that it is fair to assume that that undead elf is in some way repugnant, right? But I wouldn't say that it's because they're an elf, you know?
Because they're undead.
It's because they're undead.
Well,
this argument kind of it falls apart here because, well, I mean, it never came together, but like this here
from
specifically,
Software, like does stuff with that though, where they'll have like character because from Software games like Dark Souls, Bloodborne, you kill an important NPC in that game, they're not coming back. Like they don't respawn, and you could very easily accidentally kill them. If you're just like in the base and like you fucking finger slips, you hit R2 and you just hit them once and like they're dead. Like you got to be careful around them. And there's this one NPC in Bloodborne specifically, which is like your main shopkeeper NPC. And you go into this like small church and they're just to the right of you and you've never seen anything that looks like them. But they're like this small, like they're just this figure that's like all like curled up, like looks like a blob of old jelly. Like, but it's like, oh, but like you don't even hear them like try to talk to you before you see them. And I've seen it happen where a lot of players will immediately murder this crucial NPC because the NPC scares them. And they don't get that shopkeep, which is very important for like the rest of the game. They might be a shopkeep. I think they might be thinking of the doll, but you can also murder the doll, I think. It's the same thing. The point is, people turn this corner, see this thing, they have just immediately murdered this thing that was only trying to help them. Yeah, the
To
the caretaker from the Nami.
Explore, and learn. Our players will invest themselves more in our games. And because they're human, ask the hard questions to push our design into even more enriching and unexpected places. Plus, maybe if we ditch this whole evil races line of thinking, if one day orcs or extra-dimensional horrors or even isekai protagonists pop out of a portal, they'll offer us humans the same courtesy. I'd call that a win-win. Once
And
again,
there you go. That is his whole video. The rest of it is just an ad thing, so we don't need to watch any of that because I don't really care about giving them the chance to promote their business. And that's it. That's their video. So of this 8-minute video, the first minute is clickbait, trying to convince you that there's the whatever, and then saying there's this argument and whatever. Then the next 3 minutes are if you're playing a game, here are the rules. Then at about 4.5 minutes in, they go, by the way, all of the stuff we just said doesn't matter. And then they talk about games that you're playing for fun, right? Where he comes to the conclusion that it only matters if the character is born evil, and that is the only thing that matters, and nothing else matters. And then he just kind of goes off here, and that's it. That's the whole video. There's
yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Yeah,
it's really fucking painful. It's a painful video.
Yeah, it's like, it's not like the Watch Mojo videos where you come out of it and you're just like relieved to be done. It's like a video where it's like, I
told you.
It's like, I'm not relieved to be done. I just am done.
Yeah. There's a reason I don't watch extra credits videos and why we won't watch them very often on here, even though they are logically unsound. And it is because they are infuriating. They are infuriating because they say nothing and they cause so much strife for nothing. It's just clickbait. It's like Mark Brown of the Game Maker's Toolkit. I have a couple of videos of his that I really do want to cover, but I never come away afterwards going, that was fun. I always come away going, oh my God, I hate him. And that's not, it's not like a fun whatever.
I like Mark Brown.
No, you don't. Just wait.
I'm sure you'll have a laundry list of reasons for why I shouldn't
doesn't
like
say
Mark
anything.
Brown.
His videos are this, okay? So let me see if I can't remember his most recent video that I watched. I can't remember it. Nami, you were there. What was the last video that we watched of Mark Brown? What was it was something game mechanics. I can't remember. Movement as a game mechanic. Okay. So movement as a game mechanic. Here's his whole video. In Mario, you will jump. This is a movement. Moving on to other games such as Mirror's Edge, where you also jump. This is movement. Movement is an important mechanic in a video game. For example, here's another game. This game also has movement. It's very important in this game.
Oh my God, I hate that. You're already right.
Yeah, right.
I
There you go.
I haven't seen that video of his, but I'm already...
Here's one of the things. I've now identified 6 different elements of movement. They are, and then he just like, you didn't identify them. You didn't say shit at all. And then he'll go, so now how are they important to gaming? Well, in this game, it also has jumping. That's his videos. They're really fucking terrible because they say absolutely nothing. Like this one at least had a point, but Mark Brown's videos say nothing.
I like his accessibility in gaming videos. I think those ones are really done, well done. I think he does a lot of research for those ones, like talking to actual disabled people and how they would best be served.
No. He makes some okay videos.
But that's like you are on the type of video that you are describing. You are absolutely right.
That's all he does, and like he certainly has the ability to make decent videos, and I think I have thought about it for a while now. That what happens is he has like 3 or 4 big topics, right, that he's going to spend most of his time working on, and then he outsources the rest, like I don't know, 1 video per 6 or something like that will be a big video, and the rest of them are just videos to keep the Patreon money flowing, right? So they just have to be basically good. And he's clearly a talented motion graphic designer, right? Like, he's clearly talented at that. His editing is always slick. He has cool motion graphics. He does all that kind of stuff. And that's, I think, where all of his video is. And then every now and then, right, he does these big videos that are reasonably good. Here's a quote from Nami, because it really did. I got very annoyed by this. Timing tests your timing.
There's a certain amount of me that's like, how much of that is just like British writing?
Timing tests your timing.
Right? Like, that does feel like that's the kind of shit that I would write, not as like a genuine thing, but like
but he wasn't joking. He was saying it was but I feel it was insane. It's insane.
I feel like it just feels very British. I don't know why.
It's insane. That's what the fuck it is. We should watch Game Developers Essential Lessons book. Oh, Godelb? Yeah, I can't make fun of Godelb. Somehow I think I know the guy who does that, and he might take personal offense. Secret history explained. Yes. So, yeah, I think we're done for the evening. Let's go through and see what happened tonight. Blue Hippo followed the channel. Wolf the Lycan also followed.
Wolf the Lycan? Wait a minute.
Part of the Wolfpack fam there.
Hashtag Wolfpack fam.
Italy Gomez, thank you for following. And that's it. We had very few follows this evening, but I think.
But we did get a new bingo card entry.
We did get a new bingo card entry. We should look at that next week. We should start with the bingo card.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Tim has resubscribed for 2 months. GrayKitsune has resubscribed for 22 months, and his response was "Power up, Gray Riku." Yes. Uber Madface, 31 months. Thank you very much. Crypto Spook for 25 months, and he says this is the opposite of a walkie-talkie. This podcast is a city committee.
What does that mean?
Excuse me, Crypto?
Instead of a walkie-talkie, it's a city committee.
Yeah.
This is why Crypto doesn't have friends.
So we're not walking, we're sitting down. Are you standing up right now? Is that what you're trying to say?
And it's not a talkie, it's a committee. Yeah.
Yeah. Because there's not one person talking at once. We're all screaming at the exact same time until and then we all fall in line.
The Framinator has resubscribed for his 2nd month. Thank you very much. Resubscriptions, man. Like, it's good to see somebody enjoys it. It really does help me, at least, like, understand. Because here's the thing, right? I feel like I'm very much a money-oriented person. Ooh.
Sorry, I thought I could make push to talk in time for that sneeze, and I did not at all make it.
Not, sorry. No. So I'm like, I'm a reasonably money-oriented, metric-oriented person. Like,
I would have never guessed.
I see numbers, and numbers are how I justify success, right? So a resubscription to me says you're doing things right. Subscription, or you have metrified that it is good. You've shown me that we're doing good. So I do very much appreciate resubscriptions, especially if somebody's on like their 2nd month, because it means that, you know, you tried it out, you thought it was good, and now you're back again. And that just, it makes my day very, very good, as it were. Aaron Animates gifted... Oh, wait, hold on. The Framinator said in his 2-month subscription, "I'm here. Also, I won't kill my dog for the aesthetic. Raiden."
Oh, yeah. I think I saw that one at the time, but I'm glad we brought that back up.
Mm-hmm. Aaron Animates gifted a tier 1 sub to Headmet Wall, who is our celebrity.
I didn't want this. I didn't ask for this. Now I'm subbed.
Now he's subbed. I didn't want this. I didn't. Oh, hey, look, there are more follows that I didn't see. Manuel D1206 also followed. So there you go. Let's see. M is the worst screamer. It's true, but I don't know if you noticed, like, we didn't actually have any major fuck-ups, except for the fact that for whatever reason the audio was wrong at the beginning, where I could hear everybody, but you guys couldn't. That was fixed in the first, like, minute and a half. And then other than that, we had the one thing where suddenly...
There was like continuing comments. It happened again at a different point. I might have had them 3 different times. And then people
yeah,
saying,
I don't know if you're getting off on technicality
adjust your
on this
levels like constantly.
I'm
I
just
think
saying,
they gave up at a certain point.
I'm just saying that, like, we got through the stream and it wasn't major problems. You know what I mean?
Most successfully not broken stream
Yes.
yet.
Yes.
Least broken stream award.
Least broken. Raiden Mojim is not the worst streamer confirmed.
Wow.
Yeah.
That feels very powerful. I feel freed.
Yes. 25 bits from Maple and Potato. Thank you very much. 2 Tim says, hello.
Hi.
Hey there.
How's it going?
Gray is not going to say hello back.
Hello.
There we go. Best guests up to date. Y'all should be honored to be in this great shit show.
Honored?
You should feel honored.
After the Rocks conversation,
live
I
in a
don't know
society
if honor is something I want to feel towards
where
this.
honor is a distant memory.
Hype train. Oh yeah, did we start a hype train? That's pretty rare because I have the settings pretty high.
Wait, that's not a train. Is that a train?
So on Twitch, you can set when a hype train happens, and I can't find it. Oh, here we go. Hype train. So the settings for a hype train here, you need four events of subscriptions or at least 100 bits, and then each tier requires at least 4 subs or 2,000 bits. So to kick off a hype train is reasonably rare. You know?
Yeah. Okay. I still don't know what it is.
It's just like a visual thing that pops up on the screen and is like hype train, like in the chat. And then as you give it to, the more you give, the more like emotes and things you can unlock and stuff like that.
Gotcha.
So to get one is pretty rare. Excuse you, he's bro. I have no idea what that means, but all right, bro. Invest in your Moriarty coin.
My M coin.
Your M coin.
Wait, we're giving investment advice again?
I'm not doing an IPO, that's for sure. What was that? Sorry?
He wants your investment advice again. He wants you to leave off with investment advice.
No investment advice.
Same way that we started.
We gonna talk smack about the Mormons because they have the worst pizza.
That's I can't verify that.
Wow.
Yeah, I feel like there's probably worse pizza out there.
Gray is thinking, do they have the worst pizza?
No, dude, man, that's so funny that escalated though. I love where that went.
That it escalated to Mormons having bad pizza.
Yeah.
Dan the man knows his phallic-based monsters. At least we know what his shtick is. Yes.
Oh, wait. That could be from like a few different points in this stream, because
I think that was the Okami mobile.
Well, that's it, right? But like it's like he's reading it later down the list, so it feels like maybe it was during like when we saw the monsters in the extra credits video,
No,
or maybe it was like something to do with like
it's definitely Okami.
Was it
100%.
Okay? Because I was also thinking like Space Jam. It could have been there too. Like there was phallic talk there. Like but like yeah, it feels Okami.
Is that the Game of Thrones room? As if the entire
Game
series
of
played out
Thrones.
in one room.
Dr. Seuss's Game of Thrones. It's my favorite childhood book. Please pick it up.
She should have said, "Hella, I'm Ella."
Oh yeah, that was Ella.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ella
the
blah,
act,
blah, blah.
the actor.
Belinsky. Blinska.
RACROX is beating a joke to death.
Is being what to death?
Is beating a joke to death. He is now Raiden's best friend because together they can kick dogs and jokes to death.
Kick jokes and jokes.
Yes.
Why
do you hate polls? I don't hate polls. I explained it at the time.
Oh, did we ever see a result on that poll?
Oh, the poll. Yeah. So that specific poll.
I just realized I made a fucking Arrested Development ass.
God level pun right there.
51%.
I didn't even realize I was making it.
51% at 185 votes says the original spelling, and 49% at 178 votes says Raiden's weird ass spelling. So we are no closer to a final answer.
Right.
Doom sausage should be an emote. I will make that the next emote if we hit the subscriber whatever. I will add the Doom sausage in as the emote. I think we need... I don't know how to check. Hold on.
I like it's M makes these rules, and he's like, I don't know what it is, though. I don't know what I set it to.
I don't set that. I don't.
Yeah, this was definitely Twitch.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's a Twitch thing.
Oh.
This
shows you how much I know about Twitch. Like, I fucking know nothing about this website.
So, for me to get a new emote, we need 14 more subscribers. So, once we get 14 more subscribers, we'll get a new emote, and I will add the Doom Sausage emote to Twitch. Shit Show and Tangents, stream's name. I mean, kind of it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Getting closer.
Yeah. Raiden wants to kick dogs to space so they die without the comfort of an atmosphere, so he can't hear them growl anymore, and their bowls won't be ruining the aesthetics of a game shelf. Wow.
I think that's the name of the podcast.
That got really, holy shit, that is super intense. Raiden wants to kick dogs to space so they die without the comfort of an atmosphere, so he can't hear them growl anymore.
They had to think that to write it.
Right? That is intense.
Raiden, why do you hate dogs so much?
Well, I think Chad was talking about how there's dogs in space or something like that, and I just said I just wrote the comment in space, no one will hear you growl.
You were talking with chat? I don't do that.
Yeah, no, I talked to them. We had a little thing, so I feel like I wasn't watching it too closely, clearly, because they kept having that conversation after I said that.
My identity was being questioned because I wasn't talking to chat earlier.
Put Brody on My Strange Addiction for eating rocks.
They look edible.
That is
they
fair.
look edible. That's it.
They're not. That conversation, I hope that when this goes up on the archive that somebody tags that, because it's fucking crazy. You're insane. You're insane, medically and clinically.
I remember the first week, or maybe the first 2 weeks, you did a video preview of the stream when you posted it on Twitter, and I was like, there have been a few times where I've been on, and I'm like, I hope he does a video preview of this one because there was some really good shit, and then you don't, and I'm like, because I know that it's 3 hours in, who the fuck is actually going to see this bit?
No one eats rocks, only you. Yes. So I hope somebody goes through and finds that and marks it specifically so that, and writes, this is the part where Brody talks about how he's sexually attracted to pumpkins and eats rocks.
I mean, I would like to rehear that part. So
for the record, when they go through that, they'll find out that you're the one who first brought up the sexual part of it. He just wanted.
I will be vindicated in post.
RACROX is into.
This is horrifying.
Okay. RACROX is into stalactites.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's really funny.
God. That's
really
good
funny.
though. That is very good.
You're into stalactites.
But that would mean that there's such thing as stalagmites, and that sounds worse to me. I don't, or I guess it would be stalagmites, which I get is even worse.
Wow, you're going all off, man.
Stalagminge. Nope, that's too far. I don't like that one.
Rocks are tasty, shiny, smooth, slides down the throat smooth. There are also chalky ones that break off and melt in your mouth. Hard ones to leave in your mouth for long periods of time. Rocks to taste. Yeah.
That's it.
It's nice not directed at me for once. This is really great. I love having you on the show, man.
You just gotta figure out how to do it 2M. That's all. I'm doing it. He still has to play all the Sonic games. That's gonna happen. I'm making that happen.
We're still going through all the Sonics.
Here are a series of emojis: rock, peach, eggplant, sweat drops.
Yeah, that's a series of emojis.
I don't like the order of those emojis.
Wait. Yeah, say what is the specific order again?
Rock, peach,
already bad.
Eggplant,
already
sweat
just
drops.
So it's a single visual, and that's what I really don't like. Is it's one scene being painted out, and that's
it's rock. I don't have access to rock.
It's not like a time lapse of a scene. It's a single picture told in 4 emojis,
Okay,
and that's
so rock, peach, eggplant, sweat drops. Oh, my D. There we go. So this is the thing. Oh, sweat drops isn't popping up.
I put it in the Discord.
Yeah. There you go. That's it. You can see it right there.
Yeah.
That is it.
yeah, I like that. They've painted a picture. And
Yeah, they painted a picture for you of you. Yeah. RACROX is canceled. He wants a sock wit, eat clay and rocks, and fuck a pumpkin.
What? What were the words you said?
RACROX is canceled. He wants a sock wit, eat clay and rocks, and fuck a pumpkin.
I wasn't
trying-
listening to that, but I agree.
I'm trying very hard to decipher exactly what they're trying to say. I just can't. I mean, it's not good. No matter what it is, it's not good for me. So I don't know why I'm trying.
I mean, here you go. I've copied it. RACROX is canceled. He wants a sock wit, eat clay and rocks, and fuck a pumpkin.
I guess, what is a sock wit?
I don't know, but apparently you want one. And you want to eat clay and rocks and fuck a pumpkin. Like, the interesting part to me is that, like,
solid liquid, sockwid.
Sockwid. There you go. It's a sockwid. He wants a sockwid. Eat clay and rocks and fuck a pumpkin. There you go.
How did you
that make sense?
How did you fucking get that right? I never in a fucking million years.
That is the smartest thing I've ever like thought of.
That's impressive. Holy shit. I would not have got that.
The next one just says RACROX.
Wow.
Spelled
I brought
ROCK.
I brought that one on myself. I'm not going to get angry.
Mm-hmm. Raiden knows 2 Unlimited. He's okay now.
Oh, sick. Good to know.
The Wolfpack fam got kicked to death by Raiden.
I'm leaving the Wolfpack fam alone. I'm part of the Wolfpack fam.
I just like how it's like Raiden is okay now, and then the next one is the Wolfpack fam got kicked to death by Raiden.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, you basically Yeah, you basically have to hate Wolf Chaoson because he is a canine.
No, only domesticated dogs.
Oh, so only what kind of dogs?
Domesticated ones.
Oh, only domesticated one. Yeah. So like a husky, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? What do you mean by fine?
Oh God!
Like you'll kill a husky.
Do you think of it as a pumpkin? Is the question?
Why would I think of it as a pumpkin? It's a husky.
Well, because it's fine.
No.
What?
What? Good. Hearing "what in the Matrix hell" is definitely the dumbest thing to say. That's right. They did say that at the beginning of the Space Jam 2. He goes in there and goes, "What in the Matrix hell?"
Oh yeah, the Space Jam 2 trailer.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm still.
I'm trying really hard to think of anything good to say, and I can't. And I feel like that's.
No, it looks fucking terrible. Universe becomes serververse. Why didn't it become the serverse?
The serverse. That is better.
I mean, they're still kind of bad though. Like they're
okay, but serverse, it's like, all right, you're being a cheeky monkey with it, but okay. Serververse is like you didn't try.
Yeah, you didn't try at all. When M laughs so hard, it's nothing but a wheeze going in and out. Yes, that was. I've laughed a lot tonight. Yeah. RACROX, oh my God. RACROX should bust his own nut, not talk about it because it sounds nasty. Also,
one of you, I don't remember. One of you asked me to. I don't know which one of it was. I can't remember at this point. One of you asked for this. To bust a nut.
I asked you to because we needed a defense against M for some reason at that point.
Oh, okay. Well, yes. I mean that we need that periodically throughout the stream.
Yeah.
Also, M, don't do ASMR. It's terabed and the echo is more fun.
I'm not gonna lie, that ASMR shit was fucking me up.
Tell me more.
Stop!
What is it about it that you don't like? Is it
if you want real emotional honesty, the part I don't like about it is the fact that I kind of like it a little bit. Like that's
you kind of like it just a little bit.
You've got a voice. I'm not gonna lie to you. You've got kind of a nice voice in that way.
Oh, well,
but like,
look, you don't need to be flirting with me here. It's okay.
Well, you're the one that does that with me.
Oh my God.
This guy was flirting with me in the DMs, man.
The fact that you didn't understand, we had this conversation already.
Yeah, and I turned you down.
As we know, once things are said one time, we don't ever bring them up again.
Exactly. RACROX's voice cracked, so he's now going through puberty, eats rocks, and wants to fuck a pumpkin. Yeah, all of these things are true. They're all accurate.
No argument here.
Right? Can we have one stream with RACROX that does not include Spyro? Because he's always the one bringing it up.
Okay, we have had opportunities for that, and I was not the one who ruined them.
I mean, you brought up Spyro tonight just randomly. You're just like,
well, it actually came up this time.
No,
it didn't. You said they look like elves. You said the elves.
No, that was Jack.
Spyro again?
Well, Spyro, I was talking about the Norks and the Rhinox because they're races that are made for those games and subservient. And then Spyro 2 is like there is no common enemy race; it's all just the denizens of the world you're in, which I think is cool.
Okay.
Anyway,
okay,
it came up naturally.
As Speedy Acorn says, no, it didn't. Of course, it's TNGXNT. Because Raiden is always wrong, and he wants to kick dogs to space to kill them for the aesthetics.
That added that in. That wasn't. Was that on?
You want to see it? I'll take a picture.
No, it's okay. We can move on.
Hold on, I'm taking a picture of it.
No, there's no need. You can't get your pictures to work. Remember, you're
there.
Terrible.
You go. Look.
Uh-huh.
And he wants to kick dogs in space to kill them for the aesthetics. I don't add anything when I read these. I wouldn't do that.
You wouldn't interject with your own comments?
I wouldn't. I mean, I say it afterwards, but I always make it very clear what is the thing that somebody paid me to read versus what is something that I am responding to. So if a tornado or hard wind in a storm knocks down your house, is wind therefore evil? Which is complete BS. Like, what the fuck? What even is extra credits? You didn't ask for it. You didn't want it. But wind is evil. And you don't want it. Yes. Sticky M Winky Face. This is the part where I spit out my soda onto my hand, and like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was you said that was so funny, but like.
I won't remind you that
he just leaned into the dog killing joke. I can't remember what it was, but that was the idea.
Oh, that's right. He was like, "Yeah, you in The Last of Us 2, you kill a dog," and he was like, "Yeah, I guess I should play that game."
Yes.
So all predatory animals or beings are evil? ?
Yes.
So I think in that guy's video, in the extra credits video, the end result is yes, predatory animals are evil and therefore are bad game design.
I don't know. I think I don't know if he because that's assuming he understood the alien as an animal and not just that an alien's just evil.
I feel like that video
I feel like that might be giving him too much credit because he didn't bring up like a lion or like other animals. He just brought up the alien. So I feel like that's unclear. Like assuming that he like noticed the things we noticed, then yes, that's what he's saying, but I don't know if he picked up on it.
I cannot commit any more brain space to that video. I have no more words.
I'm annoyed that extra credits made my precious aliens evil. Like, what the fuck? I love aliens because it's instinctual for them to do what they do. It's survival. Yes, it is in fact survival. And I think that's one of the things about, like, when we're talking zombies, the thing that's scary about zombies is that they are unthinking, right? That's the horror aspect of them, is that they are former humans who no longer have humanity. And with aliens, the thing that's scary about it is that it is this incredibly lethal, super fatal enemy that does not care about you. They are just instinctively killing you because you're there. And that's it. They don't care about you. They're not coming after you because you're an enemy. They're not coming at you because they hate you. They're just killing you because you're there and you're weak and food. And I think that's scarier than, a horror villain that wants like a Leatherface that wants to kill you because he wants to put his skin on your face. Like, I think it's way scarier to have this kind of like apathetic hate. Apathetic.
I don't think I want to live in a world. I don't want to live in a world where you have to look at any of those three different stories and say one of them's not allowed.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want all of them to be able to exist and coexist because I think all of them are valid and interesting story ideas.
Yes.
With regards to like the existential, like unthinking human thing, I think I haven't seen any of the seasons past the first season, but that's one of the things that like I think Attack on Titan does really well because you have these basically the Titans are giant zombies and they shamble around, they run around, they eat people, but like there's scenes early on like they eat people and then they puke them out. Like they do not need them for sustenance. They just do it because that's what they do. I think there's more like I think there's like a more complex thing, like they're being sicked on the humans by someone else later, but you don't fucking like at season 1, like you don't know that. Like they're just like there's just this malevolent evil force that chews up humans and spits them out for no fucking reason. And it's like that's horrifying.
And again, like what's so interesting with them is the lack of information. Like there is an answer in the universe, But you don't start out knowing that. And the reason that you have that question and it's not answered, and the fact that it's not answered is the interesting part of the story. Right?
Yeah.
Because there is an answer for it and you'll find it out later. And like there are stuff like, there are just some Titans are just like they're anomalies. Like we don't know why, it just acts differently than everybody else, and it just does, you know? Mm-hmm. And like there's like, oh, this Titan, it's not following us. Why isn't it, following us like every other zombie does? Well, it just isn't. It's an anomaly. We got to deal with it now. Like, and that's just like they don't know, and like that's part of the horror of it is the missing information.
Yeah.
Yes, Sockwit was Sawquid, so we have successfully figured that out.
I'm still impressed.
Raiden, you can thank me for
Thanks.
that. What M reads most of the time.
No, never mind. Dude, I'm not thanking you anymore. I take that back.
Raiden, you can thank me for that. What M reads for that. What M reads most of the. For that, what M reads.
Like for that which you read.
For that, what M reads most of the time. Heh heh.
I just got a notification that we are live on Twitch.
I just got a notification too that we are live on Twitch. I don't. Did we drop?
If you're joining in the stream right now, hey guys, welcome.
Right? Like if you're coming right now,
welcome.
We are literally moments away from quitting.
We've got a good show for you guys lined up.
Klee is #1 fan of the shit show Tangent stream.
Number one. I mean, she has been pretty consistently every single week our top donor, which is, again, I like metrics. Well, yeah, I mean, that you do make people buy your love.
I do make them buy my love, yes. But unlike a lot of people, my love is for sale, and it's very legitimate.
Is for sale.
It's incredibly legitimate. Like, you pay me enough, I will love you. I will love you. Let's see. And okay, but do you love me to bits? Bits. Because we got bits. It was a donation
joke. Oh, that's
joke.
funny.
You get it? Okay. Wow, this has been quite an evening, And
is this now our longest stream?
I don't think so.
No?
I think it is technically the longest, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What about the one that was like 2 parts?
Yeah, well, that was only like 6 hours. This is 6.5 hours. So
gotcha.
Yeah, I think this is the longest one. Yeah. Hope next week you get more mojo and less fetish. Well, boy.
Freakwa's there, you know what it's gonna be like.
Oh boy.
M, how much must I pay you for you to read me a bedtime story every night? So
he has an answer.
He's gonna have an answer for you. That's
fact.
He knows.
Fun fact. So
Right.
on my Patreon, I have a $25 monthly thing where I will read whatever you want, and I will send it to you in a file. And in like my stipulations are just please don't make it too long so that I don't have to set more stipulations, right? That has been used exclusively for bedtime stories. Exclusively. I've had to read The Three Little Pigs.
Oh my god. People are paying you to do ASMR work. Holy shit.
Yeah. So, like, how much must you pay me to read you a bedtime story? It's $25 a month. Like, that's exactly how much it is. And that's it. So, thank you very much. On my left, we have Gray. Gray, tell them where they can find you.
That's a loaded question.
Do it up.
Twitter.com.
Twitter?
/GrayKitsune, but it's a 3 instead of an E.
Yeah, I'm gonna post that.
Yeah, I've left chat already, so I can't post it.
Oh, I see. So you got groin here. And then tell them what you do on that there Twitter.
I shit post.
Mm-hmm.
That's about as good as you're gonna get.
And then we've got.
He's trying.
Brody.
There.
We have Brody. And Brody, they can see you on Twitter as well at High Speed Idiocy. Blah 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 blah.
You took. I was gonna have this perfect joke. I was like waiting for the right moment to be like, oh, where could they find you? And I just would have been like, racrox.deviantart.com, and that would have just been, oh, that joke would have been good because it would have fed back into the earlier bit, but now I can't do it.
Wow, that really, you just fell on your face right there.
I know.
You had the world in your hands. And
It's, you know what? It's my fault because every time M asks me where they can find me, I never actually have an answer. So he's just taken it upon himself, which is absolutely.
One time you had an answer.
Exactly, the one time. It's on me, 100%. But
You've done this to yourself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just lamenting the loss of my joke.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have been good anyways.
If I had got that timing down, man,
You wouldn't have. You wouldn't have.
I believe.
Apparently your name is now Rockman and you're rock hard.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be like, this is where I hate that I have like a version of my laugh where
Oh my god!
it's just
That destroyed me. Oh god!
There you go. So thank you very much for coming and hanging out, and we'll see you next week.
Shouldn't it have been RACROX? That's all I'm asking.